that 8 quid a pint. Tell you where I went, you know, like James, I thought, well, this might be independent. I need some book for it, they're very Willis bit. I've been eating Giant Rebel, like, from Newport. It's really nice to be honest. It's not cheap, is it? And to be fair, lots of cheaper. You know, God. It's a different ballgame.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Survive Gardens for the second day of the LV Insurance County Championship match between Glamorgan and Derbyshire. The game will be resuming at 10:30. Glamorgan Cricket would like to thank all of their sponsors and partners for their continued support. Besides, extending a very warm welcome to everyone here at Survive Gardens today. The past few years have been very difficult for everyone, so we are so very grateful for your continued support. Diolch yn fawr iawn. A warm welcome as well today, once again, to the players and officials from Derbyshire, as well as to our two match umpires, Billy Taylor and Ian Blackwell, as well as match referee Jason Swift. If you're seeking a scorecard or a copy of Michael Hogan's testimonial brochure, or a copy of the 2022 Glamorgan Yearbook, all of these items are now available for purchase via electronic means from reception, situated on the ground floor of the Thatcher's Pavilion. Copies of these items are also available for purchase from the Glamorgan Club shop, which is run by Missouri Sports and situated opposite Gate 2. The shop will be open today until around about 5 o'clock, and as always, it's selling a wide range of cricket equipment and other items, including replica Glamorgan clothing. Now, as far as refreshments are concerned, food and drink can be purchased using electronic means from the kiosk and mobile unit situated in the concourse area beneath the pavilion seats. And members can also obtain tea and coffee in the Lewis Lounge until 10:30 this morning, and then between 3 o'clock and 4 o'clock this afternoon. Drinks and snacks can also be purchased from the vending machines, which are situated at the rear of the indoor school. And that, for visitors from Derbyshire, is situated on the ground floor of the National Cricket Centre. The CC4 Museum of Welsh Cricket is also once again open. It's situated on the first floor of the National Cricket Centre. It contains a number of displays celebrating the long and very proud heritage of cricket here in Wales. Now this week it's the final week of the very special exhibition in the museum commemorating the life and career of Peter Walker, a former Glamorgan and England cricketer who was also a very well-known journalist and broadcaster. Peter sadly passed away during the spring of 2020. His family were very kindly loaned us a series of items which commemorates his life and career. The museum will be open until just the end of the tea interval this afternoon. Once again, I'm delighted to say that you're very welcome to go out to look at the pitch during the lunch or the tea interval. And if you are going to be venturing onto the outfield, then we kindly ask you not to walk across the square or the wicket surrounds. And please don't take any drinks with you if you're venturing onto the outfield. Now, as well as welcoming the players and officials, I'm delighted to welcome again staff and pupils from Radnor Road School who are here today. They'll be forming today's Guard of Honour, as well as entertaining us with a display of their cricketing skills on the outfield during the lunch interval. Girls and boys, we hope you will enjoy your day here once again at the home of Glamorgan County Cricket Club.
Yeah. Better morning. No, breakfast well, Roger used to stop there, didn't he? I didn't go for a 5-mile run at 6 in the morning. I'd be eating breakfast, falling glitch, and he'd be coming back from his run with a his yogurt bar or something. Did you when he stopped for you? Well, it comes about 6. And then he's got 2 hours. No, he's usually back there. He runs down the transfer. Well, Nick will be there. That might be stuff there. That's Nick's stuff. Oh, is it? That one? No. Yeah. Who wants it to be back in front? Yeah, when the players have people come stop here, they're not from here. There's a people stopping there. North East is a chap who kept with his best friend North East.
You hear the story now?
I put my stuff there. And you find something? They don't want to sit next to me. Yeah, you can talk behind your back.
You can hear the story now.
What North East, he was telling me, he said he actually wanted to he bought a house here, but his wife got a very good job.
Girlfriend.
Girlfriend, with a partner. And they've got a young kid, so they've got no intention of moving again. He's happy. He's a coach in Eton, but he's not a cricket coach.
That's why you can find it now.
Coaches rackets. And that's apparently his future. He's got a 3,000-4,000 staff when he finishes playing. He actually
But tell them that what else?
yes, his best mate is county captain, so I'm not saying he's like it. Next year he wants to play a coach for one-day cricket. Best mate is Stevens. We're talking to youth policy.
Great, absolutely keep it to stand. Well, he's not a monkey to stand. We used to say he's everything that's wrong with county cricket. Like a guy who gets to sort of 50,000 and take flowers with him. I think he's got another season in him. I'd have 2 seasons in him.
Who's our best bowler? Dibbly Dobby. He's not hated, and you look at him, you think, why can't people hit that? Yeah. Oh, Dale was faster than Bell. But the other one we had in one-day cricket there, we couldn't take a wicket in championship cricket, was LaFair. One-day cricket, he was brilliant. 4-day cricket.
8 overs for 12 or something.
Yeah, but probably a 4-day match, he's on 20 overs to get the one for 50.
Oh, Steve would be great for that one-day. He's not going to get
yeah, but it puts somebody out of job, doesn't it?
It's good morning, Beauregard, to our two umpires, Ian Blackwell and Billy Taylor.
Yeah, Worcester, Worcestershire. And apparently you said you've got a house in Worcestershire. In Worcestershire apparently said you can live in
And good morning, Beauregard, as well, to the Derbyshire side, led into the field by Captain David Lloyd.
Very good morning from BBC Sport Wales for this online commentary of Glamorgan against Derbyshire, Day 2 from Sapphire Gardens in Cardiff, where Glamorgan resume handily placed at 380 for 3. I'm Nick Webb. The cackle in the background is BBC Radio Derby's Dave Fletcher, who can bring us news of who is on the field for Derbyshire, or more relevantly, who isn't.
Yes, well, Nafi Sheikh is on the field, and Ben Aitchison, who was on the field for most of yesterday, well, all of yesterday afternoon and evening, fielding at first slip, after going over on his ankle about this time yesterday, isn't on the field. We haven't got a definitive whether he's going to actually play again in this game. I very much doubt it. And of course that means they've only got Nick Potts. I keep calling him Matty. They've only got Nick Potts left, and he's injured. So they're in a spot of bother if anybody...
What size whites are you?
Too big for anything that Derbyshire might have in the lost property bag.
We did have a Glamorgan game down at Sussex a few years back where both assistant coach David Harrison and then coach Robert Croft were called upon in the field, along with Sean Tate, the fast bowler who had to field for 5 sessions. We're underway with Dahl bowling to Lloyd down leg side, no contact made. Yes, on that occasion Sean Tate had come down for a little light practice before his T20 campaign, and as a fast bowler of some years, he was then called upon to field for a very long time. Dahl it is, who will bowl again to David Lloyd on 203 not out, a career best. That's on leg stump, and that's a nice welcome to the day for David Lloyd, who just tucks it away to square leg for a single. 381 for 3, Lloyd 204, the second highest score by a Glamorgan player this season, and he only has a further 207 runs to make to overtake the highest. Sam North East, of course, 410 at Leicester. Left-handed Billy Root on strike on 77. As Dahl comes round the wicket, and Root tries to cut it down to third man, but gets a bit too much bat on it, and it's fielded at backward point, where umpire Blackwell is resolutely refusing to trot between point and square leg for right and left-handed batters, so he remains at point for the left-handed Root. There's just one slip for Derbyshire. The ball is in its 17th over, as Dahl is in to bowl to Root, who tries to work it into a gap on the offside but finds Thompson at cover, and there is no run. So Derbyshire a bowler down. They still have 4 seamers in the shape of Dahl, Sylvester, Connors and Rees. Dahl and Rees bowled fairly tidily on day 1. Spin of Alex Thompson, as Dahl bowls and Root gets an inside edge down to fine leg as he was looking to play on the offside. Billy Root fortunate there to get that one away, and they wander through for the second single of the over. 382 for 3. Dave Fletcher having depressed the listeners of the...
I think I cheered him up, actually.
Midlands with that report.
Something to do with the cricket.
Dahl bowls, that's driven by Lloyd, and he'll take a single up to wide mid-on as it's fielded by Rees. So 3 singles off the first over of the morning. 383 for 3 Glamorgan, and of course their most immediate target is 400 for maximum batting points, and that is the applause for the 200 stand between these two.
Yes. Yes, I managed to cheer everybody up because
told them a few gags, did you?
The hot topic on the phone in this morning is about the this morning presenters potentially jumping the queue or not, and our presenter Ian said, I feel like they can't even show their faces in Asda. To which my query was if he thought that either of them actually shopped in Asda. I'm not entirely sure whether either of them do, or indeed if they do their own shopping.
Willie Hollaby and the other bloke.
Yes, the other one. It's got to be Sam Connors. There aren't many options. No Aitchison. Adam Sylvester was going at sixes yesterday on debut, so here he is. Sam Connors in bowls to David Lloyd, who drives a bit outside edgish down along the ground to backward point, where Lewis Deploy trots and no more around the boundary to pick it up, and the batsmen come back for 2 runs, 385 for 3, 207 now to David Lloyd.
Yeah, this Derbyshire field with one slip. The ball isn't that old. Are they putting that much pressure on Glamorgan at the moment?
Smacks of giving up, really, doesn't it?
Looks like a defensive operation, and hoping Glamorgan will declare at the moment.
I think it's going to be a while before that happens. 385 for 3. Lloyd manages to get this one off a pad, or was it off the bat? No, it was off the pad, I think. No, it was off the bat, according to umpire Ian Blackwell, and they go through for another single. He moves on to 208, 386 for 3. Well, they're not going to declare before they get the next 14 runs, that's clear.
No. Maybe. Trouble is, it depends how much they believe the forecast of light rain on Friday.
So it's got better, hasn't it, the forecast? So you'd expect it to continue to get better. You'd expect it to be slightly more accurate at some point, as that one is a full-length delivery from Connors, and it's easily dug out by Billy Root. Plays it out to the offside where Nafi Sheikh, in his large sweater, does the fielding, and he passes it to the other man in the large sweater, Harry Kane. There's one man with a large sweater on either side. That's very symmetrical. I like that. He's got an exceptionally large sweater. He likes the long sweaters, Harry Kane.
Yeah,
but then he pulls his sleeves up because, of course, when you get the length in the sweater, the sleeves will be too long. So he has to pull his sleeves up. I've spoken to him about it. I do enjoy it, to be fair. He's at mid-wicket. Now that's struck the pad, and there's an appeal from Sam Connors. The ball goes down to third man when Madsen loses his cap. The batsman coming back for 2-leg byes. And that was all very exciting, and it's 388 for 3 with those leg byes tagged on to the Glamorgan total. Root remains on 78.
Decent shout. Root was playing a little bit across the line there. Wouldn't have been surprised to have seen that one given.
Well, as long as they continue to not give them, that's the main thing, isn't it? It's when they suddenly start giving them in the second innings that's a bit of a concern. I don't think either of these two umpires will. This next delivery from Connors bounces a little bit. Root bats it down to backward point, where it's fielded by Anuj Dal.
I would try our ball tracking, but I get too much Tipex on our club's screens. Been told off for it. It's all these white lines down the middle.
With all the controversy of what's happening at Chelmsford at the moment, Glenn Chappell had 1 or 2 things to say, didn't he, after those 26 wickets fell yesterday and 6 fell in the last 5 minutes. There was a piece about ball tracking this morning somewhere, as Connors bowls and Root pushes this one out to Sheikh at extra cover. End of the over, 388 for 3, suggesting that the pitch inspectors, they're not inspectors anymore, they don't have pitch inspectors, but people who were looking at pitches that might be regarded as not as good as they perhaps should be, they would use ball tracking, so it would be a definitive, well, this pitch is either doing too much, staying too low, moving too, but who's got ball tracking? Do the analysts? They must have it, I suppose.
There are ECB trials, I believe, of ball tracking in a county championship match. I saw a brief piece about it the other day.
As long as it's not Chelmsford, they'll be all right.
Dahl is in, running away from us and bowling to Lloyd, who pushes into a modicum of a gap on the offside, and Kane, whatever the length of his sleeves, is unable to prevent the single being taken. 389 for 3. That's a problem that I find with the coloured shirts that our club has been wearing this season. If I get a shirt large enough to accommodate my stomach, the sleeves are too long. As Dahl is in to bowl to Root, who is beaten outside off stump through to Guest.
That's a splendid image.
So yeah, the sleeves are shoved up a little bit, so I can sympathise with Mr. Kame. As for my long-sleeved sweater, didn't turn up. I keep meaning to email the manufacturers.
You'll get your money back.
Quite. Paid for it in February. Dahl round the wicket bowls, and Root plays it into a gap on the offside and wanders through for a single. 390 for 3, and Glamorgan have added a further 10 runs this morning without really playing a shot in anger. It's a little bit on the defensive side from the visitors.
Yes. We spoke to Anuj Dahl last night. Rather than the skipper, who apparently couldn't do it, he had been lined up initially.
Ran out of words. Dahl bowls, and that's decent delivery that hits David Lloyd, who, like Root in the earlier in the over, just gestures with his hand to show a little bit of movement of the ball. So Dahl is bowling decently at the moment, as he has done throughout this match, despite figures of 1 for 58.
He did confirm that there were thoughts about batting first yesterday. In fact, he appeared a little surprised, as I'm told one or two others out there did.
Dahl bowls, nice and straight. Lloyd can only block it.
There's only so much you can say when it's 380 for 3, though, isn't it? As was pointed out, he did say at one point, well, if we'd have taken more wickets, it could have been a different game. Well, yeah, yes. I think by definition, it's something to say while you're thinking of something proper to say, I think.
If I'd scored tens of thousands of runs in my career, I might have played for Glamorgan, but I didn't, so I haven't.
Yeah.
Lloyd on the defensive once more, playing out on the offside. Kame is nice and enthusiastic, whatever the match position, and Glamorgan are 390 for 3 at the end of the 3rd over of the 2nd morning. There's a Lancashire revival on the way. They're 34 for 6.
Yes, no, it's going well, isn't it?
Bell has galloped on to 24 not out, which, considering that 4 out of the 5 batters above him failed to trouble, is quite the business. I suppose we ought to be keeping more of an eye on Middlesex, who've been bowled out for 297 by Leicestershire. Dropped a couple of points there.
It's me. Sam Connors bowls, and that one is defended by Billy Root. Apologies. Miles away.
5 wickets for Mike Finnan, who's only just come into the Leicestershire first team a couple of weeks ago. So well done him. John Simpson top scored with 92, but just the 2 batting points for Middlesex. So should either side win this game, they might make up a couple.
I think one side's got a better chance than the other. 390 for 3 Glamorgan, as that one is clipped into the leg side by Route 2 Kame. And there's no run. Sun out. Sophia Gardens. There is cloud. It is September. It's very pleasant. Or it looks pleasant from behind the glass, certainly.
Well, yes, most of the crowd illuminated in sunshine.
Yeah.
A few in the shade down at the river end. That won't last very long.
I don't know where you'd sit in the shade. You'd think it would be a bit chilly. Connors bowls. That one is guided to Anuj Dahl by Billy Root. Dahl fielding a backward point.
Maybe they're playing the long game. They know that it'll be sunny there shortly, and they can't be bothered to move during the course of the day. Middlesex, in case you're unaware, are 2nd in the table, with Glamorgan 3rd and Derbyshire 4th.
Who these 2 sides are gunning for, if they are indeed gunning. That was defended by Root. In from mid-wicket comes Kame to do the fielding and gives the ball to Rees.
Yes, well, Glamorgan finished 4th in 2019 when 3 teams went up. Now they're in 3rd with 2 teams going up.
Well, going up. Yes, I suppose they are going up this year. If indeed that's what happens, I have no idea what's going to happen. I don't think anybody does really, do they? This next delivery from Connors is striking the pad, and he's given. And Billy Root has gone for 79, and Derbyshire have an early breakthrough on day 2. Sam Connors with the wicket. Root didn't get very far forward. It didn't seem from where we are. Just watching a replay now. His first movement is back. He didn't get a long way forward and looks out. He kicks his bat and almost kicks Sam Connors in the process completely accidentally. That would have been quite something. 390 for 4 now. They're starting to crumble.
Well, that gives Derbyshire a little something to work with, doesn't it? If these two had got set again on day 2, then it really would have been even more of an uphill struggle. Root goes for 79, his 3rd highest score of the season, behind the unbeaten 99 at Worcester. As he watched Michael Nisa thrash some winning runs at the other end. And 88 at Durham. That was the first game he played in round 6, so his welcome return to form after 4 relatively cheap dismissals over the last 3 matches, so he'll be pleased with his efforts overall, and new batter will be Chris Cook, Glamorgan's wicket-keeper, who's had a couple of half-centuries already in September. 51 not out at home to Worcestershire, 52 in the first innings at Lords, and that on the back of scoring possibly the least reported 191 not out of all time in the shadow of Sam Northeast.
Bless him. He'll have had his pads on yesterday for quite a lengthy time.
47 overs or thereabouts at least.
52 and a half overs when Sam Northeast was out. 92 overs and 1 ball. The next wicket falls, so a long time. We have an update of sorts. Thank you to Stephen on Ben Aitchison. It is a twisted ankle. The plan is to try to keep him off his feet. Unlike yesterday, of course, when he was on his feet for the entire time. So that he can be ready for the next match, which rather suggests that he isn't going to play in this match. I think that's implicit in that statement. There's Cook, first delivery, gets up a little bit, and he guides it down into the slips. That was the 5 balls of the over, not 1, you fool. And it is the end of the over. 390 for 4, but Madsen did well, diving across to his right to stop that ball. Somebody just nicked your kettle, by the way.
It's not actually mine. It belongs to the media team. But we're democratic in kettles. It's a kettle for everyone. I did have my own kettle here at one point during the COVID times, so we didn't have to breathe on anyone else.
Would the boiling water not do for the germs? I don't know.
390 for 4. Dahl bowls to Lloyd, who pushes into the offside. Came fields, but they're safely home for a single. In fact, there might just have been an overthrow, but it's backed up. Not quite sure how that one eluded Brooke Guest. Maybe not the most accurate of throws from Kame, but his enthusiasm is still there.
Moving a man into second slip, I think. Harry Kame is going to. Well, he's going to go to first slip actually, because Wayne Madsen will just move across.
Swans 1990 says, "What do you think the plan will be? Get to 500, then declare." I think if Glamorgan are still batting, then somewhere around T maybe. As that one is angled down by Cook into the slips and fielded at second slip by Madsen. Yeah, I mean, if Glamorgan aren't bowled out, which is a possibility, obviously, that they will be
that they won't be
dismissed naturally, then I would suggest a tea time declaration so as not to lose any overs. Might be the order of the day.
Yeah.
Dahl will have other ideas as he bowls, and has Cook jabbing down on that one at the last minute, playing it to mid-wicket, fielded by Deploy. No run. Nice bit of sunshine over Sapphire at the moment.
That Lancashire revival you were talking about, they lost their 7th wicket now.
Yeah.
44 for 7. All the innings are getting less and less, aren't they? 131, 107, 44 for 7. So Essex will probably be all out for about 26.
Dahl is in to bowl to Cook, who tries to steer it into the offside for a single, but it is fielded at cover, and there is no run.
Nick Potts is running around the boundary. Looks as though he can run quite freely, doesn't he? So he may well be able to field.
He doesn't look like a man who's
he's not hobbling or anything.
Missing through injury. He's moving faster than I would, that's for sure.
Yes.
391 for 4, Glamorgan. Root having gone for 79, leg before to Connors. Dahl bowls and beats a forward push by Cook, just eluding the outside edge, eluding the stumps. Excellent delivery from Anuj Dahl.
He produced a few of those, yes, not a huge number, but a few of those yesterday, and just not finding the edge.
So batting average of 73 and a bowling average of 29 coming into this game. Those are impressive stats, aren't they?
Bad.
Dahl is in to bowl, and Cook does manage to push it into the gap on the offside, which he was trying to do a couple of balls previously and take the single.
A couple of unbeaten centuries have helped.
All right.
But, I mean, it's a genuine... It's a
809 runs.
Yeah, it's a genuine average.
There's some impressive run tallies in the Derbyshire squad, isn't there? With Dahl 809, Gast 863, Deploy 735, and Madsen 1104, Masood 1000 odd.
Yeah, better got him 270. He's almost been caught up by Harry Kane, who's playing his 4th game of the season.
You'd have thought that's plenty to work with on that Derbyshire batting order. Bless you, sir, or madam.
Sam Connors from the River End bowls to Cook, who pushes this one out into the offside.
The tension was so great that you could hear a spectator sneeze.
And again.
Just to prove the point.
Yeah.
It's not a sound effect, honestly.
We could do that, though, couldn't we? That'd be quite good. A bit like Escape to Victory, where we have a button so we can turn the crowd noise up on a dial. 2 slips came at first, Madsen at second alongside Brooke Guest as Connors is in, and that's a wild swing by Cook outside the off stump. The ball goes through to Brooke Guest. It misses the bat, but it wasn't a great shot.
His feet were on the move. It can be a scratchy starter, Chris Cook.
Sylvester at square leg, almost on the boundary, about 10 yards in probably. Dahl at backward point, Deploy at cover. Billy Godleman at mid-off, Nafi's Sheikh at mid-wicket, and Lear's Deploy at mid-on. As in comes Connors again and pushes it out to Deploy. Mickey Arthur sets off for a lap of the ground. And he's come out and gone left today, which is absolutely the right way. Right for runs, left for wickets. They were walking. They came out and walked to the right yesterday, which was slightly alarming. Every club cricketer will know that. Can't walk the wrong way around. As Cook waits slightly square on stance, and he gets a short delivery that he pulls around the corner for 4 runs. I'd forgotten the man down here, who is Alex Thompson at long leg, and he couldn't get there. And Cook moves on to 5, 396 for 4, so just 4 more runs required for the 5th and final batting bonus point.
It's a luxury to be able to walk around a ground if I'm playing. I'm usually either scoring or umpiring. Batting number 11, as I have for much of this, nearly all this season. You're a journalist, you can write, get on the scorebook. Or
yes.
You can count up to 6. Get out
You could hold a pen.
Can't hold a bat, but can hold a pen.
Cook waits, and this next delivery just tucks him up a little bit. He's called through for a quick single. That's an excellent piece of, it was an excellent piece of fielding by Nafis Sheikh, and they're thinking about coming back for an overthrow, but Cook is down on his haunches. Not sure why. He seems to be okay. Nafis Sheikh picked the ball up, turned and threw it probably 20 yards and hit the stumps. That's the second time as a substitute fielder I've seen him do that. He did that in the last match as well against Durham, so he's obviously a very good fielder, Nafis Sheikh. But Cook was comfortably in. Picks up a single. Glamorgan moved to 397 for 4. It's a leg by. Cook remains on 5 as Connors is in and bowls to Lloyd, who pushes this one up to Godleman at mid-off.
Yeah, Cook's had a couple of minor muscle strains this season, so need to be careful.
Just went down on his haunches briefly, didn't he? And I think he was perhaps not expecting to be called through for the run.
Oh, was it at Derby he was injured, wasn't it? I seem to remember. Yeah.
Yes, it was. Yeah.
Because Colin Ingram kept a wicket.
Yeah, he did. You're right.
So he.
What a memory.
Well, I seem to. Because he went off when something else happened and we didn't quite notice at the time, so I had to ask Mr. Griffin to snap a close-up of who was keeping. It was Ingram. Dahl bowls and has driven into the offside where the man at point, young Mr. Sheikh, falls over before the ball gets to him, but he managed to stretch and grab it anyway. 397 for 4. Yes, we've seen a few matches for Alex Horton in the T20 and a few in the One Day Cup for Tom Cullen, but Miss Cullen is not being re-engaged, so best of luck to him in finding new employment within the world of cricket. Popular figure with supporters and feisty attitude has always gone down well. Be no doubt hugely disappointed not to be on the staff again next season, but when you've got an England under-19 keeper coming through, you need to give him first team exposure, Alex Horton. Little pause for consultations among the Derbyshire committee.
Dear.
Bit of ball polishing.
Yeah, a lot of faffing. I think that's probably the best way to describe it.
397 for 4. Quiet start from Glamorgan this morning. 17 for 1. In the play that we've had today, and it's a nice drive by Cook, and it's only half fielded by Sylvester at cover, and they'll be able to jog through for a couple of runs, and Cook moves on to 7 and Glamorgan on to 399 for 4. 1 for maximum points. Godleman in his somewhat faded cap had to retrieve that one from close to the extra cover boundary.
Now we're having another consultation between skipper and bowler.
Anish Dahl is somewhat animated that his fielders aren't where he wants them. So man called over from the leg side to reinforce the cover area.
You know this next one's coming, don't you?
And so it's now back to a 6-3 field with Deploy in close, almost in a catching position. I think he will be crouching. Yes, he is at short extra. For the new batter, Chris Cook, and Cook pushes forward and plays it back to the bowler. That's probably a good field change, and that at least gets an extra fielder in the batsman's eye line.
Yeah.
Gives him something to think about. On the drive at short extra and 2 slips, so 3 in attacking positions, which is what Derbyshire need. As Dal bowls, and there's a appeal for caught behind off the inside edge, and it's not given. Now Cook pushing forward. I think that one went between bat and pad, and may of course have brushed the pad on the way through, in which case they can turn it into an appeal for LBW. Went through lowish, and there was a lot of excitement, but it died away quite quickly.
Yeah, Dal, oof, it's a good ball.
That was almost Stuart Broad's celebration, wasn't it? A celeb appeal.
Which makes me think that it was the catch that he was going for rather than the LB.
Dahl is in to bowl on Cook's legs, and he is caught this time. He's caught at mid-wicket by Alex Thompson, flicking it away aerially. A poor shot from Chris Cook. He's gone for 7, and Derbyshire are fighting back 399 for 5.
To a point. Yeah, a good catch by Alex Thompson, flying through the air. Really nicely done by the off spinner, and a couple of wickets this morning just to gladden the hearts of any Derbyshire supporters who've stuck with us. Just 16 deliveries for Chris Cook, and a second wicket of the match for Anuj Dal, who's now got 2 for 62, and it's sort of getting more into the realms of what he deserves. I think he's bowled quite nicely. It's certainly been the pick of the Derbyshire bowlers, and gives me something to tell everybody on the 11 o'clock news, which is nice.
Edward Bevan will come in to replace Dave Fletcher for the next half hour or thereabouts, as Chris Cook wanders rather disconsolately up the pavilion steps.
Theme going back to Glamorgan is Andrew Salter.
And Edward Bevan is back with us. Edward, good start to the morning by Derbyshire, despite their lack of attacking fields, really.
Yes, good morning, Nick. Good morning, everybody. And yes, if you've just tuned in, 2 wickets have fallen. Not, as you may think, the Glamorgan attacking from the word go, because they've been pinned down by some very good seam bowling, and they'll be heartened now because they only need another wicket, and they have, well, they've got nearly 7 overs left to gain the 3rd bowling point, so credit to the bowlers.
Yeah. Second bowling points for 6 wickets. Yeah, they've bowled tightly this morning, largely. Yep. Dahl then with the last ball of this, his 20th over, is in to bowl, and forward comes Salter and defends. Andrew Salter preferred to James Harris at number 7. Something of a toss-up, you would guess, between the two, but Salter, of course, opened the innings for the first 6 matches of the season, taking part in the century stand, although he only had 29 of them in the first innings at Derby. But that was about as good as it got for Salter as an opening bat. And he was no doubt relieved to go down the order a little bit for the next block of matches. Left out for the last 2, so back in the side.
No mean player down at 6 or 7, Andrew Salter. We've seen him play some pretty good innings, and he is going to face Connors now from the River End, and first ball is bowled to Lloyd. Lloyd, thanks to a misfield, is going to get runs, and the applause there is for the 400. On a giggle, but
well, it's just pushed defensively, and I looked down.
Through.
Oh, that's a dot ball.
Anyway, that's maximum bowling batting points for Glamorgan, and well, that huge score Leicester was in it's the last time, wasn't it?
Well, yes, there's only a couple of championship matches ago, actually.
Yeah. Here's the next ball, and bowled to Salter, who drives. This time it is fielded and hurled in by Sylvester. 400 exactly then for 5. Glamorgan got 5 points, and just the one so far, but an opportunity for Derby, as I mentioned, to pick up another one.
Well, really, Glamorgan shouldn't take too many risks, because denying Derbyshire a point is almost as important as gaining their own.
It's another glorious morning here in Cardiff, as in comes Connors and bowls, and that's going to run away for 4 down to
third man.
32 runs now have gone down there in this innings. Well, you may giggle, both of you, but having said that, they all mount up, Nick.
Yes, but where are you going to take the fielder from to put at third man? They may be at 33 runs through another area of the field.
Don't see the chap on the drive on the onside saving many there. I haven't seen him field the ball yet, but there we are. 8 boundaries. 404 for 5, Glamorgan, and Salter is an attacking player. I was just going to say that, remember when we were at 5 years ago at Edgbaston, where Glamorgan were out in the semi-final of the 2020, memorable day, and Salter nearly won the game for Glamorgan in a ferocious attack towards that last but one over.
Caught on the boundary in the last over.
Long on, yes. Collins now, again, is in and bowls, and that's left outside the offside. I'm just thinking perhaps, 10:30, bit of dew, bit of moisture around is giving the seamers a little bit of help here. But I listened to or saw the Dahl interview, and he said that that it was a very good pitch. I'm inclined to agree with him. We haven't seen any vicious turn as yet. It might wear, of course, for the Glamorgan spinners, but we'll have to wait and see. As the next ball is played rather late, played out into the gully, deep gully perhaps, or orthodox cover, make of it what you will, and there is no run. 211 for the captain Lloyd, and Salter off the mark with a boundary. Glamorgan would have had hopes of playing positively up to 500, and that would have mean they'd have to score 351 to avoid the follow-on, but they're fighting back here. As Connors, nice easy run-up, comes in and bowls, and this is played up towards short mid-on. That completes the over, 404 for 5, and there are a few people on the far side, because that is where the sun is all day long, and I suspect it's going to be, so they say this morning, up around 21 degrees on the weather forecast.
Quite pleasant for the back half of September.
It certainly is. The only thing you could be very wary about 5:30 is when the cloud comes, and it's getting slowly building up to not darkness. It's
we got there last night with a finish almost dead on 6, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And we managed to play the 96 overs. Dahl will start a new over, bowling to David Lloyd. Just the one slip for him, and hits him on the pad, but going down leg, and there is no appeal as the ball bounces out into the gully.
I have to tell you, Nick, and you would have appreciated this, I had to pick my grandson up at Aberavon Beach last night. He's in the surfing club there. I have never seen such a beautiful sunset ever, because it's a superb long beach, and you can see down to Mumbles, and it was excellent.
As that is whipped away on the leg side by Lloyd, down to fine leg, there'll just be a single straight to the fielder in the deep, 405 for 5.
And there were lots of people out we took a picture of it, and it was absolutely stunning. I would say it's one of the finest beaches in the country. Very, very long. Probably
suffers from in terms of public recognition, because it's next to the steelworks and so on.
Exactly, but it's very, very popular down our way.
Yeah. 405 for 5. Dahl to Salter, who drives into the offside, but it's well fielded by the small but enthusiastic figure of Nafiz Sheikh.
Yes, I marked yesterday. He hurtled round the boundary to save some runs.
Well, he's making the most of the occasion, fielding.
I'm glad to be out there with
first team. Yeah. For second 11 player, then there's precious little. Oh, well, Derbyshire seconds are playing a game this week. Having said that, as Dahl is into Salter, who's forward defending on the leg side. No run.
No, nothing on offer this morning. In fairness, Dahl is such an enthusiastic cricketer. Everything about him is purposeful. He marches back to his mark and fields in that specialist position there at gully or cover. And obviously somebody who loves the game.
Wickets continue to fall at Belper Meadows, and Derbyshire's second 11 game as Dahl is into bowl and Salter defends. Derbyshire were bowled out for 150 yesterday. Alex Hughes to 40 was top score, but Nottinghamshire in reply are 100 for 6, so 3 wickets for Hughes on top of his top score.
I haven't seen him this year. He used to be a regular, didn't he? Or did he play in the one-day game? I can't quite remember. Let's have a look.
Now you're asking. No, he didn't.
No, I thought.
Next delivery, driven by Salter. Ball rolls back past the bowler, but is fielded by Rees at mid-on, and no run. 405 for 5. Lloyd has 212. Salter has 4. If you're just joining us here on BBC Sport Online, Derbyshire have taken 2 wickets this morning with Sam Connors trapping Billy Root LBW for 79. And then Chris Cook was caught at mid-wicket by Alex Thompson off the bowling of Anuj Dahl for 7. But Glamorgan do have maximum batting points, and Derbyshire now have 5 overs to claim 1 wicket for the second bowling point, or 4 wickets for the maximum bowling points.
Connors to continue then. Bowled pretty well this morning. He comes in now and bowls to Lloyd, and Lloyd is behind that, plays it up to mid-on. There's no run. A few people in, more than a few people in front of us here. Again, sitting in the sun, but you do see the sun leave midway through the afternoon, or perhaps a little later. Well, the far sun, if you want some sun and warmth, that's the place to sit if you're coming down, and why not today? It's last home game. As Connors again is coming in and bowls to Lloyd, and Lloyd again, the ball pitched on leg stump, pushes it out to mid-on. He's very watchful, David Lloyd, and he knows as captain that Glamorgan need to get up near 500 and possibly just have 1 innings. We've heard so much about this as supposed to be a turner, but it's turned, but not excessively. No doubt, Nick, you saw that those scores at Chelmsford, and Connors again is in and bowls, and again it's a good length, played out into the offside. Well, if something isn't done about that, I think we can all say, okay, prepare what you want, carry on. I heard Glenn Chappell last night in an interview. What did he have to say? It's absolutely deplorable. He said that the pitch has got divot marks on it. It's an old pitch, and he said we know they are a good batting side, and so probably the 2 of the best batting sides in the country, Alistair Cook, of course, and others. And it was impossible, he said, to play. As Connors says into Lloyd opens the face but plays it straight to Dahl, and it's good bowling, must be said, and credit to them this morning. But Glenn Chappell said, look, we came here for a 4-day match. We looked at the pitch yesterday when we trained, and we were worrying then, if this is the pitch, something's going to happen here. And lo and behold, 26 wickets went. Farcical is the word I think we can describe.
You'd have thought there ought to be a points deduction for that many wickets falling in a day.
I didn't look who was in charge, as the next ball is again opens the face, and that takes it down to the 3rd man boundary for 4, need I say more. That's 40 runs now that have gone down to 3rd man. Might be a good idea. As Fetch said yesterday, perhaps next year I'll start from the first game of the season.
But you need to
pathetic, isn't it?
you need then to mark
Every county.
which where the ball does go and which fielders do cut it off. And you know, if it goes to mid wicket, that would have gone for 4. A little project for Dr. Hignell, possibly. Get his wheels out.
Slip has disappeared. Madsen is down on the third man boundary. As in comes Collins round the wicket, and that's chopped away and very well. If there's a chance of a run out, Lloyd will have to hurry. If that hit, I think he would have been struggling. You couldn't very well not stop because Salter was more or less shaking hands with him.
It was a slight misfield by Dahl. He did well to stop it, to be honest. The ball spilled a couple of metres away from him, and Salter saw there was a chance for a run. Lloyd
never
was back in his crease and had set off rather late. So there's a little consultation between the two. 410 for 5, 106 overs gone. The answer to your question, Edward, is that Wayne Noon is the match referee at Chelmsford.
And Mr. Moon is
with the umpires Kettleborough and Milnes, experienced officials.
Well, Kettleborough, in everybody's eyes now, is the best in the world. And then it goes to Wayne Noon.
As Dahl starts a new over, and Lloyd thinks about playing, and I think took his bat away, but he might have been beaten. The latest score is that Lancashire are 66 for 8 in their second innings, 68 for 8, and that's a lead of 92 over Essex. Might be a match winner. A few runs for Belmead 24, Hartley's 23. Not out.
Mr. Noon is quite a strict character.
Dahl for just one slip to David Lloyd, who's driving that one into the offside. He's hit that one nicely as a run round the boundary. Good diving stop by Sylvester, the Welsh debutant, and he's saved his side a couple of runs there on the deep cover boundary. Just 2, 412 for 5.
Yes, good stop by Sylvester, and Glamorgan possibly now just looking for more runs than they, or more adventurous, if you like, than they've started the day. And the overs now, we're in the 107th.
Maybe just take them as they come for a while, until the 110 mark anyway. Dahl bowls, and that one is run down towards third man, but it's intercepted by Sheikh running round from gully, and they just go through for a single, which takes Lloyd to 220 not out. Bad news, I'm afraid, for all our listeners from both sides, is that Middlesex have claimed a couple of early Leicestershire wickets. No real surprise there. Leicestershire are 15 for 2.
Oh dear.
Middlesex made 297 all out, so they only had 2 out of the 5 batting points, but Glamorgan and Derbyshire followers could certainly do without Middlesex winning that match at Leicester. Dahl in to Salter, who drives into the offside, timed it sweetly, but Sylvester managed to field it on the outer rim of the inner fielders, if you see what I mean. It's quite deep, but still just about saving the single. In Division 1, leaders Surrey 333 all out. Yorkshire just begun their reply 4 without loss. Hampshire, who were 8 points behind, well, they crashed to 57 all out yesterday against Kent.
Another one
at Southampton, as Dahl bowls, Salter leaves, and Kent in their second innings 75 for 4, but that is a lead of 183 runs at the Ageas Bowl. So Hampshire very much struggling to stay in that title race.
Well,
if they lose and Surrey don't, then it might be too big a gap to make up on the final week, at least realistically, maybe theoretically open. Dahl bowls on the legs of Salter, who just turns it round gently down to fine leg for a single.
I've got no sympathy at all, Nick, for teams who lose at home, having prepared such dreadful pitches, and I think that's possibly what's happened down at the Rose Bowl as well. because Hampshire very much in contention, as you say, with Surrey. Surrey, in the meanwhile, they never produce pitches like that, and good luck to them if they do beat Yorkshire and win the championship, because surely the ECB should come out with this sort of thing and say anything like this from now on, or take the points away if you want.
Well,
to.
you can be deducted points, can't you, for poor pitches?
But you don't see it these days, do you, Nick?
Not very rarely. And Glamorgan had a few below average last season, but seem to have raised their game a bit this season.
Connor starts a new over and bowls, and that sails down the leg side, and Andrew Salter just watches it go. You get the impression that Salter is just, at the moment, giving the strike to Lloyd, who's been in there since this time yesterday morning. Well, he had about 7 or 8 hours sleep, but you know what I mean. 4-1-4 for 5. Connor's bowling a steady length here. Took one of the wickets to fall this morning. He's coming in again, passed on by Blackwell and bowls, and that's a very good stop by wicketkeeper Guest, who dived to his left and took the ball.
Oof, that one did take off the pitch. It was it's almost like a bouncing off cutter, if you see what I mean.
I watched the weather forecast last night, and the rain is going through Wales on the Thursday and would be clear by Friday morning.
Yeah.
Which is heartening news for everybody, as the next ball comes up and it is pushed into the covers. No run.
Yeah, we had that a couple of times in the last home match, didn't we, where it poured down, I think,
twice, yeah.
Twice just after play had finished, thankfully.
Yeah, you put a picture on just down in front of us, where it was literally underwater.
Yeah, there were pools forming by the time I left the ground an hour or so after the close of play. Yeah, so we shouldn't have too much interruption by the look of it from the weather for this game.
Connors in, bowls. This is pulled fiercely, and that is going to be 4 runs. Well played by Salter, just short of a length, and fastened onto it very quickly. No chance for Sylvester whatsoever in front of the pavilion. Away to our left, 4 more to the score. 4-1-8 for 5.
Likes a pull shot, does Andrew Salter, and probably didn't get much chance to engage it when he was opening the batting in the torrid early weeks of the season.
No. Oh yes, he's a capable batsman, certainly. Connors comes into him, bowls again, and this time he plays it nicely off his legs for 4 more. Just drifting down the leg side. And Connors kicks the turf in disgust at himself. 2 4s. And Glamorgan up the ante now. A bit 4-2-2 for. It was 390 overnight. 32. Started very, very slowly, very watchfully. Lost route then. For 79, he was LBW to Connors, and then Chris Cook, who had his pads on for a long, long time, was out for 7. And Lloyd charges on. He's 220, and Salter's in double figures. In comes the next ball. That's a better delivery, played out to Dahl in the gully. Profitable over for Salter and Glamorgan. 2 4s off it. Salter was moved on to 13. 422 for 5.
Yeah, Salter only batted 3 times in that middle block of the season, where he had gone down the order, and he had scores there: 32 not out, 15 and 35. A very good block of fixtures for Glamorgan in mid-season, which got them into the promotion race, where they won 3 and drew 1. Had slightly better of the home draw against Notts. As we're to see a bowling change, and it will be Lewis Rees to come into the attack with his left arm medium pace from this Cathedral Road end in glorious conditions now at Sophia Gardens. 422 for 5 as Rees just bowls a couple of practice balls to Potts at mid-on, so another sub-fielder on. As Rees will come left arm over to the right-handed Lloyd on 220, and Lloyd allows one to go through, which keeps low outside off stump through to Guest.
I thought he bowled pretty well,
yeah,
except for 1 over when he went for a 2 or 3 fours, but again, just the 1 wicket, and a good wicket it was. North-east, it moved just at the very last moment off the pitch, and North-east looked quite comfortable, but he went for 22.
Lloyd is on 220 as he faces Rees, and he's hit on the pad. Lloyd doesn't really look to have got going this morning, as he's 203 overnight. He's added a further 17, but hasn't really looked to go on the attack, which I suppose it's fair enough. He wants to play himself in again, as if he's starting an innings for the first time.
As if he's opening the innings in the first morning, watchful.
Derbyshire now have a further 10 balls to take this 6th wicket for the 2nd bonus point, and who knows, every point could be vital as Lloyd defends that one on the offside. They did manage to sneak the maximum points with, I think, 2 balls to spare at Lord's, even though it was a poor performance overall from
it was
Glamorgan.
Patel, wasn't it?
Yes.
Ajax Patel. He'll have a big part to play in for the rest of the game, one feels.
Yeah, you suspect so. Glamorgan will need Patel and Salter potentially to bowl long spells. Rees in to bowl. Lloyd watchful still, bat and pad together, steers it out to shake at gully. No run.
You might see James Harris, Michael Hogan and Tim van der Gooten bowling cutters on this, if it is going to turn, off cutters, because there doesn't seem to be much in it for the pace bowlers.
No, there hasn't been much in the way of wheels. Connors banged a few in, but looked relatively harmless. Rees bowls. Lloyd clips it off his legs. He should come back for a second here, I think. He will turn and come back for 2. And that one was well run. It was well fielded on the long leg boundary. And Glamorgan move on to 424 for 5 with David Lloyd 222 not out. If you want to tweet us, Nick Webb 2017 at Fletch Sport with your thoughts on this game or any other cricketing issues. As Rees bowls again on the legs, and again Lloyd flicks it away, this time to square leg for a single. 425 for 5 Glamorgan. That is the end of over number 109, and Derbyshire need a wicket in this over.
The run rate, although it hasn't been rapid this morning, is still 3.90, and that went up appreciably when, of course, Derbyshire took the new ball last night. I remember us mentioning that it does travel, a new ball, if you don't propel it properly, and they feasted on some not very good bowling from the opening bowlers. I think we're going to have spin because all the armoury's coming out. Thompson will come back, and he will be bowling from the river end, where he's performed, I think, for this innings. I can't remember him bowling at this end.
Yeah, I think you're right.
And he'll have the man at short leg who's putting his pads and everything else on, which of course means that the over rate goes down. Not so much as in Test cricket, which is rather appalling, but often see county games going over. Nearly every game probably just goes over, whether it's 10 minutes or sometimes half an hour.
Or more. The date for Glamorgan's staging of a one-day international has been announced, along with the rest of the England international schedule for next summer. Friday, 8th of September here at Sapphire Gardens. England against New Zealand. It's a one-day international, so 50 overs, and it'll be a 12:30 start, so a day-night affair. Friday, the 8th of September, it is the first of the ODI series between England and New Zealand. The Ashes series will run from mid-June and finish on the last day of July.
Ridiculous.
The men's Ashes, that is. 5 tests over that
now that we're talking about that
period.
Mr. Strauss has been starting as yet another proposal as we'll slowly go through. Thompson comes in, bowls his first ball of the morning, and down the pitch comes David Lloyd and just prods it away. One of today's broadsheets, apparently, it's going to be 3 divisions. We don't know if it's next. The proposals, it can be turned down. So, if you do get to have a look at that, as the next ball is cut away for 4 through extra cover. Extra cover is rather straight, and that wasn't the best ball. And then it showed that the turn is quite slow.
So the England women will play a 5-day test, which is a welcome development, really. There's no reason why the women shouldn't play over 5 days. That'll be at Trent Bridge in the back half of June. England-Australia.
4:29, the score moves on for 5 as Thompson is in, bowls to Lloyd. Lloyd is forward. Pushes it away on the onside. He's got his boundary. 2-2-7 to him, 13 to Salter. And, well, there we are. You've got 3 balls left to try and get this wicket. Here's the first of them. Lloyd comes advancing down the pitch out to long on. They cross for a single.
So there's a men's test between England and Ireland at the beginning of June at Lord's. That's over 4 days. Then the tests at Edgbaston, Lord's, Headingley, Old Trafford and the Oval, the men's test. The women's 5-day test is at Trent Bridge. And then there's that White Ball Series 2020 and then 50 overs, England men against New Zealand.
Up comes mid-on. As Thompson has his fielders saving 1 rather than saving boundaries as he prepares now to bowl to Salter. Salter sweeps straight to the man on the 45. And there is no run. That's the enthusiastic. Now we shake.
At Derby, there's a women's T20 match between England and Sri Lanka on Wednesday, September the 6th.
Thompson bowls, and it's well taken. And we thought perhaps it was somebody hurt himself.
Wayne Madsen leaping to catch that off the pad. He might have tweaked something.
Pulled a muscle or something. Oh dear.
No, he's up. But he is limping somewhat.
He must have. Has he turned, perhaps? Yes, he's all right, really. And that completes the 110th over. And that means, of course, that the bonus points, Glamorgan, 5, Derbyshire, for them, very disappointing, just the 1 bowling point. But I think we reiterate that this is a very good pitch, and Glamorgan really must try and push on a bit. Do you agree, or do you think just...
I think they've got time, to be honest. We're halfway through the morning session. I think they've got time to play naturally until, if they're still there at tea, might be bowled out well before then, of course. Lost 2 wickets already this morning.
Yeah, I think they'd come in before that.
Rees is in to bowl, and Lloyd plays it away on the offside. There's a really good piece of work by Sheikh there, who, if anyone's looking for a fielder, is doing a fine job out there.
Yeah.
His specialist 12th man maybe for next season. Madsen, having got up very gingerly from fielding that ball at short leg, is now gone to slip with his pads on, which is an odd sight. His shin pads.
Got to run down to 3rd man in them.
Rees in to bowl. Cut away by Lloyd, backward of square. There's a bit of running to be done by Silvestri. Picks up inside the backward point boundary. Gets the throw coming in quickly, and it's 2 runs to David Lloyd, who moves on to 230.
Are you resting?
Oh yes, it's that time, isn't it? Perhaps Dave Fletcher, when he does get his laptop open, I'll rest after this over, would care to look at Glamorgan's scores against Derbyshire. Might be an individual milestone of some point approaching. who knows, as Lloyd cuts that one down to the very same third man position we've just referred to, and shakes. Pursuit of it is in vain. 4 runs away. Total for the match, Edward?
44.
Thank you. 436 for 5. Madsen did not chase that one, not surprisingly.
It's not strange. 44 represents 11 boundaries. It's not ones and twos. Thank you.
Well, they'd have been singles even if they'd had a fielder there, to be fair.
But you know, there is a fielder there.
There is now. 436 for 5. No slip whatsoever for poor old Lewis Rees as he comes around the wicket, bowls outside off stump, driven but not timed by Lloyd. So there's a women's T20 international between England and Sri Lanka at Derby on September the 6th. There's a men's ODI between England and New Zealand here in Cardiff on September the 8th. And
2 well-appointed grounds have got internationals there.
And England men are still playing one-dayers up till the 26th of September, when they conclude the summer with a third ODI against Ireland at Bristol, as that's pushed away by Lloyd on the offside, and there's no run. So details on the BBC Sport website, but it is a very, very full summer for England men, apart from most of August, surprisingly.
Yes.
Who knows what might be on in August? There's very little publicity for that. 436 for 5. The England women have got a decent summer as well. As Rees is in to bowl, that's off the inside half of the bat from Lloyd. I think he was aiming straighter than that, but he's got 2 runs down to backward square. Lloyd moves up to 236 and Glamorgan 438 for 5, and Edward Bevan will be joined by Dave Fletcher.
Yes, we'll have our musical chairs for 30 seconds and all.
Sort of musicless chairs, really, isn't it? Because I didn't.
That's not bad.
I didn't hear any music, but
I'm looking at the site, the floodlight up there. Do you reckon that's sun or one of them is on?
I think it's on. Yeah, no. I was outside for a brief spell in that last half hour, and it was glinting then as well. Yeah, I think it's the sun glinting off it. It does look like one light is on, which might be in breach of a council order. So they better be careful.
They certainly have. Thompson starts another over, and this is cut away. Is it going to bisect the 2 men on the onside? No, it isn't. Little man is Sheikh is excellent bit of fielding. Then he is a very good fielder, isn't he?
Yeah, he is. Yeah. Well, he hit the wickets earlier on.
Yeah.
A good throw for about 20 yards away, and he did it in the previous game against Durham as well. So he's obviously a very good fielder. He's a decent batsman as well, I'm told.
I don't know if mid-off or mid-on have forgotten, but they're up instead of being back here for Lloyd. And the man mid-on, excuse me,
he's just realised.
Halfway back, halfway through the run-up, scampered back, which you're not allowed to do, really. Yeah, oh gosh, I hope this doesn't go over my head, he says. There's the next ball, and I don't know who is it long on, but he suddenly realised, maybe Connors, is it? And he scampered back. And
Lewis Rees down at long on, yeah.
If the umpire had seen him, he said, naughty boy, you can't do that. Memories of Pakistan and Mr. Gatting of years ago when he went from leg slip to Mr. Shakul Rama had demolished him, and he got a bit back from Gats, didn't he?
Yes, he did.
Thompson is in, bowls. That's turned with the wrists down to long on by Lloyd, looking for his 250. He's only 12 runs away. 237. I thought that was 238, but scoreboard better than me. 440 for 5. And mid-on is coming up now for Salter, who himself does enjoy hitting off spinners over the top, so he might have a little dart. We shall wait and see, but he's bowling a little flatter now, is the off spinner Thompson, as Rees stays in that mid-on position as Thompson bowls, and a little paddle shot, very neat, that's going to run away, but it stopped, and very well fielded again by Naveed Sheikh. He really, and deserved applause from lots of people in front of us here. He's very enthusiastic, somebody you would love to have in your team. What does he do, bowl or bat?
Bat. Yeah.
That completes, sorry.
I think he's too small to bowl, isn't he?
Yes.
He's tiny.
442 for 5. Lloyd is on 237, and Salter is on 16. What was I going to talk about? Mr. Strauss in one of the...
Oh, were you? How do we have to?
Well, it was on one of the papers, a big article, the paper that I used to take, but I can't afford it now.
No.
But apparently Nick has it. He gets it once or twice a week, rich man as he is. But anyway, let's get back, and I'll talk you through it as you go through this over, Dave.
It's going to be bowled by Lewis Rees, and he's in, and that one is driven into the ground and out to Harry Kane by David Lloyd, no run.
Because of the uprising, I think we can call it, against the original proposals from Strauss. I think he's now come up with, okay, let's try this. 3 divisions of, which I think was in the other one. The Royal London to be played on a knockout basis. Why? Answer that, I don't know.
Less cricket. Rees bowls, that one is driven, but with the outside half of the bat into the offside by Lloyd.
And the rest, I don't know. I was just giving it quickly, which I didn't get details of the competition in August, nor the T20. You know what's going to happen, though? Everything's going to be exactly the same as this year for next year.
Yes.
Except that there's no test matches.
In August? No. How can you not have? Anyway. Rees bowls, and that one is pushed up to mid-on by Lloyd. It's Nick Potts who's fielding at mid-on now.
I don't know who's off.
Run out of subs.
Yes, Nick Potts is on, so we've got 2 substitute fielders.
Feel like a run out today if needed.
Billy Godleman's not there.
Had enough after that decision.
Madson's at mid-wicket.
Yeah.
Billy Godleman is off the field at the moment. He's just walking down the steps. He's coming back. Here's Rees. That one is whipped into the leg side out towards the mid-wicket boundary, where Sam Connors doesn't have to move, so his cap won't fall off. And they go through for another single, 443 for 5.
See, if Strauss is constantly rebuked as he is by lots of clubs, the members, why not the members? It's they that backbone of the game. Nobody seems to think of them.
Individual?
Then he might think of perhaps packing it all in.
I don't even know how you find that, Nick.
No.
Do you?
No. You look confident in looking at records.
Well, I'm all right for team records. And there might be a way of doing it. Lewis Rees on his way in again and bowls to Salter, turns this into the leg side, and Connors, who's come in.
Mr. Webb is getting Andrew Hignell Mark 2 here.
Well, he's giving me homework, Edward. That's the bit that worries me. I thought it was Glamorgan scores, the 2 highest scores that I can find that Glamorgan has scored against Derbyshire. One that we all saw, 518 at Colwyn Bay in 2016, the Aaron Donald game. And 587 for 8 declared at the Arms Park, that I hesitate to say anybody in here might have seen, as this one is a full-length delivery that's driven by Salter up to Potts, and there's no run into the over, 443. That was in 1951.
And Aaron Donald was the record on 234.
So this is a record for Glamorgan against Derbyshire. Well done.
We have to ask the gentleman going around the field with a camera and his.
Well, I'm not sure, because that's technically a Glamorgan record.
I'll give you another record. It was
I just
eventually went flying off the
button on the
seat.
chair, and the chair's gone down. Yeah, that's technically a Glamorgan record, isn't it?
Yeah.
Are these yours, Edward?
They are. I leave them everywhere.
I didn't want you to lose them, that's all.
I left them in the fridge the other night. I couldn't find them. Yeah, at home. Anyway, here we're going to have some spin again. Thompson from the river end comes in and bowls, and the reverse sweep fails to come off for Lloyd. Trying everything to get quick runs, because this pitch is playing so well. Glamorgan might need a bit more than they anticipate, because there's not appreciable turn here as Thompson is in. Down the pitch comes Lloyd, and it's half stopped, but well stopped, and there's no run.
Half stopped and rolled onto the base of the stumps.
238. We think, Nick getting very excited behind me here, that this is a record. In comes Thompson, bowls, and defensive prod again. I think what Glamorgan must be thinking, let's play on this pitch as long as we can and see if it breaks up. It has no history. I keep on saying that. I'm breaking up, but Thompson in, bowls, and this is played away on the onside. He's pushing it through a bit, which might be better if he tosses it up and gets a little bit more flight and a little bit more turn. And here's a long bowl in his 31st over. As Thompson is in, bowled, short, pulled away. 12th man is waiting for it. They won't take a second to him. As in it comes from Sheikh right into the gloves of the wicket-keeper guest. All the fours, 4-4-4.
Oh, he's got so excited he's going to come on air now, Nick. This is
he won't let us tell him.
Important news. 4-4-4 is some kind of magical number. Oh, well, it will be if you can plug it in.
Next ball is turn around the corner. Sheikh having a lot of work to do, but they do cross for a single.
It is the highest score by a Glamorgan batsman at Sapphire Gardens. Edward will have witnessed the previous best on the ground, which was in the championship year.
Would that be Hugh Morris, 2-3-3 not out against Warwickshire, first game of the season?
Correct.
Carried off on the stretcher at the end of his innings when he was felled by A. Donald.
Yeah,
remember that very well.
So A. Donald's involved in a couple of records.
Yeah, not the same. Obviously.
Not the same one.
No.
That's good news.
The Aaron Donald double century was something to behold, wasn't it? It was completely out of context with the rest of the game, whereas this one from Lloyd it's a completely different double century. It's a magnificent one. Rees begins a new over from the Cathedral Road end, bowling to Andrew Salter, who defends the first ball.
That is ideal for my end of season wisdom.
Yeah.
1,000-worder that I have to write. Anything else you've got, Nick? Let me know.
Well, I can tell you that I've now seen 6 double centuries this season.
Have you really?
Yeah, Cheteshwar Pujara, Tom Hayne down and at Sussex, they were both in the same innings. Ben Duckett, and 2 by Shan Masood, in addition to this one by David Lloyd. This next delivery from Rees, I haven't seen a quadruple yet. That one is left alone outside the off stump, but he's more than halfway there, is David Lloyd, and he's...
Might be a triple, you never know.
Well, absolutely. Derbyshire are one of the counties that don't have a triple century in their record books.
You know, since you've been going around the country with Dave Griffin, you seem to know...
Well, I knew nothing about Derbyshire before I met David Griffin, in all honesty. I didn't know an awful lot about them.
Yeah.
Rees is in, and that one is playing a miss, a wild-ish drive outside the off stump from Salter as the ball from the left armour bowling over the wicket slants across him.
Top of Andrew Hignell, Glamorgan archivist and scorer. He worked with us on the Sunday afternoon programme, and well, whenever he was around, he was the resident scorer for BBC Wales. And when he stretched out his hand to get a mic to say something, you knew there was a stato coming in.
Rees bowled, defended by Salter.
And I know we pull his leg a lot, but in the credit to him, sometimes the umpire or the other scorer, the official scorer, because he was working for the BBC, would come up and check something, and he'd say, "That's wrong," and he was absolutely right. Fair play to Andrew. And takes his scoring very, very seriously, of course.
It's a serious business.
It is.
Apparently, Reese is in, and that one is left alone outside the off stump. In fact, the scoring here and the scoreboard bang up to date and very good. It can be a bit hit and miss at Derby.
Yes.
It sort of goes up and comes down and does a loop-the-loop. But here, Bob on 445 for 5. Lloyd 239. Salter 17. This partnership's already worth 46.
But just 55 runs added in the morning.
There's Reese bowls, and that one is turned off a pad into the leg side, and he fancies a leg by there to Salter, but Lloyd says no, I'll take the start of the next over from the off spinner. Thanks very much. 4-4-5 for 5 at the end of the over. Lewis Reese 24 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 80. It's a little expensive. Thompson's got his century as well this morning. He started on 1 for 97. Wayne Madsen, who had been off the field, is now coming back onto the field with his fielding pads on, remarkably. He's just been to the changing room, and now he needs a drink.
The wickets, yes, as you say, have been shared. Dal has taken 2. Thompson, Reese and Connors had 1 apiece, as Mickey Arthur prowling on the boundary edge in front of us.
Yes, he does like he's very visible, Mickey Arthur. In fact, he's now standing right behind the pitch, having a look and seeing if
there's any spin, perhaps.
His spinner's doing anything with the ball. Yes, he's going to come around the wicket by the look of it. He's got the short leg in.
Slip on a short leg, and then 1, 2, 3, 4 boundary riders as Thompson coming round the wicket. And bowls down the leg side, and it's swept, and Sheikh will feel, and they'll only get a single here. He's had a lot of work to do with 12th man. Any news about Aitchison last night or this morning? Or?
Yes, we did. We had a little bulletin. Some of it was what we probably knew. He'd twisted an ankle, but they're going to keep him off his feet today.
Over the wicket he comes now, does Thompson. Appeals for LBW as Salter pushes forward.
And hoping that he might, if he's kept off his feet, be available for the next match, which rather suggests we won't see him again in this one, unless desperation strikes and he has to bat sometime.
Thompson bowls. Salter has been very quiet, 17 off 34 balls.
And that's not to suggest that he can't bat. He can bat, but you would have thought that they wouldn't want him to bat with his ankle, or indeed with his bat.
This is the 116th over. Salter sweeps effectively there, and he is going to get 4 runs. Drifting down the leg side and helped on its way by Salter. As Glamorgan now reached 450. 450 for 5. At this rate, I suppose they just might come out after lunch.
Oh, I think they'll be out after lunch. We'll get to 600.
I don't think there's much point in that, to be honest.
There's not a lot of point to a lot of things that cricket teams do on occasions, though, is there? We do see some strange things. I think 600. I mean, I could be entirely wrong, of course.
The next ball is defended. 450 for 5.
As I have been on many occasions. But
so you've got to take 20 Derbyshire wickets, haven't you?
Yeah.
2 days left. Pitch is good. Here comes the next ball. That's played out with a flick of the wrists from the batsman. That completes the 116th over here. And Glamorgan are 450 for 5. Some 37 minutes left before today's luncheon menu, which I'm told yesterday by the chef, Mr. Webb, is
sausage and mash.
A large sausage and mash and onion gravy.
Excellent. Excellent.
Fill you up?
Yeah. Didn't have any tea last night.
What, you mean supper?
Just, yeah, I suppose. Yeah, just wasn't hungry when we decided we were going back to the hotel. I wasn't hungry.
I thought, what do I have to eat tonight? So as I picked my grandson up, I mentioned, there's a lovely ice cream parlour. So we sat down in the sunset and had an ice cream each, which was absolutely delicious.
Excellent.
Choice of 7 different flavours.
Here's Lewis Rees from the Cathedral Road end, bowls wide of the off stump and he's driven for 4 runs by Lloyd. Glorious shot out to extra cover. Can't really bowl there to a man who's on 240.
4.
Well, yes, he's now on 244. There's a youngster very helpful. He points to where the ball is, which I think the fielder could see. 454 for 5 now.
Sam Northey says, yes, I know all about innings like this.
Must be marvellous to be in this kind of nick. Rees is going round the wicket and bowls to Lloyd. It's wide of the off stump again and driven, but straight to Kame, who's extra cover. There are no slips now. There is a third man, you'll be delighted to know, Edward. That's enough his shake. The field spread far and wide, really. There's a long leg and there's a mid-wicket on the boundary. There's a cover on the boundary. They're just defending here. Derbyshire are just waiting, aren't they, really?
Yeah.
It's this next one that is driven up towards Wayne Madsen, who finds himself at mid-on in his fielding pads. Gives the ball a polish. It's not that old, the ball, really. 36 overs, 37th over of it.
And Rees, of course, will have to open the batting.
He will.
Not exactly what you need.
Well, he's done it his entire time at Derbyshire. It's very strange, except for this season, as that one is turned into the leg side 4-2. They're going to come back for the second and get back comfortably enough in the end, as it's fielded there by Thompson at backward square leg. 2 more to Lloyd, who moves to 246. And Glamorgan to 456 for 5. At the start of the season, he dropped down into the middle order because Masood was opening with Godleman. And then Godleman was dropped. And Rees moved up to open. And then Masood disappeared. Godleman came back and Rees stayed at the top. As he bowls this next delivery, it's clipped into the leg side. A tumbling stop by Lewis Deploy. And there's no run. I just think opening the batting and the bowling is a bit too much to ask. It's a bit like a wicketkeeper opening the batting, isn't it? I think that Guest could do it. They will bat at 3. I just think it's asking too much.
Alex Stewart, of course, opened the batting, kept wicket and captain England.
Takes some effort, that, though, doesn't it?
It does. Responsibility.
As Rees is in again around the wicket. And that one is turned into the leg side again to Lewis Deploy by David Lloyd, who remains on 246. Andrew Salter has 21. And Glamorgan of 456 for 5 after 117 overs of their first innings, having been asked to bat yesterday morning. Let nobody out there forget that Glamorgan were asked to bat.
Yes, and who knows that Derbyshire could be in this position. Godleman had a double 100 here some years ago, but it was at Swansea, wasn't it? What did he get?
Yeah, no, it was at Swansea, yes.
Yeah. Thompson to continue.
He was in good form back then, though.
And I know I'm a bit of the old-fashioned type, but I think Glamorgan should just get on with it a little bit. Okay, it's 3.90 the run rate, but when you see, if they declared now, they'd still have to get over 300. Derbyshire should avoid the follow-on, and we'll see now with mid-on up. Would Salter, who's facing, think of just going into attacking mode. Thompson then is coming up to bowl again, and first ball is not driven, it's swept down to shake at backward square leg for a single. back goes mid-on to the long-on boundary. Back of the two cover fielders, very close on the onside, backward square and mid-wicket. And we await within 4 runs if Lloyd can get it 250. Thompson with his off spin. In yet again. And that's short, 4 runs. That was hit. And there is the 250 for David Lloyd. And it really has been an excellent innings. Much applause in front of us here, which is well deserved. He moves to 250 not out, and Glamorgan 461 now for 5.
That was his 35th 4. He's got 1-6 as well. 338 deliveries he's faced.
Too short from Thompson.
Yeah.
Toss this one up. It's swept this time, and that's beautifully fielded, as you'd expect from Sheikh. He's become a favourite of mine now. Little man down there fielding backward of square. I say when you were off air, he's such an enthusiastic cricketer, loves to be on the field or loves to play cricket, which is great to see, really. A man is brought over from the offside. He's bowling to a 7-2 fielder. He went to 3, 4, 5, 6. Yes, he is. Then he comes again and bowls, and this time it's driven by Salter. This time 22 for him. No, it's a 6-3. There is a slip. I missed him, but very much reinforced leg side field. Aim is attack at leg stump as he comes in and bowls, and this is pushed back down the pitch. As Nick is on his way to join me. It's the Derbyshire faithful. We'll hear a report from Dave Fletcher. In comes the next ball, and that again is defended. So there we are, records, Nick Webb.
Indeed, well batted, David Lloyd. It's been a really thoughtful innings, hasn't it? He's just played according to the conditions, according to the needs, according to the quality of the bowling at the time, because Derbyshire have kept the lid on the scoring rate for long periods, but with their attack a man down, it just hasn't been quite consistent enough from the visitors.
What was it? 390 overnight.
380.
380. So they've added 82
for 2 this morning.
Yeah, half an hour. We don't, as you say, you don't see it as 80. You think, oh, they're going along, plodding along, odd boundary. But 82 is a very good rate.
Run rate overall 3.92. Right. Derbyshire's over rate, thankfully for them, is level with the. Lots of overs being bowled by Alex Thompson, 33 of them. Lewis Rees from the Cathedral Road end on leg stump, and Lloyd misses out slightly there as he tried to pull, but I think it flicked the pad and was intercepted by Brooke Guest, who is in splendid isolation, poor chap, as wicket-keeper. He has no slips to talk to. Shunned indeed. 5 saving the single, 4 out on the boundary with square leg and cover, as well as the third man and fine leg. It's a nice straight delivery from Rees, and it's blocked to Madsen at mid-on. So Derbyshire are bowling tightly, and we've watched a lot of both Rees and Dahl from this end, and they've been wicket to wicket for large amounts of the time.
Especially Rees is
coming round the wicket, left arm, bowls. Oh, having said that, he bowls half volley outside off, and it's cracked away, but picked up by Sylvester, fielding sweeper on the cover boundary, away to our left in front of the pavilion. There is no Derbyshire flag flying. Shock horror. No wonder they're performing
2 Welsh flags
poorly. Yeah, there's a Glamorgan flag and a Welsh national flag, and
it's the scorer normally, as Fletch comes back to replace me. Normally he's responsible.
Perhaps Mr. Fletcher will have to take over flag duties to ensure it's done, as Rees is in again to bowl a very short ball to Salter that he ignores as it balloons over his shoulder. Salter 22, Lloyd 252, Glamorgan 463 for 5. 26 minutes to go before the lunch interval. As Rees gets back to his mark and runs away from us again. Over the wicket to Salter, who drives, gets the thick edge down to fine leg, and it's fielded down there by Sheikh.
You've done that before, haven't you? Tomorrow's Derbyshire Day.
You've got it. The county's got a day.
Yeah, Derbyshire Day tomorrow.
Right, and how is that celebrated in the county?
No idea at all. People get dressed up as Derby. I don't know. Do tell me. I'm not a native.
That's on leg stump and clipped away by Lloyd down towards long leg. They may look for a second. No, they haven't been hugely adventurous on the second runs, Glamorgan, throughout this match. 465 for 5. Lloyd retains strike with that single. He's on 253. Salter is on 23. And Lloyd marches ever onwards, and Derbyshire's attack is sort of slightly starting to show that they're a man down now, aren't they?
Yeah. It's not surprising, is it? Oh, hang on, Sylvester's warming up.
He hasn't bowled today, has he?
No. When you've got so few bowlers, and the person who opened the bowling yesterday hasn't bowled at all on day 2. Slightly muddled thinking? I don't know. Here is Alex Thompson in and bowls to David Lloyd, who goes for the sweep shot but doesn't get enough of the ball for it to go more than 10-12 yards off the cut strip, and it's collected by Wayne Madsen trotting back. A random female. I don't know if you read her tweet out.
I haven't, no.
She said that you invited comment on cricketing issues. My views on the Ashes, she says, a schedule and the Strauss proposals are not printable. As this one is defended by Lloyd. I'm a former convent school girl, she says. Excellent. I'm with you. Yeah. But she does like the women having a 5-day test, by the way, she says, which I completely concur with, as that one is cut away off the back foot out towards the cover boundary. Lister Ploy giving chase, and the ball wins the race to the boundary, and it's 4 more to Lloyd, who moves on to 257, 469 for 5, and the lead, rather helpfully, it says on the scoreboard, is 469. I think all scoreboards have that particular flaw. They're not intuitive enough, are they?
No.
That's just one of the ways that they operate. As this next delivery is punched down the ground by Lloyd up towards the very long on.
I think it was flicked Salter on the way through.
Oh, did it?
And to take half the pace off it.
In fact, it was Salter who hit it. So
sorry.
Hit into
Salter into Lloyd.
It was Salter into Lloyd. Yeah, Salter moves on to 23, 470 for 5. I wasn't quite concentrating. I tend to drift around this time before lunch. Before most meals, actually. 470 for 5.
Cumberland sausage.
Is it?
Just think of that. One of those whirly round
curly ones. Excellent. Yep. Here comes Thompson. That one is swept up in the air off a top edge and sort of down to fine leg. It's Barry Came who gives chase. They'll pick up a single. Salter a little fortunate that time. Moves on to 24, 471 for 5. Nafi Sheikh is doing covering some ground because he's now at the backward square leg. Well, he has been at the far end at the River Taff end fielding as well, so the young man is getting some steps in, and he's going to be fielding here because he's going to take a catch. Oh, he's dropped it. The ball was swept by Lloyd out to Nafi Sheikh, who took a catch yesterday, and he had 2 or 3 goes at it and put it down, and that is a huge disappointment for the young man.
Oh dear, we've been praising his fielding to the skies and unfortunately when the ball went in the sky rather than along the turf, he couldn't match the excellence of his ground fielding, and that was one that really should have been taken. That Slavely had time to set himself, had another bite at it, but couldn't hang on.
Yeah, that is a huge disappointment for him and for the Derbyshire team. To have got rid of Lloyd would have been a huge bonus before lunch. As it is, he moves on to 259. It's 472 for 5, and we are going to see Adam Sylvester for the first time today. He looks like somebody who's going on a crusade, because the way he polishes his ball, or the ball, is on the front of his chest. It looks like he's got a big red cross on his chest. He's waiting for his horse to arrive.
Yes, quite. Ask Mark Wood, he's the one with the horse.
Yes. Yeah.
The England bowler. Sylvester is in, bowls, and there's a token quarter of an inquire as he wraps Lloyd on the pads. Mark Wood, the England bowler who has been known to ride an imaginary horse around the outfield during moments of...
Bizarre.
I think he's got a book coming out, Mark Wood. That might be one of the few cricket autobiographies that I might actually be interested in reading. Not a huge one for autobiographies,
just in case the publishers are listening.
Sylvester is in, bowls on leg stump, clipped away by Lloyd, firmly enough to reach the mid-wicket boundary, despite the presence of a sweeper on the leg side, as Lloyd middled that one nicely and moves on to 263 not out, having been given his biggest life so far. It was an incredibly hard caught and bowled chance on 137 to Thompson, but an easy-ish skied catch put down off the same bowler. Sylvester in to bowl to Lloyd, who liked his previous shot so much he repeats it. 4 more. 480 for 5, 100 runs for the morning.
Yeah, not bad. Still 20 minutes to go. Well, it's still 20 minutes left of the 4th session of play in this latest round of matches, and the 31st wicket has fallen at Chelmsford. 627 for 1. They need another 71 to beat Lancashire, who were bowled out for 73.
So it'll be over before tea on day 2.
2/3 of a day's pay for the toppers.
Sylvester is in to bowl, down leg side. Lloyd does not make contact this time. I think I saw Glamorgan lose in 2 days at Cheltenham a couple of years back.
Oh, yes, I've seen Derbyshire lose in 2 days. Leicestershire aren't making much of a fist of it, are they? Against Middlesex, 52 for 4.
In reply to Middlesex 297 all out, that looks likely to be a Middlesex win, unless Leicestershire find some resistance, as that's on leg stump again from Sylvester. This is not a great over. Lloyd misses out somewhat because he aimed a large blow at it and it was flicked off the pad down to fine leg for 1 run.
No, well, he's 9 runs from it, 8 off the bat. That was a leg by, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And he was going at 6s for his first 11.
The trouble is, I suppose he hasn't played a lot of second team cricket to harden himself up for the first 11. Sylvester is in. That's outside off stump, and Salter shoulders arms.
It doesn't really feel like the forum on which he's likely to impress then, does it? Well, they want to have a look at him. He's impressed for the second team. He gets a pat on the back from Harry Kame, who himself has done his time in the second team at Derbyshire.
Leaders Notts have dismissed Worcestershire for 390, and they just got the maximum bowling points there in the 110th over before a bit of last wicket hitting for Worcestershire took them up to 390, but no, I think Nottinghamshire are realistically out of reach, so we need only worry about Middlesex and Leicestershire giving cause for supporters of these two teams to worry.
Yeah, if you were going to rely on anybody, it wouldn't be Leicestershire. There's Thompson in. Down the track goes Lloyd, and he smashes it back over him into the river. An enormous straight 6. Hasn't quite gone into the river, but you get the picture. There's a shirtless supporter who's looking for the ball now to try and help out the Derbyshire fielders. That was a mighty blow from David Lloyd.
And the topless gentleman has found it and lobs it back to the nearest fielder. Well played, sir. That's just what Derbyshire needed to get on with things quickly.
Yeah. There's a few without shirts down there. It's all very unpleasant.
487 for 5.
Yeah, 273 for Lloyd, who waits and sweeps, but again doesn't connect. Is it a polite inquiry from Alex Thompson? To which the umpire says, "I don't think so, son." And as a result, the score remains 487 for 5. Lloyd waits again, uses his feet, and again smashes it down the ground. Lewis Rees is not quite going to get there. I thought for a moment he was going to catch it one-handed. It just cleared him and bounced back onto the field of play over the boundary off the advertising boards. And this over has gone 6.6. So we know what's coming up next. We'll just wait for the one after. That's at 12 off the over. Lloyd moves to 279. And 2 6s and 3 balls has caused Alex Thompson to have a word with Billy Godman. Well, you can't push Lewis Rees any further back because he's already got his heels on the rope.
Well, he could do, but he wouldn't be much use to the side.
Absolutely pointless. It'd be more like a ball boy, and that one is punched on the full down the ground, and Rees gets there and keeps them down to a single. That was a good piece of work by Lewis Rees, sliding around the boundary. Lloyd picks up another single. He moves on to 280. He's hit 38 4s and 3 6s now. It's been some innings.
Moving towards top 5 in the Glamorgan all-time charts.
I think I know the number 1. As in comes Thompson and Salter defends.
I've only got the lists against each county, but from memory there was a 287 in there somewhere against Gloucestershire, which isn't now the highest score against Gloucestershire. I think this is equal 5th at the moment.
Next delivery is defended by Salter into the onside. A little bit of a round of applause there for Thompson from Anuj Dal. It's the end of the over. Lloyd will be on strike for the start of the next one. He's on 280. Salter on 24, and Glamorgan 494 for 5, with round about 13 minutes or so left until the lunch break.
We know at least the top 3 for Glamorgan being 410 by Sam Northeast, 309 by Steve James, and 299 by Mike Powell. As I say, I believe there's a 287 in there somewhere.
There is D. Davis in 1939 in Newport against Gloucestershire.
As Sylvester is in to bowl and driven by Salter to mid-on.
Steve James appears on any number of occasions, surprisingly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, blimey.
Is that Glamorgan highest scores you've got there?
Yeah.
Is this joint 5th at the moment?
280 by Duckfield in 1936 is indeed 5th, so yes, joint 5th. Davis is next at 287.
As that is hit on the onside by Lloyd to move into 5th in Glamorgan all-time scores. 495 for 5. We have 12 minutes till lunch.
The previous 280 was in 1939, which I was 1936 rather. I always think that's a good effort if you can score a double century pre-war.
Yeah, days of uncovered pitches and all that.
Really tricky, really tricky.
One slip for Sylvester to bowl to the relatively new batsman Salter on 24 as he defends to Came at cover, and there is no run.
We got that. There was the third double against Derbyshire for Glamorgan, did we? Yesterday they were talking about that in the pub last night. They've got the two of them, the one from David Lloyd and one from Mark Cosgrove, up in Derby in 2006, and they'd all, I think, just blocked it out of their memory banks. Forgot the Aaron Donald one in Colwyn Bay in 2016.
Which was a memorable knock.
It was warm, wasn't it?
Sylvester in to bowl. Oh, that one almost got through Salter's defences. I think he's jammed it down onto his toe because he's wandering round the crease, flexing the left leg. 495 for 5. So at least 2, maybe 3 more overs after this in the morning session, which is mostly in the morning, the 10:30 start. Sylvester to Salter, short ball, but
well, that's hit his helmet, I think.
Has hit Salter as he ducked, but not hugely effectively. He's looks all right. He took his eyes off that one, may have flicked off his shoulder. He got down fairly low, but the ball then didn't get up an awful lot. So this is going to be a quick check by physio Georgina Ewer and presumably a replacement helmet.
Yeah.
Well, she doesn't appear to be carrying one.
And they want a drink.
Yeah.
George Balderson's on a hat-trick at Chelmsford.
Wow.
And he's got it, I think. Because Essex are now 28 for 4, needing a further 70 runs to win. I'm just looking for the... Yes, he's got a hat-trick. In the 10th over, it went dot, and then wicket, wicket, wicket. The two batsmen in there now, Matt Critchley, who's yet to face a ball, formerly of Derbyshire, of course, and Tom Wesley, who's 2 from 9. And I think Balderson's figure, yeah, they are. This is his first over. 0.4 overs, 3 for none.
Wow.
What kind of pitch are they playing on? Is it made out of corrugated iron?
On the beach, maybe?
It's absolutely staggering. Tom Bailey at the other end's bowled 5 overs, 1 for 10.
Ooh, expensive.
Yeah. One of Critchley's overs went for 10 yesterday, and it was described as releasing the pressure.
I was... Wikipedia, by the way, needs updating. If anyone knows how to do that.
All right, why is that?
The Glamorgan second wickets partnership is incorrect.
Is it?
Of all time, it's still got Salmon and Labuschagne against Sussex in 2019. But it was in fact a new record set by...
was it Sam Northeast?
No, strangely it wasn't.
All right.
I think it was Byram and Ingram. Just trying to find the match. Sussex home. Start of the second block of fixtures. And they put on 328. So if anyone knows how to edit Wikipedia, perhaps you could go and do that on Glamorgan Records. We're back underway. With Glamorgan 495 for 5 and Salter defending the next ball on the onside. He wants a single, David Lloyd doesn't, and Sylvester goes round to mid-wicket to field at the end of his rather lengthy over. He is 13 overs, 0 for 75, and we will now definitely only get 2 more overs before lunch, I would suggest.
Yes,
it depends how quickly Thompson bowls it, and if he has struck to various parts of central Cardiff. As Lloyd hit a couple of sixes in the last over. One only just over the head of Long On, who was interested, Lewis Rees, for a while. But over his head it did sail. And Lloyd is on strike now on 281. And although he's obviously got eyes on the good of the team, Well, wouldn't be human if he didn't fancy a triple.
No, indeed. Why not? He's so close, isn't he? Matt Critchley was in fact the hat-trick dismissal. 28 for 4. New over from Thompson. First delivery pushed out into the offside by David Lloyd. So Feroz Koushi's the new batsman joining Tom Wesley. That game is a complete mess. 495 for 5 here as Thompson bowls, and down the track comes Lloyd and punches it up to long on, where it's fielded by Lewis Rees. They go through for another comfortable single. 496 for 5. 282 now to Lloyd, edging ever closer to becoming the 4th highest Glamorgan individual scorer. Salter turns this next delivery from Thompson into the leg side, where it's fielded by Anuj Dal. So if they win and enforce the follow-on, David Lloyd could be on the field for the entirety of the match. This next one is Salter using his feet to go down the track, and Lewis Rees puts the dive in and stops the ball just behind the pile of sawdust at the far end of the ground. They go through for another single. Salter moves on to 25. 497 for 5 with 2 balls of the over to go.
Just looking down at the Glamorgan wicket stands, 3 have been set in the last 2 years. Ingram and Byram, North East and Cook, and last year Carlson and Cook.
Lloyd waits, uses his feet, turns it into the leg side, just to the right of the man at short leg, Wayne Madsen. Picks up another run to go to 283, 498 for 5.
Wayne Madsen, the oldest man in the side, and still doing short leg duty.
Yeah, it is strange, isn't it? He's got good reactions still for an old man. I didn't mean that at all, the way it sounded. Salter turns the final delivery of the Thompson over into the leg side. There is no run. He remains on 25. Lloyd has 283. and Glamorgan 498 for 5 with 4 minutes to go until the lunch interval.
So, although Derbyshire did pick up a couple of wickets relatively quickly inside the first 7 overs of the day, dismissing Root LBW Connors for 79 and Chris Cook caught by Alex Thompson. Good catch at mid-wicket, diving away to his right off the bowling of Anuj Dal for 7. That was 399 for 5, it's now 498 for 5, so a single needed for the Century partnership. And Sylvester bowls, and Lloyd just pulls it away off his hips down to backward square for a single, and that is the Century partnership. Ripple of applause. Crowd still awake.
It's the 3rd Century stand he's been involved in, Lloyd.
Yep. 117 with Bevan. And what did we get to? 207 with Root.
Yeah.
Only 10 of which were added this morning before the partnership was broken. A short ball delivered by Sylvester. Salter will have nothing to do with it.
No, I don't think he could have got anywhere near it. I'm surprised it wasn't called a no ball.
Didn't seem to be implemented hugely often, that law in the county championship.
He could have
Deliveries overhead height.
I don't think he could have reached it though, could he? It was probably closer to Sylvester than it was the batsman when it hit the pitch.
Sylvester turns and charges away from us and bowls to Andrew Salter, who jabs one down into the gully. Hurried a little by that. Sylvester bowling at a reasonable lick, but yet to get in the wickets column. Alex Thompson 1 for 142, poor soul. 499 for 5.
I think 0 for 76 off 13.5 overs is worse.
I'm not going to add to your team's misery. Sylvester bowls, and Salter will work that one away on the leg side, and the 500 comes up for Glamorgan with 5 wickets down. More enthusiastic fielding as the throw skims into the non-striker's wicket, and ball is held to the bails just in case Salter was not paying attention, but he was. 500 for 5 Glamorgan, and 12:29 on the scoreboard. So 2 deliveries till lunch as Sylvester bowls and Lloyd blocks it back to the bowler. 500 for 5, 12:29. Will there be a little bit of consultation between someone and someone else to make sure it's 12:30? Probably will be by the time he's bowled this and the umpires have looked up at the boards. Sylvester marching back in business-like fashion, lobbing the ball to himself. It is now 12:30 as Sylvester bowls to David Lloyd, and Lloyd flicks it through mid-wicket, and that will run away for 4 as David Lloyd moves up to 4th place in the Glamorgan all-time scores chart. He's on 288 not out, and Glamorgan take lunch on 504 for 5 with Lloyd 288. Salter is 26. They have added now 105 runs for the 6th wicket. Wickets this morning for Connors and for Dal, but Glamorgan took 5 batting points to Derbyshire's 1 bowling point. And commentary will resume here on BBC Sport Online. Dave Fletcher, myself, Nick Webb and Edward Bevan at 1:10. Thank you for your company.
I've got some lunchtime scores from the other games taking place around the country. All of them are in the second day. That's here at Survivor. So we'll start at the Aegeus Bowl, where Kent in their second innings are 151 for 6. So Kent are leading Hampshire by 259 runs. At Taunton, Somerset have moved on to 261 for 7. That's against Northamptonshire. At Chesterley Street, Durham in their first innings are 167 for 1. So they're currently leading Sussex by 5 runs. Wickets continue to tumble at Chelmsford, where in their second innings Lancashire were dismissed for 73, and that has left Essex a target of 98 to win. They're currently 34 for 4. It's lunch at New Road in Worcester, where Notts are 12 for 1 in reply to Worcestershire's 390. Lunch as well at Bristol, where Gloucestershire have moved on to 74 for 4. That's in reply to Warwickshire's first innings total of 274. At Leicester, Leicestershire are currently 66 for 5, still trailing Middlesex by 231 runs. And in the other game taking place at the Oval, Yorkshire are 46 for 1, so they're trailing Surrey by 287 runs. If you're seeking a scorecard, a copy of Michael Hogan's testimonial brochure, or a copy of the 2022 Glamorgan Yearbook, you can obtain all of these items either from reception situated on the ground floor of the Thatcher's Pavilion, or by visiting the Glamorgan Club shop, which is run by Missouri Sports and situated opposite Gate 2. The Glamorgan Club shop will be open until just the turn of 5 o'clock, and as always it's selling a wide range of cricket equipment and other items, including replica Glamorgan kit. If you're seeking refreshments, food and drink can be purchased, again using electronic means, from the kiosk and mobile units situated in the concourse area beneath the pavilion stand. Drinks and snacks can also be purchased from the vending machines situated at the rear of the indoor school, which is situated on the ground floor of the National Cricket Centre. The members can obtain tea and coffee in the Lewis Lounge this afternoon between 3 and 4, and again tomorrow morning from 9:30 until 10:30. The CC4 Museum of Welsh Cricket is open once again today. It's situated on the first floor of the National Cricket Centre and contains a number of displays celebrating the long and very proud heritage of cricket here in Wales. And once again, we're delighted to welcome the staff and pupils from Ratner Primary School, and shortly they'll be venturing onto the outfield to give us a display of their quick cricketing skills.
Somerset draw, that put Somerset back second bottom. You have the game next week against Somerset. Any of them didn't come down, yeah. coming over there in a minute.
Afternoon, all of us coming over to say hello and ask what you were evening plans.
Well, that was
Yeah. Yeah.
Stopped in Churchill Lane.
Oh, right. That's handy. What one?
It doesn't matter which one you get, you can get one here, pick from the station.
Oh, you want big data, but 240
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, but that 45 and 44 go to it when you take them 5 minutes.
That's almost a traffic light.
And you can come back as well.
Uh-huh.
To the station.
Yes.
Go to the end of the where the bus drops you out from here. You could walk up to the end of Westgate Street.
Yes.
Stop there. So you've got 3 buses to get around. 44, 45 and 2 more. Churchill Way. But then if you come out the pub, turn left, turn right, then bus stop there, and then 49, 44, 45 will bring you back round.
Yes.
Drop you in Wood Street Churchill.
Yes. Okay. That's all. Thank you. Okay. I'll cut off the way it That's good. That's good.
So, look, what we've got about that is there, now then what
I'll make a decision on it. But that's fine. Maybe if it was sunny enough, then we might just see you. Only one person make a wake up decision. Or we're debating if we got on and who did we call and colour. It seemed to be quite a one, but
You'll reach through half an hour before 2, or half an hour after.
when we were going to get
Well, they were all down with it.
it's so cold, so you don't, if I don't see you along here, then it's all right. I was going to say anything. Yeah, let's just right, I'll see you later. Cheers, folks.
That open the set at the back, look. On benches. See him?
Just past me.
Yeah, he's the cameraman.
He stinks. Stinks. What did you say?
See them sat through the gap between the two buildings, right?
Yeah.
See them sat on benches?
Yeah.
That's in the where we drive in. And we go to the reception.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay. Glamorgan 504 for 5 at lunch, a record-breaking morning for Glamorgan captain David Lloyd, who's 288 not out, the fourth highest score of all time for the county. Moving through the 230s, he overtook Hugh Morris's best ever by a Glamorgan player on this ground, and an Aaron Donald's highest score for Glamorgan against Derbyshire. After the early loss of Root for 79 and Cook for 7, Lloyd's added 105 with Andrew Salter and faces a declaration decision sometime this afternoon. Glamorgan 504 for 5.
Thanks once again to the boys and girls from Radnor Primary School here in Cardiff, performing today's Guards of Honour. We hope that you and all your teachers and helpers have enjoyed your time here at the home of Glamorgan Cricket.
Good afternoon and welcome to the afternoon session here on BBC Sport Online and on the Glamorgan and Derbyshire websites with the video stream. It's day 2 of this County Championship Division 2 match, and Glamorgan are strongly positioned at 504 for 5 against Derbyshire. Dave Fletcher of BBC Radio Derby will be back with us in around 25 minutes or so, but it is a time to look at a few Welsh records, as David Lloyd is currently the 4th highest of all time. Edward Bevan, who's alongside me, saw the 3 above him, Powell, James and North East.
Yes, Nick, and remember each of them vividly, even though Steve James is 309 not out at Colwyn Bay some 20 years ago. Hard to believe. But yes, remember the winning, or the record set when he just flicked one down to fine leg. And then Mike Powell, pushing forward on 299, got an edge, didn't wait, walked off, and that's the biggest anticlimax I've ever seen, I think, on a cricket field, where Cardiff's BBC in Llandaff had organised radio cars to come up, a television, satellite van to interview him, and we'll go on in just a moment.
Here we go with the afternoon session then. Andrew Salter is on strike and playing one off a thickish edge down the backward point for a single, 505 for 5 to bring Lloyd on to strike on 288.
Yes, and Steve James, just to start at the beginning, as it were, it was thinking about an hour after lunch that he got his 309, and it looks very much now as David Lloyd, who's on 288, no doubt, but perhaps I shouldn't have said that.
There's doubt about everything, Edward, apart from death and taxes, as this one is driven by Lloyd into the offside, but well intercepted by Duploy at cover, and there's no run.
And then he got his 309. It was a wonderful moment for Steve and his parents who were up there. And then moving on to Mike.
After this delivery from the spinner Thompson to bowl to David Lloyd onto 288, back on his stumps defending.
Yeah, and he was, I can nearly remember, he was stumped by Japanese, I think it was Ashmill or Ashwina or whatever, up at that beautiful ground in Cheltenham College. And I think the bowler was Fisher, who then returned to Yorkshire, left arm spinner. Innocuous decision.
Down the wicket comes Lloyd and straight drives up towards long on. Gets a single as Derbyshire have a man back on the boundary.
And then the other one, of course, you and I, a couple of months ago, of that game at Grace Road in Leicestershire, when that remarkable innings of 410 not out by Glamorgan's Sam North East. And let's sit back and see what's going to happen here.
Thompson into Salter, gives him the charge, hits it high and straight. That one looks as though it's gone a long way, and up go the umpire's arms, half a dozen to Salter to move on to 33, as Thompson, not for the first time, is struck long over that shortish straight boundary. Ball is back.
And I think the message has in the lunch interval, right, quick as you like now, boys, we'll be pulling in. And Nick and I have a minor, very friendly disagreement of the declaration, of which we'll tell you in a moment.
Thompson to Salter then, 512 for 5, and Salter turns one round the corner. Lloyd says yes to a single down towards backward square. The end of Thompson's over, 513 for 5. If I were Lloyd, I'd be looking to bat until tea.
If I were Lloyd, I'd get my 100 and perhaps have a slog, try to get a 550. That means 400 and whatever to save the follow-on. and give Glamorgan a long bowl, because I'm not seeing anything to worry batsmen, except that we know that Ajaz Patel is a better spinner than Thompson. I think he'll probably admit that, and he might, with his flight variation, perhaps he can extract a little turn. We'll have a long bowl, but I do think Glamorgan should be hurrying up now and getting on with it. Not that they scored over 100 runs this morning, in fairness. Here's Sylvester. He's going to bowl, and that's down the leg side as Salter tries to work it away to fine leg. Must tell you that Lloyd was dropped at a deep backwards square. I felt very sorry for Sheikh, the young substitute fielder who has been outstanding in the field. And it wasn't all that difficult, Nick.
No, if he'd caught to the standard of his ground fielding. He took an awkward skyer earlier in the innings to get rid of Tom Bevan.
Sylvester comes in now and bowls again to Salter. Salter drives pleasantly through the offside for a single. And Sylvester, now his figure's 0 for 82. He's been expensive. He's in his 15th over. And at the other end, Thompson, well past the 100 mark. 37 overs, 1 for 155. But don't worry about that, young man, because I remember Robert Croft at Chelmsford in one innings going for over 200. Sylvester runs away from us and bowls, and Lloyd cuts that away down towards third man. But that area is reinforced, and he'll only just get a single.
Yeah, both these sides chasing Middlesex in the table, and looks as though Middlesex are on the route to victory, because Leicestershire are 68 for 5 in reply to Middlesex's 297. So it doesn't look like they're going to slip up this week.
I tell you, a good game at Chelmsford. 64 needed, 6 in the shed for Essex. I fancy Lancashire there. In comes Sylvester. Bowls. That's pulled away, is in the air, but it's going to drop short of deep mid-wicket. Had he middled that, it might just have carried, but Salter certainly is on the offensive now.
And I think if either Glamorgan or Derbyshire is to benefit from a Middlesex slip-up there, next week they're at Worcester, which is likely to prove more difficult opposition than Leicester this week for Middlesex.
It's pretty flat there these days, isn't it? As we saw, especially towards the end of the game, where Glamorgan chased over 300 some weeks ago. In the meanwhile, Marsden's come out of slip, and nobody to have a word with Guest, who was all alone. As Sylvester comes in, bowls, and tries to pull that down the leg side, fine, but doesn't accept it.
Essex 35 for 5, needing a further 63 runs.
So they lost a wicket since lunch.
It's against Lancashire in a low-scoring farce at Chelmsford.
Funny sort of way, I'd like Lancashire to win that.
Yes, if a side prepares that poorer wicket, they don't really deserve to benefit. Sylvester
tosses the ball from hand to hand, comes in now and bowls, and that's very wide outside the off stump. And a no ball called. It was also high. So
maybe tempting Lloyd to go for the uppercut there with the third man on the boundary, but it's
if he uppercutted, is that the right word? It would have gone fine, I think. And he's quite wide.
5:18 for 5.
290 for David Lloyd, 36 for Salter. These are batted well together. As Sylvester comes in, and that's pushed away on the onside to mid-on. Madsen will field the take a single, and Lloyd takes strike as he moves on now to 291. All sorts of records. The first Welsh captain to get 100. First Welshman to get high score. First Welshman. You can just go on and on. Andrew Hignan's going to have a field day.
Absolutely. Well,
I can't think of any more.
Lloyd 8 short of Mike Powell in third place in those all-time record charts, and Powell, the highest score from a Welsh-born player. Steve James, albeit he played all his professional career here, unfortunately for him, was born just over the boundary.
In Lydney. Proud of his of Lydney.
Absolutely.
Follows the rugby team there and keeps in touch regularly.
519 for 5 then. Lloyd is on 291. Madsen goes from short leg to leg slip, or backward short leg, depending on which you prefer.
Let's study this and see if he does get some turn.
Thompson bowls, Lloyd down the wicket and blocks it towards mid-on, but it's intercepted by Dahl.
No bounce either, Nick, which is surprising. The first over that he bowled yesterday, I spun and I thought, oh, here we go. But no.
It's all been very gentle turn as Lloyd comes down the wicket, drives through the offside for 4 runs. Lovely shot from David Lloyd, racing away to the cover boundary. Lloyd moves to 295. Glamorgan 5-2-3 for 5.
Remember that it's 150 is the follow-on, and it goes on and on from there. So at the moment, take 150 away.
374.
Well done, Nick.
Follow on, had to be some use for a maths A level. Lloyd 295 not out. Will he try to go big to get to 3 figures? Thompson bowls. Lloyd comes down the wicket and scuffs it on the ground to long on. And it's just the single. I think Lloyd had designs there as he advanced down the track, looking to maybe reach 300 in style, as it was, to the amusement of people down below. It's just the single. 296 to David Lloyd, including 40 fours and 3 sixes as things stand. There's a hold up while Thompson makes sure that he's bowling from the right place. Andrew Salter surveys the field. Derbyshire's over rate is still level, so they don't have to worry too much about getting on with things. Salter will defend this one on the leg side. It's been selective aggression from these two in this century stand. 125 they've put on since the dismissal of Chris Cook, caught off Anuj Dahl for 7. Billy Root leg before, Connors 79 the other wicket. Salter on the strike. Oh, he's squared up by that one. The ball popped up on the offside. I'm not sure whether it was off the edge or the top of the pad, but
as a fellow off spinner, he'd enjoy that.
Yes, harmlessly fell short of point anyway. Last ball of Thompson's over. As forward comes Salter, so David Lloyd will be on strike for the first ball of the Sylvester over. He's on 296, so a boundary could take him not only to 300 but to 3rd place in the Glamorgan all-time charts.
I know why you want to go on until T, Nick. You want him to beat Sam North East's record.
Ooh, you'd have to really open up to get a century in a session, wouldn't he? Where are we with this ball? 48 overs old, so not much joy there for Derbyshire, I'm afraid. It's soggy and old, even though
128 overs gone.
A few of their number have bowled decently. Rees and Dahl fairly tight. Connors dangerous at times.
And this young lad, Adam Sylvester, gets it through, certainly. As he bowls now, and this is played away on the offside, straight to Dahl, backward of square on the offside. And he's been a bit wayward, as you'd have, he's playing in his first game on a pretty flat wicket for seam bowlers. But he's given his all, and he's quite sharp, I would have thought. And had he been playing at Chelmsford or down in Southampton, he'd probably have something like 5 for 15. Did you see Snater's figures? 6 for 10.
Gosh.
Sylvester is over the wicket and bowls and is driven, but straight to Godalman, who I'm afraid put the worst insertion since Nasser Hussain at Brisbane those years ago. have a bat, and I think they got in the region of 500, Australia. Sylvester turns by some sawdust in his run. No need for sawdust today, and bowls. Flicked off his legs down to fine leg. Well, he's backwards to square. There is a fine leg. There's a backward square and a deep mid wicket for Lloyd. So I'm surprised he hasn't bowled a few short runs to tempt him. He moves on to 297. I hope if he is listening, Mike Powell is not crying into his tea or whatever. Sure he isn't, and Steve James also.
I think Mike Powell have a greater sense of perspective than that.
In comes Sylvester. That's a lovely looking shot, but it's no run.
Given that Mike Powell was close to death and had part of a rib buried here at Sophia Gardens, I'm sure he's got a greater perspective on life as to whether he's third or fourth in the Glamorgan record books.
Excuse me, records are made to be broken, aren't they?
Absolutely. Sylvester wandering back towards us, red stain down the front of his shirt.
He hasn't been overbowled, only his 16th over in this mammoth score as he comes into Salter, and Salter watches. Not a very good delivery going through to the wicketkeeper. One for the over, says umpire Billy Taylor.
One of his two, as that one looped past rather inoffensively, and Sylvester trying to bang it in, but neither the batsman taking it on at the moment and taking risks. Just 5 on the boundary now for Sylvester.
Here he is again, bowled. That's very wide, yes. They're trying to deny Glamorgan. And that's the end of the over. Looking away out to left on the Glamorgan balcony. The Glamorgan team, I'm glad to say, Nick might be, are in their whites. They have changed from their training gear.
Are they all in whites?
David Harrison I can pick out because he's in the back, but he's not in his whites because he's not playing, but he gives the assistant coach. But everybody there, except for the 12th man who's got a red bib on, are in their whites.
There we are. It indicates that a declaration could be on the horizon. Lloyd maybe will hit out once he gets to 300, but no one would begrudge him the chance to get there. He's on 297, David Lloyd, needing those 3 runs to move past Mike Powell and of course get his triple century. Alex Thompson then from the river end is in to bowl, and Lloyd pushes forward back to the bowler. He's going to make us wait until the right ball comes along. Won't want to give it away now. Maybe get there in singles, or will he open his shoulders?
Big gap there between long on and, well, cover. Anyway, you can go inside out.
Thompson bowls. Lloyd goes to sweep and doesn't connect.
Good bit of bowling by Thompson now, because he's, you know, you can say he's bowling negatively if you like, bowling with a lot of people on the off leg side field, but he's denying Lloyd a chance to score.
Thompson is in then round the wicket, and Lloyd noodles one away on the leg side, and they'll settle for a single as Sylvester charges round from mid wicket to square leg to do the fielding. Lloyd to 298, Glamorgan on to 526 for 5 here on BBC Sport Online, and Lloyd just willing to get there in singles if he has to. 2 catches at slip and leg slip for Salter as Thompson bowls, and Salter works it on the leg side but straight to Dahl just in front of square on the used wickets. Fairly central pitch, marginally maybe 1 or 2 towards the grandstand from the middle. Thompson bowls, Salter pushes forward, defends back to the bowler. So we've just had the single in this over, we just had the single in the last over as well. So Glamorgan
I don't
not
quite
getting,
understand these tactics, really.
Yeah, Salter could afford to give it a go. Thompson in to bowl to Salter a bit quicker. And there's an appeal as he's hit on the pad. Ball rolls out. Appeal only from the bowler. So just 2 runs off the last 2 overs. Glamorgan making us all wait. David Lloyd making us all wait. He's on 298 not out.
Remember a match at Abergavenny years ago? I think it was Worcestershire. And Alan Butcher was captain of Glamorgan. And it was this sort of situation on the second day. I just happened to pass where they used to sit on the benches outside the dressing room, and I acknowledged him and said, you going on? Are you batting on? To which he said, for 20 minutes, just to annoy them. So there might be something in this tactic.
Well, the longer you make a side field, the more knackered they are, basically. Lloyd on 298.
Certainly. Sylvester to bowl. Making it difficult for Lloyd because there are no slips, no gullies, not many gaps in the field as in comes Sylvester and bowls. That struck hard out to deep mid-wicket. And Lloyd gets a single to equal Steve James's... Mike Powell's 299. And if they do bat on, as they might want to get to 550, then he has a chance to beat Steve's 309 not out.
Yeah, Sylvester weighing at about 75 miles an hour at the moment.
Yeah, he's running. Fair play to the youngster. Welsh born, just down the road here from Cardiff. And he comes and bowls, and Salter's beaten outside the off stump. Well, it's the first time since a day and a half I've seen anybody beaten.
78 miles an hour.
527.
Delivery. Yeah, Salter just getting a little bit off balance as he tried to force through the offside, so there's only mid-on saving the single on the leg side. You could think there's probably a drop and run for 2s.
Well, they're not showing much adventure, and if the time comes and they need a 1 wicket to win or 2, they'll perhaps regret this the slow goal here. And he comes again, bowls. Salter just plays it defensively. Don't quite understand all this.
Well, you can understand Lloyd being cautious to get to his 300 and maybe past the Steve James total.
But to Salter,
for Salter, maybe Lloyd could be advising him to look rather more proactively, as Matthew Maynard always says, for scoring opportunities.
Yeah, absolutely. And the light, of course, might come at about 5 o'clock. Again, he's just pushed it down to mid-off. Okay, occupation of the crease, scoreboard pressure and all that, but far better to get quick runs and pull in. And the longer that the Glamorgan bat, it's easier. Perhaps it won't be easy, but the less time Glamorgan will have to bowl them out, or tactics to bowl them out twice, as this is what they're looking for, obviously. But it seems strange. Sylvester in and bowls again, and that's beaten outside the off stump. It was very wide.
Slightly slower ball, maybe.
Yeah.
Salter into it too quickly. But it's not been a great 10 minutes for Glamorgan, given the state of the game. Steve West, calculate how long it'll take to bowl them out twice. Well, that's the $64 million question, isn't it, Steve? On this pitch, you'd have thought as long as possible. But 7th, I'd declare it T. If they're still going.
I declare when he gets his 300. Sylvester's over the wicket and bowls. And he leaves that outside the off stump.
All very peculiar. Dave Jones, thank you. He knows how to edit Wikipedia, so he's updated the Glamorgan page to include the Byram and Ingram record partnership against Sussex. Thank you for doing that, Dave. Not something I'm able to do. So yeah, it's all a little bit strangely sedate at the moment. But Lloyd on 299. Is this the over? He's on strike, and he's on strike against the spinner Alex Thompson, educated in Cardiff, so you'll know a bit about life here. But they're making him wait. They're making David Lloyd wait.
Don't blame them. They're making Glamorgan wait.
There's the obligatory consultation, the painstaking setting of the field, with the batsman on 299 not out. And David Lloyd will now face up to Alex Thompson, and Lloyd pushes forward and defends back to the bowler, and there's no run. So, as well as the slip and leg slip, there are 5, 6 maybe saving the single. Depends on how hard the ball is hit towards mid-on. Thompson is in, round the wicket, bowls to Lloyd. Back on his stumps, hit on the pad, appeal for LBW, not out. Well, didn't quite strike.
Very optimistic, I think.
Yes.
High going down.
Thompson looking to inject a bit of drama into the situation with Lloyd on 299. No easy singles for David Lloyd. He might have to pierce the field to get to that 300. One needed for David Lloyd, who comes down the wicket and hits it, soaring over mid-wicket for 6. What a way to get to 300. A magnificent strike from David Lloyd. He's faced 385 deliveries for his triple century. He is only the 3rd man ever to get there in Glamorgan colours. That is 4th 6 to add to 44s. What an innings by David Lloyd. 305 not out.
Fantastic shot to get you 300, and congratulations to him. And I think he played quite magnificently. We must give credit there to the Derbyshire field. 11 of them clapped for about 30 seconds, and these days when you don't clap 50, sometimes not 100. Well done, Derbyshire, there.
Thompson is into Lloyd, who pushes forward defending on the offside. So that's now 3rd, and just 4 runs behind Steve James's 309 not out against Sussex at Colwyn Bay. Next delivery, Lloyd comes down the wicket again and flicks one to mid-wicket for a single. 306 to Lloyd, 534 for 5. Salter has 1 ball to face at the end of the over. Will he open his shoulders as well? Thompson in to bowl. Salter comes down a pace or 2, but then has to block it when he got there because Thompson saw him coming.
Lloyd's 300 came off 385 balls with 44s and 4 sixes.
Two batsmen looking at the scoreboard. That, I think, perhaps might give us an idea. And the score is 534, 16 runs short of 500. And if they don't declare there, whereby the follow-on will be 350, 400 rather, then there's something wrong. Sylvester then to bowl, and he's bowling to David Lloyd. Bowls now, and he surprised him there, did Sylvester, with when the nip back. Perhaps this pitch is beginning to get a little bit of uneven bounce. Certainly that
inside edge, was it? Yes, just past the stumps, nearly played on.
Back, yeah. Sylvester has been a very good trier. I must commend him for that. And he's running in now as if it was 10:30 on the first day. And turns. Comes in now to bowl. Lloyd has gone for a cover drive, and it'll get 1 certainly. Now I feel Salter really has to step on the gas, because
swing the bat.
Pointless really just pushing it back, because you've got 5 more wickets to come if needs be. James Harris, Van der Gooten, all the bowlers. This, of course, sadly is Michael Hogan's final home game for Glamorgan over a 10-year career, and next week will be his final one of all down at Sunny Hove, generally is. But Sylvester is in, gets a full toss at him, does Lloyd, and then just hits it straight in the mid-off.
Yeah, no single rest by Salter.
Just going back to those records, I do remember that Steve James is 309. Glamorgan declared not far off tee at 720. Won the game lunchtime, 10 minutes before lunch on the final Saturday morning. And similarly, it was around that area that Mike Powell was 209 at Charlton College. The declaration came then. In comes Sylvester Bowles outside the off stump, and no attempt at a shot from Salter.
He's banging it in, isn't he?
Yeah, in fairness
Sylvester. Doing his best.
Barring any rain on the final day and early finishes, once cloud cover comes, then there is plenty of time, we must admit, left in this game. But if they go along like this, time goes off it a bit. Another bouncer. And, got to try and score off easy if you get out or not, it doesn't matter.
Glamorgan, would this be the highest score by a North Walian batsman? It's the highest score by a Welsh-born batsman now.
Yep. And a captain.
Highest score by a Glamorgan. Was Steve James not captain when in the Sussex game then?
No, I think it's Matthew Maynard. If you look up Cricket Archive, you'll get the scorecard. In comes the next ball. Well, that's left again.
It's inexplicable, really.
It is. It's poor cricket. There's poor cricket.
Johnny Evans, what a season of positive records for Glamorgan. Shame the Middlesex result last week left us too much to do for promotion. Well, yeah, it does look like that way at the moment. Well done to David Lloyd. And he's asked, why don't they do the T20 Blast and One Day Cup at the same time with the same groups and less travel? Suppose it's...
A good friend of county cricket, Annie Shave,
yeah.
C-H-A-V-E, said today a very good point, because Mr. Strauss's proposals of a knockout Royal London Cup, what about the sides who are knocked out in the first or second round? Will not be having any cricket for goodness knows when.
Absolutely cannot happen. Cannot happen, the knockout.
Go and tell him.
It's nonsense in professional sport when you've only got the three main competitions for the counties. Thompson begins a new over and Lloyd begins it with a defensive shot. Lloyd on 307, 2 behind Steve James. I expect David Lloyd will be well aware of that particular figure and looking to go past it. Thompson in to bowl to Lloyd, who comes down the wicket, and we'll get a single here as he played it past the bowler up to long on and moves on to 308. Not out. 536 for 5. Surely the time for Salter to have a blast.
Mr. Fletcher.
Mr. Fletcher's been underrepresented, we've decided. As down the wicket does come Salter, hits it high and straight for 6 runs into the side screen. Time for Glamorgan to step on the gas. Certainly another couple of runs for Lloyd will take him past Steve James. And Salter moves on to 42. It's 542 for 5. As Thompson bowls, Salter stretches forward to defend this one. So it's been very selective, the Glamorgan approach. They've just looked to go big on maybe a couple of balls and over, and Sylvester's been allowed to hide it wide of the off stump and not induce shots. Next delivery from Thompson, swept by Salter for a single down towards backward square. Salter to 43, Glamorgan 543 for 5. This is Salter's highest score of the season. High Score of 90 for Salter at Durham. Lloyd on strike on 308, not out. Comes down the wicket, flicks it away on the leg side. He moves to 309, not out. Equal second with Steve James. 5:44 for 5.
When's the next one?
It's level with Steve James at the moment.
Of course, the next one.
For the second place.
Yeah, so he's equal second.
Equal second. And he's taken the strike.
We can all calm down for 90 runs.
We can calm down. I don't think they'll go on long enough to get another 90 runs.
Edwards left his pen, which I've no idea what the company is, but they're based in Derby, Burton, Nottingham and Matlock, Bath. So he's using a pen stolen locally in the East Midlands for today's game. It's like, has he got? I wonder if he's got a pen for every opposition team. I don't know. That's when I say stolen and borrowed.
Pen for every hotel in Britain.
Yeah.
It's got to be done together with the shampoo sachet. Oh,
no, yes. I'm not really that bothered about the shampoo. It's Adam Sylvester. Cathedral Road end bowls to David Lloyd, who pulls it very straight arms and moves on to 310, 544 for 5, or 45 for 5.
And that's
and as he moves on to the record,
knowledgeable crowd, second
all clearly
highest.
listening to you.
Second highest in the Glamorgan run stakes.
Glamorgan lead by
highest
145.
Highest score in Wales for a Glamorgan player.
On a Wednesday. What day is it today? Yeah, I have no idea. There is Sylvester. That one's guided down to third man by Salter, who moves to 44, 546 for 5.
Does this mean that Edward Bevan has witnessed the 4 highest scores in Glamorgan history? Yes, he has. Can anyone else claim to have done this for a county side? Well, that's a big question put by Chris Drew on Twitter. I've witnessed the top 2, but I didn't see Steve James or Mike Powell's innings because I was based in the office those days.
Here comes Sylvester again, bowls leg side, and it's turned around the corner by Lloyd. Down to Alex Thompson at long leg for a single. Lloyd to 311. 547 for 5. They've probably already got enough now, as I think has been discussed.
Yeah, you would have thought this point with Lloyd having reached the James milestone would be the point for Glamorgan to throw caution to the winds.
Sylvester's in again. Ball's a shortish delivery, and it's swung away. Mistimed, but swung away down to deep backward square leg. That's Sam Connors down there who does the fielding. Salter is up to 45, 548. 4-5.
Edward, here's a little whisper in the winds that the declaration may be imminent.
Feeling it in his water. If he keeps saying it, it will happen. Lloyd waits, and I'm not sure what he was trying to do there. It seemed to lift a little bit on him, and his bat sort of followed it. It was a strange old shot in the end. It went through to Brooke Guest.
I suppose there's no slip there, so he's probably just trying to steer it to the slip area.
Be careful not to steer it down to third man. Who is there?
Who is there, yes, absolutely.
Usually. David Griffin sitting right next to the steps up which David Lloyd will eventually go. So he's getting ready for the celebration. As he leaves the field, as in comes Sylvester, and that one is whipped away into the leg side. It's out towards, looks like Lear's deploy. Yes, it is. 549 for 5. Lloyd to 312 at the end of the over. Salter has 45.
It's just a peculiar little period, wasn't it, where Salter wasn't playing shots at Sylvester, even though he's bowling short and wide, and it. I'm sure Andrew Salter would love to get a 50, but it doesn't really matter in the context of the match or anyone's records.
No, absolutely not. Billy Godleman is pleading with the umpire to call things off. No joy there.
White towel thrown in. Well, Derbyshire, you would have thought would find it very difficult to win a match from here, but they can do their best not to lose it over the remaining 2.5 days.
Yes, it will be a decent effort if they won from here. I can't quite see how they can do that. Well, the way that they do it is the declaration comes now. They bat for 2 days, 6 sessions, and then bowl Glamorgan out.
Cheeky 700.
Yeah, bowl Glamorgan out for 96.
Glamorgan under pressure. Here's Thompson to Lloyd, who is forward pushing on the leg side. Fielded by Sheikh. No run.
It's not going to happen. Clearly.
So elsewhere, Essex 57 for 8, need a further 41 to beat Lancashire.
That is ridiculous.
Lloyd comes down the wicket, works on the leg side. They'll just run a single. Glamorgan, if there is to be a criticism of this innings, it's that as the 550 comes up, they haven't run twos very much.
No, they have left a lot of runs out there, which is remarkable to say. And they've declared.
That is the 550. It is the declaration with David Lloyd not out 313. Andrew Salter is not out 45, and Glamorgan 550 for 5 declared. Nice round number on the scoreboard. Derbyshire need 401 to avoid the possibility of being invited to follow on. So
they'll not get there. This is a season unlike any other. I think for a lot of clubs, Glamorgan have had scores of 300 and 400, so it is one of those. Yeah, 795 for 5 at Leicester at Grace Road as Lloyd leaves the field.
Yep, David Lloyd acknowledging the applause of the crowd and indeed of the Derbyshire player. Pat on the back from assistant coach David Harrison as he walks up the steps. So Lloyd finishes on 313 not out, Salter 45 not out, Glamorgan 550 for 5 declared. Dahl took 2 for 67. Yeah. I think should we save Derbyshire listeners punishment? Dr. Egg will probably read them out over the PA.
Yes, I don't want to read them out.
Dave Fletcher and I will take a.
All I would say is that poor old Alex Thompson went for 174 on debut. Adam Sylvester 19 overs for 95. It's not easy, this first class cricket.
No. That's why it's called first class. We'll be back 7 or 8 minutes time here on BBC Sport Online.
I'll give you the rest of the details of the record-breaking innings in just a moment. So Glamorgan 550 for 5 declared. As I said, David Lloyd unbeaten on 313, which is, I'm sure many of you are aware, is the second highest score in first class cricket for Glamorgan, beating Steve James's 309 at Colwyn Bay back in the year 2000. And the result was unbeaten on 45, and in that total there were 23 extras comprising 15 leg byes and 8 no balls. Here are the Derbyshire bowling figures. Ben Aitchison 1.3 overs, no maidens, 0 for 4. Anuj Dahl 21.3 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 67. Adam Sylvester 19 overs, no maidens, 0 for 95. Sam Connors 24 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 93. Lewis Rees 26 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 89. Alex Thompson 41.2 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 174. And Luce de Floyd 2 overs, no maidens, 0 for 13. There are 54 overs remaining in the day's quote.
train. Who's the top line anymore? Yeah, I mean, you've got to go by Exeter, because that's the only way you can do it. Well, you're train from Plymouth to Exeter, then out to the bus. The bus? To where? Exeter. To Exeter.
To open the batting for Derbyshire, Lewis Rees and the visiting captain, David Lloyd. And to open the bowling for Glamorgan at the Cathedral Road end, James House.
I just assumed he'd stop in Taunton, so you would, wouldn't you? Yeah, you would. It must be, what, 50 miles?
Welcome back to Sophia Gardens, where Derbyshire are about to begin their reply to Glamorgan's 550 for 5 declared. Two left-handers, Lewis Rees and Billy Godleman, and it will be James Harris to bowl the first over from the Cathedral Road end to the left-handed Rees, and that's up in the block hole and driven gently to mid-on. Glamorgan starting with 3 slips. They have a third man, a point and a mid-off. Mid-on, mid-wicket and fine leg. Here's Harris in to bowl, and that's on leg side and clipped away through square leg. Byram is chasing, it may well reach the ropes, it does reach the ropes. Pops up for Byram to catch it, but he's over the boundary. And Derbyshire are up and running in reply to Glamorgan's 550 for 5. Plenty of spaces in the field with 3 slips. Opportunity for Derbyshire to maybe get some early runs in the bag. Harris is in to bowl, outside off stump, allowed to go through by Rees, shouldering arms through to Chris Cook. Three slips. A wait. Harris is in to bowl. Up in the block hole, good Yorker. Rees defends it well.
I think he's going to be 313 not out for a long time, isn't he?
Dave Fletcher muttering at the BBC Radio Wales newsreader who can't hear him.
Mind you, I was introduced to saying it's been a dramatic day at the on day 2 of the cricket. It's been dramatic if you follow
the Welsh, yeah. Not hugely dramatic from the Derbyshire point of view.
No, sadly.
Harris is in to bowl to Rees. That's outside off stump. No shot played. Just a question of Derbyshire mindset.
Yes.
Batting till tea, batting the next hour, saving the game.
Look at the weather forecast. I don't know if you've glanced at it in recent times, but there is no rain around during the hours of play at all now, according to the forecast I've been looking at. It comes overnight Thursday into Friday and then disappears again.
Next delivery from Harris is a decent one, and it beats Reese pushing forward and goes through to Chris Cook. So just the one off-target delivery in that over, and Reese duly put it away for 4, but he was beaten a couple of times. 4 without loss, Derbyshire, here on BBC Sport Online.
I'm fairly sure you'll be doing a documentary on this this whole event. But Michael Hogan's last game, you'll have to, in Wales, you'll have to do that. It'll come out on every delivery he bowls, won't you? I'd have thought. I'll just go to the back of the box if you want. He's going to start from the river end. Still looking as sprightly now as he ever has. Michael Hogan. He's going to be bowling to Billy Godwin with 3 slips. I assume that's Tom Bevan at second slip.
Yes.
Yeah. Just in case. He bowls wide of the off stump, and Godwin allows it to go through to the keeper, Chris Cook. And there's no little sighter.
Strange northeast usually the second slip.
Is he out there?
Good question.
Thank you very much. Just occasionally I'll come up with a decent question. The investigation continues as Hogan is in and bowls to Godwin, who turns this one into the leg side. There's no run. It's picked up by Eddie Byram.
Carlson's out there.
No,
Subfielder.
So Northeast is not there. Between us, I think we got there. Just. It's been a match of substitute fielders. That's probably not what he'll be remembered for, ultimately, but Godwin waits, and Hogan's next delivery smacks him on the pad as he plays no shot. He would have missed the stumps, but it just cut back a little bit, and Godwin misjudged that one. And well, he's got to be careful playing no shot.
Yeah, it was going on to miss off stump,
Yeah.
but
It's the kind of thing that gets a batsman into trouble. Playing no shot. It's not a very good way to get out either. It's like being run out of the non-strikers then. There's Hogan again, bowls, and Godwin leaves alone outside the off stump.
or on one horrible occasion when I was playing an away match and I ran myself out without facing a ball and off the next delivery that faced by the other guy after I got the wicket.
I was reading about somebody was timed out because he had a groin strain and couldn't get out to the middle.
Oh, that's
It
harsh.
was in a first class match that. Godwin turns this next delivery from Hogan into the leg side. And it seemed a little bit harsh at the. I'm sure it seemed harsh at the time as well.
Yeah, it was when I was in college in Bath and we were actually playing in Cardiff on the Llanrumney playing fields, and I dare say I got the GIFC awards that day. The G stands for glad, the I is self-explanatory, and the C means came.
Yes, I'm with you. So we can stop now. That one is pushed out into the outside.
Which was
Godwin, there's no run end of the over 4 without loss.
generally acknowledged by the wearing of a plastic duck with those letters inscribed on it in Tipex on a string around one's neck for the rest of the evening.
It's very much like there's some football clubs, I think some rugby clubs do it as well. They make the worst trainer wear a particularly bright bib so that everybody knows they were hopeless.
And Northants actually had that for a couple of years.
Yes, they did, because the New Zealander who played for Derbyshire was wearing it this year.
As Harris is in, and that's bowled driven straight but well fielded by Carlson at mid-off. Nice drive from Rees. There's some particularly vile rugby, multicoloured football or rugby shirt was worn by the idiot of the day.
Yes, that was Jimmy Neesham this season, in fact, in the T20. He was wearing it.
4 without loss.
He must have been so proud.
Harris to Rees, 2 left-handers, so they don't have to worry about changing lines at the moment. That's outside off stump, decent line from Harris, not played by Rees. Just the one scoring shot so far.
Essex dismissed for 59. And so it did indeed decrease. 131, 107, 73, 59. Lancashire win by 38 runs. Absolutely pitiful.
Well played, Essex.
And of course, those two would be in the top division of the best versus the best under the new system from the Cricket Supremo.
As the next delivery is allowed to go through, but not on my television, as I've managed to turn on to Radio 1. Radio 1 Extra. Oh,
leave it.
Some pumping dance beats in a moment. Dave Fletcher has worked out in 2 days what I haven't worked out in several years, how to actually use the remote control of the television. Not the television, the monitor.
The old box in the corner, which Nick was attempting to listen to the wireless on.
Harris into ball, driven by Rees to mid-off, no run. If I were attempting to listen to the wireless, I doubt if Radio 1 Extra would be my natural choice of music.
I don't think you're their target audience either.
Possibly not.
No.
Possibly not.
No.
Possibly 40 years too old, their target audience.
I think you're being very generous there.
Rees faces up to James Harris, and that's beaten him outside off stump as he looked to drive, didn't quite get there. 4 without, no loss it remains.
And then he plays 2 shots immediately after it, neither of which looked like the shots that he was trying to play in the first place. Always tickles me that with batsmen. Always tickles me. Leicester should need another 38 or 37 runs to avoid the prospect of following on against Middlesex, but they are only 5 down still, so if they could get to that target, that might give Glamorgan some hope. Not much, but
yes.
some.
Sadly for the limping Foxes, James Harris is telling a couple of spectators to finish sitting wherever they're going to sit and not move. It is the side of the sight screen, not in front, to be fair to the spectators. Harris into Rees, shoulders, arms through low to Chris Cook, end of a maiden over from Harris to follow the maiden over from Hogan, 4 without loss. 1 scoring shot in 3 overs. In the Women's International, India have made a chirpy little start. They're 95 for 2 off just 17 overs against England. That's at Canterbury. And India won the first game in that series. And wicket apiece for Cross and Dean. But ominously, Mandana is still there on 37 not out and partnered by Kaur.
Hogan in from the river end, bowls to Billy Godleman, who just guides it out into the offside, where it's fielded at point by Andrew Salter. There's no run.
Kent now 206 for 6, 314 ahead of Hampshire at Southampton. So looks as though Surrey will move close, if not clinch the title this week.
Well, they've got Yorkshire in a bit of trouble, haven't they?
Yorkshire 78 for 4 in reply to 333.
Godleman waits as Hogan bowls him. He's edged and caught at third slip, and Hogan's got a wicket in just the second over of his final game here at Sophia Gardens. Billy Godleman, another failure for him, I'm afraid. The Derbyshire skipper's gone for naught. His first duck of the season, in actual fact, and Derbyshire are 4 for 1.
Well, at the breakthrough Glamorgan wanted early on. Just a thickish edge to third slip. Nice catching height where Ajaz Patel took the catch fairly simply. And Glamorgan have got the breakthrough. So well played, Michael Hogan.
Godleman is having a wretched season. Wretched. Didn't play T20. Came back for the Royal London One Day Cup, I can't remember any highlights. And in the Championship, he's now had 17 innings. He's got 270 runs, and his average is below 15. It's been horrible for him. He was dropped earlier in the campaign, and last night he wouldn't talk to me.
If you haven't got nothing nice to say, don't say anything at all, as they said, is it?
I wasn't expecting him to say anything nice necessarily. I wasn't going to say anything massively unpleasant, but I just think. See, and here's the problem. I mean, Guest has been sensational all season. He's got 4 centuries, a couple of half centuries as well, averaging 41. But he's just kept wicket for 135 overs and 2 balls. And in the 4th over of the Derbyshire innings, he's coming out to bat. I mean, he's used to it this season, in fairness, because whenever Godalmann's played, he's played like an opener.
It is a tough gig, isn't it? Particularly, as you say, when you've been in the field for 4 and a bit sessions.
It was strange because when Billy Godalmann and Shan Masood were opening the batting, I think Brooke Guest batted once or twice with Godalmann in the first 10 or 11 matches, because he was always the one who was out.
Well, Glamorgan were celebrating really when they got Masood out for 62 in the first innings. I think it was his lowest score at the time, about a month into his Derbyshire career. As
at least it's left hand, right hand now.
Yeah, left and right, so it might be a bit more problematic for the bowlers' lines.
I don't think it will be. Here's Hogan in and bowls to Guest. That one just lifts on him and he pushes it out into the onside in the air. Hogan just gives him a wry smile at the end of his follow through, and the ball looped and bounced probably 5 yards in front of Eddie Byram, who's catching mid wicket. That won't have been a particularly good sight for Brooke Guest is the name I'm searching for. Here is Hogan. 3 slips in place, and Guest leaves that one alone to go through to the keeper.
It does sound a very actor-y name, doesn't it, Brooke Guest? Or some sort of screen character, maybe. Apropos of nothing. There's a third man in. Edwards had his way.
Well, yes, it's interesting, isn't it? They've clearly been listening.
Oh,
and now there's going to be a 4th slip, I fancy.
Now there is not going to be a third man. Oh dear.
I think there will. Oh no, there won't. You're right.
4 slips, and Harris moves over from third man. Says, "Where do you want me?" So there's going to be 5 slips.
Billy Root's the 4th slip.
4 slips in the gully, and Harris to point, and leg side virtually unguarded.
Here comes Michael Hogan and bowls to Guest, who defends this up towards mid-off. And there's no run. In fairness to Brooke Guest, he's been sensational this season. So it's a little bit disingenuous that they've strengthened the cordon for him rather than having had it as strong as this for Billy Godalmann, who has nicked off, well, whenever he's batted, really. Lewis Rees hasn't fared much better, with 440 runs at 27. Guest's average 41 is very impressive indeed. He drives down the ground for 4 runs. They're claiming a half chance there, or the crowd were really. I don't think it was a half chance. Hogan flung himself to his right and would have, well, if he'd have caught that, we could have all gone home, because it was what, a yard to his right, even when he was at full stretch. So Guest is off the mark. 4th delivery faces, and Derbyshire move on to 8 for 1. Both batsmen out there for 4 apiece.
Glamorgan will certainly know all about Brooke Guest after failing to dismiss him for short of 3 figures at Derby in April/May, when he made 109 and 138. Big partnership with Wayne Madsen on the last day before the Derbyshire Declaration, which set up an excellent contest on the final evening.
Absolute thriller. 50 overs to go.
of today's play, yeah. Harris is in to bowl, outside off stump. Rees plays no shot. Or as we prefer to think of it, 18 overs to go until tea.
Yes, no, you're absolutely right.
Which will therefore be at around about 3:30ish. Only 20 minutes late.
Well, the overrate will be plus then, won't it? If they're only 20 minutes late. Could finish at 10 to 6 at this rate.
Harris is in to bowl, driven by Rees back to the bowler, fielded in his follow through. So Leicestershire getting a token bit of resistance, 113 for 5 in reply to Middlesex's 297. Both these sides hoping that Middlesex do not win. Middlesex only got 2 batting points, so they've dropped a couple. As Harris is in to bowl, that's on leg stump, and Harris has got away with it slightly because it's been clipped down to Hogan at fine leg for a single. Elsewhere in Division 2, Glamorgan's opponents next week, Sussex are in the mire with Durham 247 for 3, already 85 runs ahead. Michael Jones got 96, Borthwick 82. Nottinghamshire in some trouble. It's too late.
Yeah, it's a shame, that.
68 for 4 in reply to Worcestershire's 390 at New Road. Harris in to the right-handed guest. Down leg side. There's an inquiry from the slips, but it's not.
It didn't go very close to the bat, that, did it?
It must have been a noise of some sort, but there was no appeal from bowler or keeper.
The only saving grace for the Nottinghamshire one is if they could be caught by Middlesex and then the ECB changed their mind and only promote one. That would be hilarious. Be stuck in the wilderness of the second division for yet another season. That wouldn't please their commentator at all.
Harris into Guest, who plays defensively to Van der Hoogten at mid-on. No run. Kent 213 for 7 already, 321 ahead of Hampshire, who started the round 8 points behind top dogs Surrey, who have Yorkshire 90 for 4 in reply to 333. Harris into ball, full length, driven by Guest, but intercepted by Carlson at mid-off, and there is no run. 9 for 1 Derbyshire in reply to Glamorgan's 550 for 5.
Yeah, I think it's going pretty well so far for Derbyshire. Dear oh dear. 9 for 1. 2 opening bowlers with their tails up, and then the spin will come into play. Could be carnage out there. One thing we do know is that Ejaz Patel won't get all 10.
As he did in Mumbai.
Yes. Remarkable.
Against India.
And then was dropped for the next test when they played at home. There's Michael Hogan in and bowls to Lewis Rees, who leaves alone outside the off stump. Ball going through to Chris Cook, the keeper. That's just a 3 slips for Lewis Rees.
See if inquiries can be made as to the nature of Mr. Northeast's indisposition.
Here comes Hogan again. This time Rees is a little squared up, pushes the ball, looking to push it onto the leg side, but it actually squirts out into the offside. He practices a very firm forward defensive. Bit of encouragement out there. Not too noisy, the Glamorgan players. I thought they might have been a bit more chirpy than they have been so far. As Hogan bowls, that's turned into the leg side by Rees. They're going to go through for a single as it goes up towards mid-on. Rees moves on to 6 and Derbyshire into double figures there, 10 for 1. Probably need another 391 to avoid the follow-on.
I was looking at my phone to Glamorgan checking on Mr. Northeast. Family WhatsApp message came through from my younger daughter consisting entirely of emojis.
Oh, excellent. His delivery is left alone outside the off stump by a guest. Go through to the keeper. I only do the laughing one. And the thumbs up one, but that's for people over the age of 50, isn't it? They're the only ones who use the thumbs up.
That's me.
Yeah, I do that a lot.
5 emojis in a row. That's meant to be a comment.
Well, they do that on Richard Osman's House of Games, though. They have the emoji round. Here's Hogan bowling to Guest, who doesn't know anything about that one. As he gets a thick inside edge, it dribbles out into the leg side.
What challenge old gets to try and work out? If
you have 12 emojis, and you can do you're given either a film or a book. I see. You have to do it in emojis.
All right, I thought you meant
you don't have to guess what the emojis
a message was sent by a young person, and the old geezers, stroke gals, had to guess what they meant.
No, they have to do it themselves, which is even more challenging, I think. Hogan bowls. Guest is defending solidly behind that one. Hogan gets his left foot to the ball. It's a maiden over, I think.
So, yes, this message consists of a bone, a hospital, a Welsh flag, a pumpkin, and crossed fingers.
Right.
She does work in health policy, so it might be in relation to some news story.
Right.
10 without loss. 10 for 1, rather.
I can only think of rude ones, and I'm going to stop. So
no aubergines here, Mr. Fletcher. As Harris is in to bowl to Rees, who allows that to go through. Trouble is, I'm rather fond of baked aubergine for dinner, so you'd have to write that out, really, wouldn't you?
You would, and hope that the word didn't change into an emoji. She said, "Guess what I fancy for tea?"
Yes. 10 for 1 in reply to 550 for 5. You can tell it's late September, and we really should be back at school. Harris to Rees, who works it down to third man for a single. Glamorgan have a third man, and all is right with the world. 11 for 1. If you are just joining us, then you've missed the second highest score by a Glamorgan player in their history.
Well, you hadn't mentioned that before.
Not at all. Lloyd 313 not out. Glamorgan 550 for 5 declared. Dahl 2 for 67. We'll read out the rest of the bowling figures after the watershed. Harris into Guest, outside off stump, driven off a angled bat, stroke thick edge, down to Hogan at third man. Derbyshire 12 for 1. Dave's right, there's not the level of noise from the Glamorgan infield that you'd expect at this stage and this position in the match. Harris 5 for in his last match, 25 wickets for the season, and that's pulled through mid wickets, re-swivelling his hips and smashing that one away. It's a dive from the mid-wicket fielder, but he couldn't get a hand on it. It was well dispatched by Lewis Rees, who moves on to 11, and Derbyshire on to 16 for 1. Sam Northeast absent for personal reasons, we're told, rather than injury.
I was wondering where he was.
So best wishes to him, whatever that is.
Well, he won't bat again by the looks of it in this game.
Shouldn't be required. 16 for 1. Harris is in and allowed to go through by Rees. No shot played. So some informed Derbyshire batters to come, as well as Guest, who's averaging 41. Madsen averaging 61 this season. Dahl 73. Duplass 43. Came 35. It's a powerful middle order for the visitors as they look to fight their way back into this game. So Harris bowls, straight driven, and it eludes the dive of mid-on, and it'll run away for 4 runs as Carlson usually gets something on it. He's an agile fielder, but that one may be just beaten by the bounce of the ball. It's hit down into the ground and bouncing as it passed him, and Rees moves to 15. Derbyshire 20 for 1. Having lost the wicket of Godalman, caught Patel, bowled Hogan for 0. And that was Hogan's 41st first-class wicket of the season, so the old boy still has a chance, Edward, of getting to a half-century if he bowls his socks off.
Well, he's bowling today is a good start. What's he conceded? A couple of runs, if that? 5. 3 overs, 1 for 5, getting that wicket of Godalman. Poor Godalman, his match was complete with a note and that decision yesterday to field. Hogan from the far end comes in and bowls, and this time is pushed away into the Andrew Salter country, I call it, deep gully. And yeah, Godalman just it is a good catch. I was just sitting outside there quite close, and it came very, very quickly at Patel. The captain, the record breaker, Lloyd at first slip, Tom Bevan at second. As in come Hogan, bowls and full length ball, which is played out onto the offside, and there's no run. And Patel at third slip, where he caught Godalman off Hogan in Hogan's second over.
Yeah, Hogan with was around about 20 T20 blast wickets, I think, so a successful final season, and who knows what damage he might have done in the One Day Cup if he'd been available for that.
He's coming in from the river end, passes umpire Blackwell now, bowls, and Guest drives nicely but straight to mid-on. And there's no run, no terrors in the pitch at the moment, even though the new ball. A couple of plays and misses though against Harris by Louis Rees.
It was 20 wickets for Hogan in the T20 plus. He didn't play in the final game, he was rested for that.
Yeah, successful season for him.
It's quite a tally since he hadn't played the short form for a couple of seasons.
Here he is again. In bowls to the right-handed Guest, and he drives. Saw this with the Glamorgan batsmen, didn't we? They drive quite hard, but then it's missed time because of the slowness, I think, of the pitch. What time are we dining today? Lose, you know.
In 14 overs time, Edward.
14 overs. That's T. What's the ETA? Close of play. They don't give that, do they?
Oof. Not too late, I don't think.
Because I think we'll have the twirlers on before tea. In comes Hogan, close to the stumps, bowls, and this is defended very carefully up towards mid-on by Guest. He is not out 5. Rees is on 15, 20 for 1. And a lot of work for Glamorgan's bowlers because they're going to be bowling for 2 days.
I would say tea would be at 3:25, which means the final session will start at 3:45, which means it'll finish out 10 to 6, maybe 10 minutes earlier.
Hogan in, bowls, and he goes to hook. A very quick delivery from Hogan, which he was very fortunate to not get a glove on that. And another good over, and no runs off it. So Hogan now 4 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 5. As it will be James Harris. Interesting to see, Nick, whether it'll be Van der Gooten coming on or Patel. Because I suppose with the new ball, you've got to give Van der Gooten. He's a very consistent bowler.
Yep.
And you won't get many runs off him, certainly.
Glamorgan effectively have got more bowling resources in this game because they played Salter instead of Carlson. Salter a more regular performer with the ball. So Van der Hoogten, third seamer. Lloyd might not bowl himself immediately and get the spinners on instead, as that is an inside edge from Rees. We've seen a few of those in the game, and he'll take a single down to shortish fine leg. 21 for 1. As these two sides hope desperately that Leicestershire managed some sort of resistance. 127 for 5, still 170 behind Middlesex, so at least they shouldn't have to follow on there.
Good news from Chelmsford too, Lancashire winning.
Harris in to bowl, and Guest on the defensive, covering everything up.
So they can gloat their way home to Old Trafford now.
The bronze medal match, as it was described in one report.
Yes.
Behind Surrey and Hampshire.
Had a very good night out last night, so thanks for asking. Yeah, no, it was really good.
As Dave Fletcher discusses his social engagements on BBC Radio Derby. Harris is in to bowl, and no shot by Guest. Left pad thrust firmly forward through to Cook. Chest high.
What do you reckon? 5 wickets to date? 4? Be happy with?
45 overs left. Yeah, they might be satisfied with 4, happy with 5.
Notice that Patel at third slip, instead of throwing the ball back to the bowler to cover, bowled it.
Interesting. Here is Harris, bowls on leg stump, turned through the leg side. It'll be at least a single, and that'll be all as Salter does the fielding. What's he doing on the leg side? Who's at point if it's not Andrew Salter?
Eddie Byram, or was it Tom Bevan?
Byram. Bevan's in the slips.
Yeah, yes. Yeah, Byram.
Now, for the left-hander, Salter does go into the point area, his favourite position. There's 3 slips wait, and Harris is into bowl, and that's allowed to go through by Lewis Rees. Not sure why people enjoy fielding in the gully or at point, because to my mind it's the most difficult to pick up which way the ball is going.
Yes, it is. It's a specialist position.
Squarish of the wicket.
And of Glamorgan players, we of course remember back in the days of Tony Cotty, who moved on to Sussex, but was electric there. And then, especially in one-day matches, Dean Cosker, of course. Now we've got Salter there.
Harris into Rees, who drives through the offside. It'll be a chase for Salter down towards the cover boundary, but the ball will win it. Salter thought about putting in the dive, but decided he had no realistic chance of stopping in that one. Not much width offered by Harris there, but just enough from the right arm over bowler to the left-hander to allow to Rees to drive it away fairly safely. 26 for 1, Rees has 20 of them, Guest has 6. Godalman caught off Hogan for no score. This in reply to Glamorgan's 550 for 5 declared.
Yeah, Harris 5 overs, 0 for 21. Maybe Lloyd thinking of replacing him now with Van der Hoogten or Patel. The accurate Hogan. Just 5 runs of 4 overs to continue, and he bowls his first ball, and that nip back at Guest, who fended away out to short mid wicket, fielded by Byram. Lovely afternoon here, and Glamorgan attacking. They've got 3 slips, and can you imagine 550, and they do employ a third man from the start. Well, I gave them a talk on the third man business last week, if you want to know. That is a joke, of course, because they've been at it all season, in fairness. Hogan comes in and bowls, and that's driven but straight to Salter in his normal position of cover. You're not bringing out any more records now, Mr. Webb, are you?
No, not immediately. I'm sure there'll be a full stat attack from Dr. Hignell on the Glamorgan website. He'll be labouring long into the night. Fingers flying over the keys of his laptop.
Patel had a 3-yard little bit of a practice bowl then. Hogan in, bowls, short, cut away, but not played with any authority, and they just ambled through for a single as it dribbled out to cover. So it takes Guest out to 7. Reese on 20. Had a few flashes at Harris in his first couple of overs, and one was perilously close outside the off stump, but he settled in, played some good shots, good all-round cricketer, Lewis Reese. Hogan now, doesn't take long for a fast bowler to bowl it over, comes in, bowls, and Reese is treating that with respect, pushes it up to mid-off. Three steps, cover, third man, a big gap between cover and mid-off. Inviting the drive, fine leg on the boundary, mid-wicket and a mid-on. It's the conventional field for an opening bowler. Hogan over the wicket, bowls again, and this time it's watched by Reese outside the off stump. And just to emphasise the slowness of this pitch, it's taken low down by Chris Cook. Just to keep on reminding you that David Lloyd made 313, which is now second in the Glamorgan all-time records, overtaking Steve James 3-1. Oh, he didn't. Yes, by 4 runs. 309, Steve. Hogan again. Bowls. That's played very carefully. That's just the 1 run off it, so Hogan now has bowled his first 5 overs for 6 runs. And we are going to see Mr. Patel, the left-arm spinner from New Zealand, initially from India, as the leggings come onto the field, protection and everything else. And Patel glad to have the ball after Harris has bowled his 5 overs, and he will be bowling from this end. So a perfect vantage point for us to see his trajectory and his difference in flight.
Just looking at the maths in Division 1, looks unlikely that Hampshire will defeat Kent, and Kent favourites to win that game, 338 ahead with 2 wickets still left. If Hampshire lose and Surrey get a draw, then it'll be almost decided, and Surrey would only need a handful of bonus points from their final match to take the Division 1 title.
And a nice piece in the papers this morning that Mickey Stewart, who's done everything more or less in cricket you could think of, for this particular match, it's called not the Oval Pavilion or anything else, the Mickey Stewart Pavilion. And Mickey, of course, opened the batting. Wonderful close fielder at short leg, played for England, coached England, president of Surrey.
I think it's to celebrate his 90th birthday.
Yes, and son of father of Alec, of course.
Ajaz Patel of New Zealand from this Cathedral Road end to bowl to Guest. There is a short leg as well as a slip, and it's not the greatest opening delivery from Patel. It goes down leg side. Cook removes the bails just in case, but does not appeal. Now mid-wicket and cover are pretty short. They're almost in catching positions, Root and Carlson there. Just walking in a step or two rather than crouching, as down the wicket comes Guest and drives to Root.
Better be a bit careful there, second ball. Might just walk past one if he does get one to spin.
Byram under the lid at short leg, and Guest again using his feet and coming down to defend. So afternoon sunshine at Sophia Gardens. Hope it continues and we can get all the overs in as forward comes Guest.
Well, no evidence of spin in the first 4 balls, which might disappoint Patel and disappoint Glamorgan.
Yeah, Patel, thickly bearded, sunglasses on, distinctive figure. As down the wicket comes Guest and drives to Harris at mid-on, and there's no run.
He won't mind that at all, will he?
No.
To see him dancing down, he might just hit something, and he's playing him with confidence.
Well, it's been a really good season for Guest. 863 runs before today. That one turned a little bit, very slowly.
Slow, wasn't it?
And Guest was able to watch it onto the bat in a back foot defensive shot. 27 for 1. Patel starts with a maiden.
Yeah, and one of the Derbyshire players last night who was interviewed, Anaj Dal, said it was a very good pitch. So Glamorgan has some work to do. And it'll be Hogan to continue from that far end, looking to try and pick up another wicket or two before tea, but they look pretty comfortable, the 2 incumbents, and he's bowling to the left-handed Reese now, Hogan. First ball is turned away to mid-wicket, and fielded there by Salter.
78 miles an hour clocked by Hogan on that delivery.
Yeah, just bowling within himself, because he knows it's a slow pitch. He doesn't want to really bang it in and get nothing out of it. His guile and his experience, I suppose, count a lot now. He's coming around the wicket for the first time, I think, and Reese bowls to him, plays it away for a single. Salter has to move smartly to his left and returns. Yes, young Guesters look very confident at the moment. He came in and got off the mark of the boundary of Harris.
Well, he's got the memory of those 2 centuries against Glamorgan earlier in the season.
Hogan gets the ball, gives it a vigorous shine, and then reverts to over the wicket to Guest. Balls to him now, and it's short, and it's cut away for 4 up towards the extra cover boundary. Quick to fasten onto that, and it's 4 runs. Another young promising player. Reading in the paper this morning that one of the next ones on the next cab on the rank, or one of, for England, is that very, very promising young player we saw a few weeks ago, Emilio Gray.
Oh yeah,
Gay rather.
Gay, yeah, Northants opener.
And yet another one, public school educated at Bedford School. You know how they get all the amenities, but he must be a good player without that. Hogan bowls, and this is driven straight to mid-off. There's no run. He does look a good player, doesn't he, Nick?
Certainly does. Just looking to see how old he is. 22 years old.
Yeah. So many of them either come from Stowe, which is around Stowe School. I think, yes, Keith, who moved, what's his name now, Duckett. He moved, he was in Stowe School, Miro Gay. So it's a breeding ground for good, not only cricketers, good sportsmen, because they have wonderful amenities. You know, when young Guest was in school, would probably get it out of there. They'd only tell us on play for Hogan bowls. That nips in, gets down it in the last moment and plays it back down the pitch. Score is 32 for 1. Glamorgan declaring after lunch, not long after lunch, from half an hour or so, 550 for 5, but they'll have their work cut out to contain these very formidable, and as Nick was saying, very formidable middle order of Derbyshire on this good pitch. Michael Hogan in again and bowls. Oh, that missed the off stump by not much, as it came back at the last ball there. Might have a look at this again, but it wasn't all that far away. 5 runs off the over, his most expensive over. And Patel will not only be bowling quite a lot today, but rushing through the overs, which is a help to us.
In answer to your query about Brooke Guest's education, although he's born in Manchester, he was went to high school and university in Perth, Western Australia.
They come from far and wide, don't they?
But born just up the road in Manchester, so.
Oh, that's interesting.
English-born, Australian educated. Patel from the Cathedral Road end.
First time he's bowled a left-hander.
To
Rees, yeah.
Lewis Rees, left arm spinner. To left hand bat, and Rees strokes it to cover point for a single. And for the benefit of Derbyshire listeners who haven't heard us talk about Patel before, he does come off a very minimal run up or amble up to the wicket, stands basically about a yard behind the umpire, if that. He's almost touching shoulders with the umpire and then walks in about half a dozen paces, and on the back foot Guest defends down into the ground, picked up by Byram at short leg.
Gives the impression, doesn't he, Guest, that he wants to get the better of the bowling here.
Glamorgan will be delighted if he tries to hit over the top, as Guest is forward defending to cover. Carlson does the fielding. Carlson on the field in place of Sam Northeast, who's absent for personal reasons today. His next delivery, Guest came down the wicket and clipped it to short mid-wicket.
Good battle this, Nick.
That's fascinating stuff. As Patel quite happy to wheel away, bowl maybe most of the time until close of play today if necessary. 33 for 1 though, Derbyshire starting to recover after the loss of Godalming as Guest stretches forward.
And he's got his mid-off and mid-on up, as if to say, you know, we got 550, come on, try and hit me over the top if you want to.
Yep, have a go.
And if you do,
come and have a go if you think you're hard enough. Harrison van der Hoogten, the two seamers in those two positions. Patel bowls, gives it a bit of air. Guest plays it towards point. And there is no run. So just a little bit of gentle turn for Patel. Nothing too dramatic for Derbyshire to cope with. He's bowled 2 overs for 1 run, and Derbyshire 33 for 1. Is Hogan going to have another one?
No, I think he's bound to go and stride it up.
Van der Hoogten is indeed scratching away at the crease to make sure his landing foot has nowhere to skid, as poor old Ben Aitchison found in the first over of the match, where he skidded, went over on his ankle, twisted it, and is not expected to bowl again in the match. I presume he'll be batting even if he has to have a runner if Derbyshire need it. 401 is the follow-on figure here at Sapphire Gardens. Van der Hoogten round the wicket to the left-hander by the look of it. Still 3 slips. Lloyd, Bevan, Patel.
Yeah, that first ball from Van der Hoogten, he put everything into it and then just went very slowly to the wicket-keeper. Beginning to think, is this the old Sapphire Gardens featherbed?
Well, I'd be certainly hoping that it wasn't. They would have hoped to prepare a wicket that deteriorated a bit.
Yeah.
Van der Hoogten bowls again. It's outside off stump and allowed to go through to Chris Cook. No shot played by Rees there. BBC Sport Online with you for every ball of the championship season. Every match. technicals permitting.
Surprised to see Matthew Maynard do an interview with you last night. Normally he's the end of the match man, isn't he?
Well, yes, there was a reason for that.
Oh.
As Van der Hoogten into ball, that's smashed away by Rees through the offside, a little bit short, and duly dispatched by Rees despite the chase of Byram out towards the point boundary, and Rees not missing the opportunity to move on to 26 and Derbyshire on to 37 for 1.
Yeah,
well, the story of yesterday was basically David Lloyd's double century.
Be lovely for you today.
Yeah, he'll no doubt talk today about his records as Van der Hoogten bowls and Rees leaves outside off stump through to Cook. And since Lloyd, as some batsmen prefer not to talk mid-innings, as it were, and felt it needed a tribute from the coach to say a few well-chosen words.
Yeah, it's just a fantastic innings. Probably end up top of the averages now.
There's Van der Hoogten into bowl and Rees to defend back to the bowler, no run. Yes, Lloyd's average coming into the match was 24.
No, the not out help, the old red inker.
So 313 not out. Put a fair few on that average, I would have thought. Let's see if I can find it online. If the averages have been updated. Van der Hoogten is in to bowl to Rees. Hurried a little bit there, but solid enough defensive shot. And there's no run. Dot ball to finish the over, which conceded the one boundary to Lewis Rees. He has 26, Brookcast has 11. Derbyshire, after 14 overs, in reply to Glamorgan's 550 for 5, declared a 37 for 1. 8 overs, around about half an hour to go to tea. And David Lloyd's average for the championship season has risen from 24 to 38.
Hasn't he had a good season, David? People will look at it and
very consistent with an average of 38.
Yeah. Right, it'll be Patel again then, and he's had 2 overs just to find his line and length. He's only conceded a single as in comes the first ball, tosses it up invitingly, but Gus decides that he is not going to be tempted. Man on the drive on the onside and on the offside. Here he is again, down the pitch. He comes, checks his shot. He wouldn't have played against Patel before, but you get the impression, as I said in the last over, he wants to get the better of the duel. Patel, 1, 2, 3, 4 little steps, and then a hop it down. He comes, and an appeal for LBW, which is not backed up by anybody. A vicious appeal, but
well, miles down the track.
Miles down the track, missing leg stump. Then Patel is a good bowler, and he'll be working out in his brain, right, am I going to keep doing this because he's charging me every ball? Do I just slip one down the leg side? In he comes, and appeal for LBW, he's out. Beautiful bowling by Patel. He misjudged it, and I think everybody in front of us, you and I, gave that out. He played gun barrel straight, and he'd palpably LBW. So he goes for 11. We watch the playback.
Yes, it's hit Guest fairly low down, below the knee roll, and a little bit of turn there, probably pitched.
He celebrated before he gave him out. Watch his leg.
Probably pitched leg and would have hit middle. Well bowled, Patel.
Lovely, yeah, lovely delivery from the left arm. He's going to play a big part, I feel, in this game, and a good wicket that. I mean, you just having read his record for this season, and there's still some good players to come, but 2 wickets is ideal for Glamorgan at this stage.
Yeah, we've still got Dahl averaging 73 and Madsen averaging 61 to come. May well be Madsen who's in next at number 4 for Derbyshire. Came David Lloyd, as well as Alex Thompson, who can contribute at 8, but certainly it's a very strong order down to 7 at the very minimum.
And again, we saw how Patel, very clever bowling. He was tempting, and then he might just have bowled us a little bit quicker on a length, and he was pushing forward, did him completely. Now here's one of the best players, it's a great servant of Derbyshire, Wayne Madsen, coming in to bat to join Rees.
Yep, 38 years old, half century in the first innings of the last match against Durham. 1,104 runs going into this game. So he was 50 behind North East at the start. North East got 22. So 73 runs needed for Madsen to be the top score in the second division.
Yeah.
70 and 135 not out up at Derby in the team's first encounter this season.
Now, that wasn't due to any turn, it was a gun barrel straight ball, but it was the guile and difference in variation for Patel, and I'm looking forward to this little battle. Top class batsman against a top class bowler. Now, does he want one gullyish, or is he going to leave things as he's got one on the drive here? Patel's first ball to Madsen. Oh, he's caught him at slip, 2 in 2. That did turn, he was looking to play it away, and Madsen's gone first ball, and Derbyshire are in desperate trouble at 37 for 3. Well, I think that's splendid, I don't know.
Scoreboard pressure experienced by Derbyshire, facing up to 550. Patel, I think, got a little bit of turn for the LBW, and that one
that turned.
Did turn sharply.
Straight into David Lloyd's hands at first slip, and it is, we can confirm now that it is turning. So Patel on a hat-trick, and it looks as if Glamorgan's tactics have worked perfectly well.
That's an early bonus point for Glamorgan, who leads 6-1 at the moment in this game. But with Middlesex strongly placed against Leicestershire, I think the victory is probably the most important thing, rather than the bonus points for these two sides.
Well, full batsmen, 2 notes, Godleman and Madsen. And the new batsman coming in to the middle on a hat-trick. He's left-handed, but it's Deploy, who's had a good season, as you mentioned then, Nick.
So he's at 5 ahead of Kame and Dahl, some useful players. In there, Deploy averaging 43, 735 runs, which is a pretty solid county average.
And Glamorgan getting the 6th bonus point of the match. Now then,
here's the hat-trick ball for you, Edward.
Yeah, 5 men round the bat. Backward short leg, forward short leg, 2 slips. How many balls have we had? 1 to go. And just making him wait. Deploy. Here is Patel. He's going over the wicket to the left-hander. And then he comes now and bowls. And Deploy comes forward, anti-climax. Very well bowled. The young, well, not so young, the experienced, I think we should say, the experienced spinner for Glamorgan, and his figures 2 for 1 of 2 overs.
Pretty useful as
useful.
Patel, yeah, 33 years old, so he's been around the block.
Yeah, don't forget left arm spinners can go on to their 53.
Yes, I'm telling Glamorgan have got vacancies for that season until maybe in the the last
Nick, I think
last month of the season. Is it my turn for a
take
rest?
a break.
Thank you very much indeed, Edward. You can continue and Dave will come in alongside you. BBC Sport Online, 37 for 3.
Van der Gooten bowls now, and it's played away on the onside out to mid-on as Derbyshire struggle here at 37 for 3. Whether it's scoreboard pressure, I tend to think it's a bit of good bowling. We saw Hogan charging in. Now we've seen the spin and guile, if you like, of Patel. And Dave Fletcher sits in beside me to describe the rest of Van der Gooten's over.
Have I missed anything? Here he comes, Van der Gooten, outside the off stump, left alone by the left-handed Lewis Rees. Both left-handers, these two batsmen now, following the 2-in-2 balls, getting rid of the right-handed Brooke Guest and Wayne Madsen.
I don't know if you saw the dismissal of
Yes.
Madsen, but I'm thinking he might be disappointed that he played across it instead of just pushing down the line.
It flashed past the right hand of Patel. He couldn't quite get there, and Lewis Rees picks up a boundary, but that wasn't far away from a 4th wicket. Look at that. Flashed hard at it, I suppose. That's the one thing that saved him in the end. Flash hard.
He did that against Harris for a couple in the opening 2 overs. He likes to play. I think Glamorgan should try and hit that off Van der Gooten and hit that off stump.
Rees moves on to 30 and Derbyshire to 41 for 3. The slips go down. Van der Gooten is in again, and that one is defended back to him by Lewis Rees, and there's no run.
Yes, Godalming was caught at slip in the second over. Hogan's second over, he was caught by Patel without scoring. Guessed probably LBW for against Patel. And then Madsen, I've watched him for many, many years and never seen him out first ball, I must confess.
Next delivery is defended with a bit of a leading edge from Lewis Rees. Back to the bowler. Beautiful afternoon in Cardiff.
Always is.
Glorious, yeah, absolutely. I remember the last time I was here, I don't think we actually saw the sky because it was just misty the entire time.
It's a beautiful day, isn't it? Just looking out, and no little breeze, nothing much, and fluffy white clouds.
As Van der Gooten is in again and bowls, and Rees defends back to the bowler, and that's the end of the over. 4 runs from it, 77, almost 78 miles an hour that last delivery. And Derbyshire in trouble at 41 for 3. With Rees on 30 and Lears Deploy having faced just the one delivery yet to get off the mark.
What will disturb them, of course, is that if they lose this game, they could come away from here with just 1 point.
Yes.
Having only taken 5 wickets in Glamorgan's first innings. So we were giving them a little bit of criticism for batting on for so long, but it does appear that that was justified, as this pitch now is taking some spin off Patel. And the orthodox ball now will be into the left-hander, but he might just bowl this straight on. It's great cricket to watch a spinner in top form. In he comes and bowls to Deploy, and deploys right forward, smothers any chance of spin there. 2 for 1. This is his 3rd over.
It's the difference between an international class spinner and a championship spinner, isn't it?
And he comes, bowls again to Deploy, who comes down the pitch. Does get inside it and plays it very well, but you take your life in your hands when you come down, as we saw with Brooke Guest. He's coming down, and then he decided to stay at home and was done by a straight delivery.
He should have carried on coming down.
2 left-handers at the crease now, so still the same field, very attacking field, as Patel comes in and bowls to Rees. He comes down and hits him in the air, but he does clear mid off, and that's going to run away for 4. Rees decided, well, I'm not going to be stuck here with 3 close fielders and die in the hole. I'm going to try and he didn't middle it though.
No.
And if you leave that man back, I doubt if Patel will. He'll say, we've got so many runs to play with, just try it again.
Yeah, Harris looked interested for a short while, didn't he?
Yeah.
He was running backwards, but over him in the end.
Here's Patel again. 1, 2, 3, 4 little steps and bowls. And this time the batsman, Rees, just pushes it away. He's going to have a lot of overs to bowl, is Mr. Patel. If Derbyshire can get some runs on the bowl though, first. In comes Patel again and bowled, and he thought, shall I? And he stayed at home and just pushed it up. Quicker delivery then. It's a man at backward point. That's the one man really on the boundary. There is deep backward square, but he's not on the boundary's edge. As in comes Patel again. And this is driven, and that's a very good shot, going over mid-on this time. So there's 4 more. So Patel will say to himself, yes, okay, I'll put one back, now try and hit it for 4. Good cricket though, good play by Rees. He's moved on to 38 and the 50 is up. Wouldn't have thought so. No applause, 50 for 3.
That's not there you go.
There we are.
There you are. It's nothing really to celebrate when Glamorgan declared on 550, so they're only 500 behind now.
Did say to Nick earlier on that if Glamorgan got 4 wickets tonight, they would be quite happy. But
they'll want 6 or 7 now, won't they?
Could be. I know it's a long way to go. Unless a bit here we go. Bat a bit better tomorrow, perhaps we will not go into the 4th day. Tim Houghton is to continue.
From the river end, that's left alone by Lewis Deploy to go through to the keeper. So 5 overs, including this one, till the tea interval.
We were just saying, Fletch, that it's a good middle order, down to about 6 or 7 with Derbyshire.
Yeah, Harry Kane's relatively inexperienced, but a decent bat. Obviously, Dahl has been batting out of his skin all season. But Thompson can bat. Then it's Connors, no idea about Sylvester, and Aitchison, who's injured, of course. This next delivery from Van der Houten is edged, and has he dropped that, or is it bounced just in front of him? The first slip.
Thought he might have dropped it.
It looked like a drape. He's just feeling his right knee, which made me.
Yeah, I think he did. And also his head is hanging.
So David Lloyd is human after all.
Oh yes, yeah, a chance.
That was a
lovely outswinger though.
Chance to first slip from Lewis Deploy on 1. And Deploy waits now as Van der Houten comes in, and this time he just dabs it backward of square. He sets off for a single, does Deploy. He's sent back by Lewis Rees quite correctly as Patel does the fielding. Actually had a shot at the stumps but missed.
Strange looking shot that. He turned him and...
Once he gets going, Deploy, he's okay. He can be a very slow starter.
Can he?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, he should have gone. Knee height catch. A young lad who got some runs today.
Yes. Batting just out of his crease by the look of it. Lewis Deploy. Van der Houten bowls, and he's got that through to the keeper, little feather.
Lovely ball.
And Van der Houten has his man. He was dropped a couple of balls earlier, but Deploy has to go for 1, and Derbyshire are 50 for 4 now, still trailing by 500. And well, you'd think there was no way back from here as Deploy walks disconsolately from the field.
He was struggling a bit, wasn't he? As you say, poor starter. He fiddled around, was dropped by Lloyd in the same over, and now he's caught by Cook. And at the moment, Glamorgan all over Derbyshire.
Yes, this is continuing to be one of those horrible flashbacks to years gone by when Derbyshire, quite frankly, were awful. They haven't been awful this season, but this match they really haven't been at it from the moment that they decided that Glamorgan should bat first, inexplicably, absolutely inexplicably.
Yes, it surprised me. Well, that surprised me, the biggest surprise of the season. But this is a little surprising. Glamorgan are bowling extremely well, I suppose. When you've got 550 behind you in the pitch, it's just doing a little bit for the new ball. It's also a little bit of spin for Patel. But I expected a little bit more fight than this. What will they have now coming in?
Harry Kane. Harry Kane is coming out, yeah.
Why is Dal down at 7?
That's where he bats. He bats at 7. He's got 300s batting at 7. Remarkable.
Must be about the only batsman in the country to get 300s batting at 7.
Yeah. Yeah, no, he's had a remarkable season.
Yeah, let's not forget that delivery was an absolute beauty because it came into him and then just left him at the last moment. And this is a rush of wickets at the moment.
It's Derbyshire in disarray.
And if you look at the scoreboard, it's very disjointed. 38 for Reece
and nothing for anybody else.
0-1.
Yeah. Only the man with double figures, Brooke Guest, with his 11. And Harry came very carefully, scratching around in the crease and doing his stretches, going for a walk, twiddling his bat.
It's doing enough, but there's nothing on this pitch that you could not overcome.
And Houghton is in, and Kame leaves that one alone outside the off stump to go through to the keeper Cook. 80 miles an hour from Van der Houghton.
They missed him this year. Glamorgan didn't play from May until the start of this. Well, he had a game up at Derby against you, and then the next day he was signed by Birmingham Phoenix.
Lovely.
No, it wasn't lovely at all. And he took 4 wickets against Derby, you remember.
And he comes and bowls to Kame, who lets that one go outside.
How many balls did he bowl in that competition? 10 balls he bowled for the Phoenix. That's the end of it. Very good over.
You don't be playing too much cricket these days. You can,
oh, yeah.
You can be overplayed, Edward, as you well know.
Yes. I did hear something else about this new proposal by Strauss.
Lovely.
But I'm glad that I forgot what it was now.
Yeah.
Oh yes, lovely. All the counties going to have a game now in the newly vamped Royal London. But if you're out in the first round, you see, you have to wait another month or two to play.
Oh yeah.
We do play so much cricket.
All those friendlies in August where Derbyshire get to play Leicestershire and Nottinghamshire again. We already played them. A quarter of Derbyshire's games every season are against those two sides.
Save me from that. And,
awful.
Nick will be looking for his holidays, where he goes about 3 times a year. Patel is going to bowl, and he is bowling with to Reece, who's been by far the best player here so far. He pushes it out into the covers. Billy Root, right-handed. Beware of Root, the dual right and left-handed thrower. He hit him for 2 4s in the over, but Patel might just toss it up. He's still got his mid-off and mid-on up. As he comes in and bowls to Reece, Reece clips that up towards mid-on. There's no run. 2 for 10. This is his 5th over. Patel, and it'll be in the brain box, won't it, Fletch? So these batsmen against Patel, they'll know what you're going to do. You know, is it spinning? And he comes again and bowls. Not a very good delivery there. This we clipped away. Might just run away for 4. Yes, it does. Well timed by the Derbyshire opening batsman, and he alone.
Well, he's playing a different game here to the rest of them.
Yeah, he's counter-attacking. He moves on to 42. Would you believe? Out of 54. 54 for 4. This is a good session for Glamorgan, and we have a couple of overs left. After this, 3 or 4 overs. Still a slip, 2 short legs, and Patel tosses this one up. This time he's going back on his stumps. They must be looking up there, the top order batsman, and say, well, why couldn't we have done a bit of this against Patel? And he's taking a fresh guard. Looked to me as if he was taking off. Let's have a look at that again. He's taken off stump.
Yeah, he's got a bit outside off stump, hasn't he?
Here's the sweep coming up, and he gets a single to backward square, which now brings the new batsman, Harry Kane, down to face.
I think taking the guard outside off stump is almost telling the umpire, look where I'm batting, if it hits the pads I can't be out because it's outside the line. It's not really a guard that he's going to bat off.
It does protect his off stump, that's the only thing. Now then, for the new batsman, there's a slip, a bat pad on the offside and a short leg. And he's coming round the wicket and bowls to the right-handed Kane, who's back on his stumps. You see, it's still easy pace at the end of the over. It's still easy pace. It's just good spin bowling and good seam bowling, accurate. And they got this scoreboard pressure.
Yeah, there were too many poor balls from too many Derbyshire bowlers, especially early. Allowed Glamorgan. I mean,
I was very surprised. I know he was injured and he was seam short. I was very surprised to see the young lad Sylvester opening the bowling.
Yes. I'd be surprised if we saw him open anything in future.
There's Connors coming on, sort of second change or first change.
Here's Tim van der Hoogten. Fourth over, 1 for 8 his figure so far. Bowls to Lewis Rees, who defends it straight back to him. So just those 3 slips. Man at point, mid on, mid off, mid wicket. There's a man at third man. There's a long leg.
I'm not going to say what I thought I was going to say then.
Okay.
But I will say it.
Okay.
That surprised perhaps they got a third.
We don't need a third man, Edward, do we?
No, and I
absolutely
confess.
Absolutely pointless. Get him out of there.
Give him a few runs.
Van der Hoogten comes in and bowls, and that one is turned into the leg side by Rees. They'll jog through for a comfortable single. As the ball is picked up by Andrew Salter. He will stay where he was, but change from mid-wicket to point.
And Salter picked, of course, ostensibly for his role as second spinner on the much anticipated Turner. He might not get a bowl in this innings because Hogan, Van der Gooten have bowled beautifully, and Patel.
Short leg in for the right-handed Harry Kane.
The new batsman, isn't he? Might just
only faced 3 deliveries. And he waits now as Van der Hoogten comes in from the river end, and he sort of fiddles that one out into the offside.
A few people in today, all right?
Yes, not bad at all. All those children on the outfield at lunchtime as well.
Yeah, still no dogs allowed in here.
They're not allowed dogs?
No. Which upsets many an owner.
I imagine that's because it's too dangerous if you can't put the lights on. If you've got a dog running about in the dark, it can be quite destructive and distracting. They have dogs and lights at Derby, as this next one is left alone outside the off stump by Harry Kane. Goes through to the keeper Cook. Here we quite often hear a dog barking during the commentaries.
With a crowd like this.
You can understand not bringing them in for T20 nights and stuff like that, but different crowd.
They might drink too much, the dogs. But
I can't see a problem with a championship match.
We look after our daughter's dog. She works marvellous. You could sit her down all night.
Yeah. There's Van der Hoogten bowling to Kane, who leaves alone outside the off stump again.
And I think on days like this, sparse crowd, you could just sit on your own quietly, bring a little bowl of water and take it for a walk in the intervals. I see nothing wrong with that.
I could bring the greyhound. I could bring the greyhound, and they could have a little tear round at lunchtime.
Yeah, sprint from end to end.
They don't take much exercise, greyhounds.
Toss him the ball, give him the new ball.
Well,
Quick enough.
Yeah. Leon Dahl who could catch him. Van der Hoogten is in. Oh, that's a good leave. Blimey. That one is cut back, and Harry Kane's just raised his bat out of the way, and it's missed by fractions. Absolute fractions. Dear, oh dear. A terrific leave from Harry Kane to end an over from which 1 run was scored. 2 overs left until tea then. And Derbyshire are 56 for 4.
And you've just heard Mr. Hignell again wishing a warning. If you do go out in the interval, don't take anything to eat or drink. Well, no, I generally drink privately and then I'll go out in the middle, but who'd want to go out there and toss in half a sandwich away?
Could get rolled into the pitch.
Mr. Patel then is to continue his 6th over, 2 for 15, to continue his battle here, good battle between him and Lewis Rees. The first ball is swung away for 4 runs, and this is a one-man show here by Derbyshire, and they're very grateful. It 56 for 4, or 60 for 4 with that boundary, and Patel is going to change his field. And it's going to work out now. Yes, I'll probably take a slip away or a short leg or something like that and put him on the boundary. I was coming up to have a word with him from who's an extra cover. Seems very authoritative. It's Billy Root. Now then, what is he going to do? He's coming over the wicket and bowls again to Rees. An appeal for LBW, which is not given. He's well outside the off stump there.
He's got 80% of Derbyshire's runs.
I know, I was just looking at 48
80%.
out of 60. He has counter-attacked extremely well, especially against Patel, who was tying batsmen up in knots. As in comes the left-arm spinner and bowls, and this is struck out to deep backward square. They'll come back for a second and should get there quite easily. Well run. 2 more runs, and that is Lewis Rees's 50 off just 58 balls, and deserved applause for everyone to Rees. Goodness knows where Derbyshire would be without him today.
12 for 4. There wouldn't be, but yeah.
And there is
10 fours he's hit.
One man retreating now to the 45, about 20 yards for that sweep if he does misjudge it. But he's taken toll of Patel here, which is good to see if you're a Derbyshire supporter and you think that perhaps Patel is unplayable. 62 for 4, going to 3 runs and over. Patel over the wicket bowls, and this time it's played up to mid-on. Coming towards the end of the over. Are we on time? Yeah, not bad, about 6 minutes, 7 minutes behind. Just 1 over left after this, and there's just 1 ball left. 2 for 21 after 6, bar 1 ball. Those are the figures for Ajax Patel as he comes in past the umpire and tosses this one up. He peeled for LBW. I think that's not out again. They do take a leg by, or was it a oh no, it wasn't.
Yeah, leg by.
A leg by, yes. It is, let's have a look at that. Was straight, it wasn't all that much away outside. I think it might have hit his back foot. That's a high proportion of 4s in 50.
Yeah.
Well played, Lewis Rees.
About 80%.
On the other end, it's huge advice for his young partner, Harry Kane.
I might only be able to do 1 ball here.
That's no problem. You can go now if you like.
That's very kind of you.
That's no problem. 7 balls he's faced, Kane. And as our good friend Dave Fletcher tell the good people of Derby, not the very good news, I'm afraid. As Van der Houten will bowl the final over before tea. In he comes and bowls, and it brings the batsman Rees forward and pushes it back down the pitch. Last over, as my 2 colleagues have gone to do their various reports. Nick with the BBC Wales website. A joyous report so far for him, and not so joyous for Dave Fletcher, because Derbyshire are in some bother. Rees waits, in comes Van der Houten, leaves outside the off stump, through low down to the keeper. Lloyd at slip, Tom Bevan at second split, Patel is at third slip. At cover is Eddie Byram. At mid-off is the substitute fielder for Sam North East. That man is Kieran Carlson, and third man still there, James Harris. Michael Holden down at fine leg, and Van der Houten is bowling. He's bowling to Lewis Rees, who's undefeated on 50. Bowls to him and he pushes it away into the covers, thinks of a run and decides against it. A loud gentleman's voice, which I'll turn down just in case, you never know. I hear him saying things like those commentators, hopeless. Halfway through the over, in comes Van der Gooden, pushes it away on the onside, straight to Salter, who's fielding there at mid-wicket. 2 balls to negotiate before we regroup after tea, when there'll be 32 overs, hopefully. I say that because this time of year, if some clouds do appear, they quickly make it go a little bit darker. But all good at the moment. Derbyshire are 63 for 4, having lost. I'll tell you in a moment. In comes Van der Gooden, bowls, and this is flicked off his legs. Beautifully timed 4 runs. It's going up to the boundary, crosses the ropes now, but from the moment he's come in fairness, that's his 11th 4 now, as he flicks Van der Gooden away to mid-wicket. And at least he's showing some respectability, well, if you can call it that, because they were 37 for no wicket, and then 37 for 3, 50 for 4, and now it's moved on to 67 for 4. As in comes Van der Gooden, bowls straightish delivery, played away on the offside, there's no run. That, gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, is tea. 67 for 4, an excellent innings so far by Lewis Rees. He is 54 not out, and Harry Kane has been in there for 7 or 8 deliveries, has yet to score. Just to tell you that Derbyshire lost their captain Godalman in Hogan's second over, caught a 3rd slip off Hogan for naught by Patel. And then we saw guest LBW to Patel for 11. Madsen went first ball, caught a slip of Patel without scoring, a deploy caught by Cook behind the wicket of Van der Gooden for 1. 32 overs remaining after tea, 67 for 4. We'll go and enjoy a cup of tea and be back with you as soon as play resumes.
I've got some latest scores and a result from elsewhere. The result may not come as a surprise given the clatter of wickets yesterday at Chelsea, but the result is that Lancashire have beaten Essex by 38 runs. Lancashire were dismissed by Essex for 73 in their second innings before dismissing Essex for 59. George Balderson of Lancashire taking a hat-trick, so as I say. Lancashire have beaten Essex by 38 runs. Tea time at the Ageas Bowl sees Kent on, in fact, the last Wicklow Kent innings has just fallen there all out for 269, so Hampshire will need 378 to win. Tea time as well at Taunton, where Northamptonshire are now 73 for 4, that's in reply to Somerset's first innings total of 380 9. Teed as well at Chesterley Street, where Durham have moved on to 344 for 4. They're leading Sussex by 182. Tea time as well at New Road, where Nottinghamshire have just been dismissed by Worcestershire for 138. So that means that Worcestershire are the first innings lead at 262. It's not quite tea at Bristol, where Gloucestershire are currently 202 for 7, trailing Warwickshire by 72 runs. Now at Grace Road, Leicestershire have moved on to 183 for 5, so they're still trailing Middlesex by 114. The other game is also at tea, that's at the Kia Oval, where Yorkshire are currently 158 for 7, so they're trailing Surrey by 175 runs. A reminder that if you're looking for refreshments, food and drink can be purchased by electronic means from the kiosk and mobile unit situated in the concourse area beneath the pavilion seats, and drinks and snacks also can be purchased from the vending machines at the rear of the indoor school. The CC Boys in the Welsh cricket is still open and will be closing after the tea interval, so if you haven't done so already, why not make a visit and look at the displays there celebrating the long and very proud heritage of cricket in Wales, together with the display celebrating the life and career of the late Peter Walker. If you're seeking a scorecard or a copy of Michael Oden's testimonial brochure or a copy of the Glamorgan yearbook, we'll either head to reception on the ground floor of the Thatcher's Pavilion. You can obtain those via electronic means from there, or you can head to the Glamorgan Club shop, which is run by Missouri Sports and situated opposite Gate 2. And the shop will be open until just the turn of 5 o'clock this afternoon. And finally, I'd like to take this opportunity once again to welcome everyone to Sophia Gardens today. Cricket across England and Wales must be a game where every individual is treated fairly, with respect, and can enjoy a safe, positive atmosphere, whether they're watching, playing, volunteering, or working in the game. We all, as the cricket family, have a role to play in this, so if you see or experience inappropriate behaviour or discrimination, please note that you can call it out and report it safely and in confidence to the nearest steward. Cricket is a game for everyone. Thank you for joining us in Raising the Game. resume the Derbyshire first innings after tea, Lewis Rees and Harry Kane. And to resume the bowling for Glamorgan at the Cathedral Road end, Ajaz Patel.
Good evening and welcome back to the evening session on day 2 of Glamorgan against Derbyshire. Derbyshire resuming on 67 for 4 and Ajaz Patel to bowl the first ball of the session to Harry Kane, who defends it. Derbyshire's 67 for 4, to put it into context, is in reply to Glamorgan's 550 for 5 declared. Patel has 2 for 21. He's into his 7th over. He's bowling to Kane with a short leg and a slip, and Kane is defending. Lewis Rees has fought something of a lone hand so far for the visitors on 54 out of 67. He is standing and watching at the non-striker's end as Patel bowls. Kane comes down the wicket and drives to mid-on, no run. I'm Nick Webb, alongside me is Dave Fletcher. Edward Bevan is the other member of our triumvirate.
I'm glad you didn't say team.
As that's through outside off stump and allowed to go through by Kane. There was a former head of a Welsh sporting body who is very fond of using the phrase powerhouse triumvirate. Complete nonsense.
Yes.
As forward comes Kane to defend. Cook hurries out from behind the stumps and flicks it up to Carlson, who is on fielding for the absent Sam Northeast for today's action.
Leicester should make more of a fist of it.
Good.
Yeah.
Patel bowls, Kane defends.
185 for 5, trailing by 112.
Go Foxes. This is against Middlesex, who are second in the table, with Glamorgan third and Derbyshire in fourth.
And something very amusing has happened at New Road.
Go on.
Well, Nottinghamshire have been bowled out for 128 and have been asked to follow on by Worcestershire.
Oh dear.
They're 15 without loss in their second innings and still trailing by 247. What a shame.
Dave is, as you will gather, a particular fan of the side just down the road.
Well, languishing in the wilderness of the second division, according to that commentator in his pre-season, followed by a list of players he thought should all be playing for England. Absolute nonsense. But there we go. Are we going to see Salter?
Spin twins.
Well, we're going to see Andrew Salter for the first time, I believe.
Morgan's overrate is +1, and they'll charge through this evening session if they have these two bowling.
Yeah.
Albeit Salter off a slightly longer run than Patel, but on the other hand, if you took a shorter run than Patel, you'd be hard pressed to get the ball to the other end of the wicket.
You'd just be standing there and lobbing it.
Seen Croft bowl a few of those off about 2 paces, trying to catch the batsman by surprise.
So Salter to Lewis Rees with a short leg and a slip in place, and he bowls, and that one turns. He leaves it alone outside the off stump, turns away from Lewis Rees. Lloyd at slip. As Salter is in again and bowls, and it's defended by Rees out into the offside. There is no run.
Always thought those Foxes were a fine team.
Yeah, absolutely.
Come on, you Foxes.
They'll be looking at our score and laughing. Here is Salter again around. Bowling to Lewis Rees, who sets off. He's halfway down the track before he eventually hears the nose that I could hear from Harry Kane. And then they seem to be having some kind of negotiation.
Possibly not what Derbyshire need at this juncture, the comedy run out.
No, comedy or otherwise. Salter around the wicket, bowls, and Rees defends. Once again pushing it out into the offside. So picked up by Carlson. And the final ball, not the final ball, the penultimate ball of the over is pushed out into the offside. They scampered through for a quick single, and it's a well-judged single as it turns out. Harry Kane gets in, the bails are removed by Cook, but he was in his ground, and Lewis Rees picks up another run, moves on to 55, Derbyshire 68 for 4, trailing by 482. Shouldn't sound that bad if you say it as quickly as that. But it is fairly bad. They need one or two very large partnerships here, Derbyshire. Kane waits yet to get off the mark and turns it into the leg side. He's going to get runs here. I think he's going to get 2. They will come back for the second. Harry Kane gets off the mark as the ball is fielded by Tom Bevan out at square leg. And at the end of the over, Derbyshire is 70 for 4. Rees has 55 of those runs. The partnership is worth 20 remarkably, and Harry Kane's got 2 of them this season. Lewis Rees, just the 3 half-centuries, including this one. And Harry Kane, who's playing in only his 4th match, has a high score of 78, averaging 35. 2 half-centuries. And Ajdal, who is top of the averages when you take out Shan Masood. I know you can't take him out, but you sort of can.
Well, on the grounds he's not here.
Yes, and he's not coming back.
Ever. At least not in the home dressing room.
Harry Kane's having something done to his bat by the umpire here. I'm not entirely sure what it is. I hope he hasn't got an oversized one. I think he's shaving something off, is he? Or just trimming something off the end of his bat. Must be one of his favourite bats. Keep it alive.
Here comes Patel then to start a new over from the Cathedral Road end, 2 for 21. 3 maidens in his 7, and on the back foot Rees plays gently to root at cover, no run. There's a slip and a short leg for Patel to bowl, and that one hits the pad, I thought, bounced away past slip. David Lloyd got a hand to it. Was that a chance?
Yes, it's come off back because there's been no signal, has there?
That's a very difficult chance to slip. So Rees has been technically dropped on 55. I mean, 1 or 2 half chances that have gone down.
He looked at the pitch immediately, Lewis Rees.
And Lloyd did well to get a hand to it, to be honest. But Patel bowls and noodled away, maybe off the pad by Kane. It'll run down towards the fine leg boundary. Lloyd and Byram are in pursuit, but the ball beats both of them, and 4 leg byes ensue. 71 for 4. Kane remains on 2 not out.
Do you do one at 4 o'clock? Well, that's exciting.
We do have a radio update, as does Mr. Fletcher, which will be incorporated, the Radio Wales one, into this commentary in a couple of minutes' time. Seamlessly, hopefully. Patel bowls, came back on his stumps, defends to short leg. 75 for 4. 401 is the figure needed to avoid the follow-on for the visitors. Patel bowls, no turn this time. Came defending. Patel bowls, Came stretches forward at full stretch and defends on the leg side. No run. 75 for 4. Rees 56. Dropped in that over. Although realistically Lloyd did well to get a hand to it at diving away to his left at slip. Single ensued and there were 4 leg byes as well. Andrew Salter will bowl from the River Taff end. 29 overs of the day left. Sunshine, so the light should last as things stand anyway. Salter also has a short leg and a slip to aid his endeavours as he comes round the wicket from the River Taff end, and there's an appeal and he's given. Rees has gone for 56. Salter celebrates and Glamorgan are completely on top as he propped forward that. Big appeal from Chris Cook. And up went Ian Blackwell's hand for the court behind. 75 for 5.
Chris Cook off the bowling van from Salter for 56.
Update for BBC Radio Wales to come very shortly. Derbyshire is 75 for 5 in reply to Glamorgan's 550 for 5 declared today. Couldn't have done much better for Glamorgan. David Lloyd, the second highest score ever recorded for the club, 313 not out, the highest innings ever by a Welsh player. He declared an hour, 40 minutes after lunch, and his bowlers have done him proud. A wicket apiece for Hogan, for Salter and Van der Hoogten, and 2 for Ajaz Patel. Glamorgan, looking to keep in this promotion race, have reduced Derbyshire to 75 for 5. So Anuj Dal comes to the wicket, boasting an average of 73, with 809 runs to his credit so far this season. And he comes in to join Harry Kane.
Good grief.
I'm sorry, Dave. I'm sorry.
No.
Although the standard of our commentary is not necessarily affected by the fortunes of the sides that we follow.
No.
It's always easier to get plaudits when your team is doing well. Although, of course, it's a lot harder to commentate well when your team is doing badly. But Mr. Fletcher will be doing his best to fulfil that brief over the next hour and 50 minutes.
I've had plenty of practice in the previous few years.
Albeit not too much this season.
No, it's been good.
Arrive here with only 2 championship defeats.
Yeah, but only 3 wins.
Trying to talk him up, Dave. Salter is in to bowl to Dal, who allows that one to go through outside off stump.
You'd say that Dal was the last real hope for Derbyshire. Connors, Thompson, Aitchison and Sylvester still to come, not necessarily in that order and not necessarily all of them.
As Salter is in to bowl and forward comes Dal. Well, Thompson, you'd be fairly sure would be at 8?
Yes, I'd have thought so. And then I've no idea about
9-10 Jack. We haven't seen Sylvester bat, obviously.
Aitchison would come in ahead of Connors.
Connors is averaging 4.1 this season. Salter bowls and Dal is forward to defend. Although, of course,
Aitchison, one of those 4.
Aitchison is, of course, injured.
Yeah. Oh, yes. Ordinarily, I mean, yes. Yeah. No, I don't. I'm not
so
sure.
May come in at 11 with that twisted ankle that he suffered so cruelly, bowling his second delivery of the match. Salter to Dal with an extra close fielder end, but he manages to drop it into a gap in the offside and go through for a single to get off the mark. 76 for 5 Derbyshire. Dal has 1. Kame has 2. Rees out for 56 caught. Cook bowled Salter. Salter's 27th first-class wicket of the season, and he's missed the last couple of games. Salter bowls, and Kane pushes forward, pads it away. Salter high on the list of England qualified spinners in terms of wicket tally, even though he's at times struggled to stay in the Glamorgan team this season. So maybe deserves a little bit more recognition. But he's got 1 wicket to add to the 2 from Patel at the other end, and I suspect that Salter will enjoy bowling in tandem with Patel because it adds an extra bit of pressure at the other end as well.
Well, if Salter played for Sussex, he'd be miles in front of anybody in the wicket-taking stakes, wouldn't he?
It's just a bizarre stat that no one's got more than 17.
Remarkable.
And the guy who has got 17 is...
he played 3 times.
He played 3 times? It's just odd.
Isn't it? It's no wonder they haven't won many games. 76 for 5. And Ajaz Patel to continue from the Cathedral Road end. First delivery of the over. Dahl pushes it out into the offside. And there's no run. It is 9th over. 2 for 22 his figures. 27 overs left after this one. We may get more. We may not. Patel is in again. Flights that one. Pushed out into the offside by Dahl. It's awkward for Dahl. I mean, he's got all his runs batting out 7 this season, which is remarkable in itself. But you know, does he stick or twist now? And he could hang around for a long time if he wanted. Well, if he can. This one is defended. But if Derbyshire don't go anywhere while he's hanging around, as soon as he's out, then bosh, the whole pack of cards falls down. Harry Kane is a recognised batsman as well. These are the last 2 of them. Patel is in, and that strikes the pad of Anders Dahl outside the leg stump.
Well, this is what Glamorgan were on the receiving end against Middlesex scoreboard pressure. You know, 170 behind on first innings Glamorgan were, and fell apart in their second dig.
The next delivery from Patel is hitting the pad as an appeal. Was there a little inside edge? I'll look at the replay to see exactly why that wouldn't be given. Sliding down, possibly.
Yeah. He's got a dramatic appeal, Patel, hasn't he?
Yes, I like the one knee and the arm raised. Puts everything into it. Years of practice. And again, Halls and, well, he pulled that around the corner, or he thought he pulled it around the corner, and so did I. And the man at short leg was taking evasive action, and if he'd have stood, he'd have been a braver man than me. And it looped in the air to him, and I think that's possibly another opportunity gone begging. It's come off by the
thigh pad first, I think, whether it flicked the glove.
The glove, yeah. And then,
not sure.
A valiant attempt by Eddie Byram to try to clutch it in, but he couldn't quite do so.
It almost happened in slow motion, didn't it? As you said, Byram quite rightly took cover, the pull shot being played, and then there were shouts of catch it as he then had to reverse back round again and grab at the ball that floated tantalisingly out of his grasp. 76 for 5. Well, the drop of Deploy cost precisely no runs. And the drop of Lewis Rees cost 1 run, so Glamorgan have done well at creating seconds chances.
Yes.
As Salter will carry on from the River Taff end. And he'll be bowling to Harry Kane, who drives back to the bowler, no run. So Glamorgan have now got Carlson fielding at leg slip, as well as Byram at forward short leg and Lloyd at slip. Carlson and Byram helmeted, of course, as they have to be, as Kane drives into the offside, but Glamorgan have got an offside sweeper in the form of Hogan, so it's only a single. Carlson is on the field as a replacement, we presume, for the whole of today for Sam North East for personal reasons. 77 for 5, 401 is the follow-on figure, as Salter bowls and Dahl pushes forward defensively. And Derbyshire have now got understandably into a defensive mindset, I think.
Yes.
Head stick or twist, isn't it, for the batters? Salter bowls and pushing forward is Dahl. He'll get a single out on the offside. I think there's a bit of bat as well as the pad there as they amble through. 78 for 5. Do they try and grit it out, or do they try and play some shots and remove the close fielders?
They're not going to bat for 2 days, are they?
Kane pushes forward, and it's just wide of a diving Byram at short leg. As we see the replay, it bounced about 8 inches short of him. He dived valiantly to try and scoop a hand underneath, but would have needed to go a good deal forwards as well as sideways for that one. 78 for 5, clouding over a little bit as Salter bowls. Kane drops one again into the offside and ambles through for a single as Salter fields himself in a cover position. 79 for 5, Dahl 2, came for 2 wickets for Patel, 1 each to Salter, Hogan, van der Hoogten. And the only men to get into double figures so far, Rees with 56 and Guest with 11.
Yeah, it's getting dark, isn't it? Oh no, those suns go out again.
Derbyshire will do their best to convince the umpires.
I think they'll do well with the shadows across the pitches there at the moment. No, it's a lovely evening, late afternoon evening here in Cardiff. Except if you're a Derbyshire supporter. 79 for 5. And trailing by 471. As Patel begins a new over from the Cathedral Road end that is left alone the first delivery by Kane to go through to the keeper. They are a bit noisier now, the Glamorgan players. Haven't got rid of Rees since tea as Kane pushes the next delivery from Patel to backward point.
Perhaps they got to the point where they don't need the noise necessarily.
Yeah.
Because noise is often artificial to G yourselves up.
Yeah, no, they'll be bang on it, won't they? Patel's next delivery is defended again by Kane. That was a much straighter one, aiming towards the stumps.
5 brings 6, boys. Nearly into the tail.
Yeah. We know what these want. These don't want to be here. Already on the bus. Patel bowls and Kane just takes a step down the track and turns it to square leg, where it's fielded by Billy Root, moving around from mid-wicket.
Rubbish sledging department.
80 for 5.
Most sledging is rubbish.
Yes. Yes, I'm afraid so. Occasionally amusing. Patel to Dahl this time, he pushes it out into the offside. When he bowls a long way behind the crease, doesn't he? There goes Patel.
Not going to exhaust himself, is he?
No. 1, 2, 3, 4 steps, and then the arm comes over, and he started an enormous appeal there to a ball that I thought clearly hit the bottom of the bat. I'm getting a little overexcited, but 80 for 5. Derbyshire after 29 overs.
Bit of a grin on Patel's face, I think, as he took his cap off the umpire there. A stocky, heavily bearded figure, 33-year-old, born in Mumbai, and that's where he took his test 10 for in an innings, but for his adopted country, New Zealand, against his native country, India. Derbyshire 80 for 5 in the Sapphire Sunshine. Leicestershire have lost a wicket after a decent stand. Scriven out for 66. Swindells is still there. 53 not out there. 192 for 6. 105 runs behind Middlesex, who are second in the table. Kane pushes forward, deflects it just past Byram at short leg.
But won't be if they draw and
if they
win.
If Leicestershire can summon a good deal of resistance over the next couple of days. They would be well thanked from Welsh cricket supporters. 80 for 5 Derbyshire. Salter bowls. Came drives to mid-wicket, no run. Looks like Surrey may come very close to sealing the title this week. May do it if Hampshire lose and Surrey win. Hampshire 13 for 1, chasing 378 to beat Kent at Southampton. Salter bowls, came turns one just past Carlson at leg slip. Will take the single. Will they come back for the second? Yes, they will. Harris is in pursuit down towards the fine leg boundary. It's an easy two as Carlson went plunging down there. Was that one in the air as it passed him? Oh, yes, it was. Carlson, although a man of sharp reactions, didn't react quite quickly enough there. Salter bowls, came, pushes it into the ground and past short leg. Surrey, I think we can safely say, are unlikely to lose against Yorkshire. 178 for 9, still 155 runs behind.
Could be a decision to be made there.
Yeah. Well, I suppose if you've... depends on the wicket at the Oval, but if you've... 2 days left. If there's no weather, poor weather forecast. Salter bowls, came, picks up a single down to square leg as he managed to thread one through the close infield, so 4 runs off the Salter over. 83 for 5. It's not the last ball, sorry, 3 runs. The graphic on the screen was up very quick. It's 3 runs off 5 balls. They're lightning on those graphics. Salter bowls and Dahl defends to short leg. That is the end of the Salter over, and it is 83 for 5. And Derbyshire, I'm afraid to tell Midlands listeners, trail by 467 runs.
And have scored 8 runs in the last 5 overs. They've ground to a halt. So they're not playing any shots, which in one way makes it more difficult for Glamorgan, but not necessarily. But of course what it means is that mountain of runs that Glamorgan have got is hardly being eaten into at all. We're going to see another fielder with fielding pads on for Ejaz Patel. It's Kieran Carlson. Who's, well, he's not going to put them on immediately, I don't think, or is he? No, he's having a chat with all sorts of people out there. +1 the over 8, so I'm worried about that.
Well, he can't leave pads knocking around the field or stick them on the umpire's head.
No, so no, he's got to put them on.
He's going to have to put his shin pads on. Surprised he didn't have them on before because he was fielding at leg slip. You don't have to have them on, of course. What you do with your... what risk you put your shins in is up to you, really. It's just a question of
just having a helmet.
Headgear,
yeah. He's got one on.
Good.
Now he's got the other almost on, so it won't be long before we can get on with the rest of the game. Morgan leading by 467. And we now have a short leg and a silly mid-off as well as a slip. Ejaz Patel is bowling to Harry Kame, who's on 8 from 32 deliveries. Neither of the 2 batsmen out there have hit the boundary yet as Patel bowls, and Kame defends solidly. Back towards the bowler. It's actually fielded by Eddie Byram. Kame waits. The next delivery, using his feet, he pushes it up to mid-on where it's fielded by James Harris, but they get through for a single. Kane moves to 9, 84 for 5. And keeping the silly mid-off for Anuj Dahl as well. Just that little flex of the knees from Dahl that goes back into his crease, and it's a good job he got a bat on that because he's turned it into the leg side. If it had crashed into his pads, he'd have been in trouble, but he's come back for 2 runs as it turns out, and doubles his score, moves on to 4, 86 for 5.
Ian Evans throws up the point that if David Lloyd had declared 10 minutes later, his innings would have lasted longer than the Essex versus Lancashire match. He's a Welshman living in Essex. Can't say he's too disappointed with the Essex result.
Yeah, that would have been great. This one is pushed into the ground and actually hits Carlson. That's silly made off. And there's no run. That's a brilliant point. If they do enforce the follow on, he'll have been on the field for the entire game. The Glamorgan captain.
He'll have a rest in a couple of weeks' time.
Oh yeah. I bet he barely feels tired. The fact that his side is so much on top. Patel bowls a quicker delivery, I fancy, and it's defended by Dahl. 54.5 miles an hour, that one. Patel bowling in the white sunglasses. They're the frames, obviously. And he's in again, and that one is directed towards leg stump, defended by Dahl, out into the onside end of the over. 85 for 5, 2 runs from it, 31 overs gone, 23 remain in the day.
Newport Cricket Club have been in touch. They have just had a painting done to celebrate 30 years at their Spitty Park ground, where Glamorgan seconds frequently play. There's a painting to be displayed at the club, and 50 limited edition prints signed by the artist Dan Peterson are available. So if you go on Newport Cricket Club social media or website, they'll tell you all about that. Money raised to club funds, club projects. Nice setup they've got there. 85 for 5, having moved from Rodney Parade a mere 30 odd years ago. Forward came and defends the first ball of Salter's over.
They play on. There must be a cricket ground next to Rodney Parade rugby and football, then, is there?
There used to be, yes.
Right. They didn't play on the pitch, though.
Not on the no, the rugby and football pitch is still there. Salter bowls and leg stump turned away by Kame for a single. Harris fields at square leg. 86 for 5. Yeah, there was a power station, and I used to refer to the power station end, and then they knocked that down, and then they built a school on the part of the cricket field as was. So Cricket Club had to leave, as that's driven by Dahl up to mid-on, and they'll hassle through for a quick single. Hustle rather than hassle. Paul Sussex reckons the LBW decision against Brooke Guest might have pitched outside leg. There we are. It's in the scorebook. And Dave Jones reminds us that the helmets for fielders were after an incident here involving Glamorgan player Roger Davis. As Kame plays that one back to Salter, squared up slightly, who was seriously hurt fielding at short leg here for Glamorgan against Warwickshire in 1971. Nearly fatal. And that prompted people in the game to start to take action. As in comes Salter's next delivery, is defended by Kame. There's no run. 88 for 5. I ran Roger Davis out once.
Did you?
Yeah, trouble is I was batting with him at the time.
You've got 101 tales of runouts. It sounds like a book.
Not one of my better moments. As back on his stumps goes Kame, and well, that one caused him a bit of difficulty from Salter. 88 for 5 at the end of the over.
Just had a look at the Brooke Guest dismissal. It pitched on leg stump
on
at
leg
worst.
Stump. All right, okay.
At worst.
There we are.
I would say.
Okay. Paul's obviously trying to be nice to be.
Yeah.
Steve West on Twitter, who missed watching Sam Northeast 400, says Lloyd's innings is a welcome but unexpected second best. Well, indeed, literally second best in Glamorgan history.
I wouldn't use that as the opening gambit, though, in your questioning tonight. So you're now the second best. Congratulations.
I might think. Did you think of trying to smash another 100?
Ajaz Patel to continue from the Cathedral Road end with the short leg and the silly mid-off. And he bowls to Anuj Dal, who defends it out into the offside. And there's no run. It's my only visit to Rodney Parade. It was a bizarre one, actually.
Football?
No.
Rugby?
Rugby league.
Rugby league?
I saw Warrington play a home game against London Broncos. That one is turned into the off the pad into the leg side by Dal.
At Rodney Parade?
At Rodney Parade.
Don't remember that.
Yeah. Yeah, it would have been a long time ago. But yeah.
Why?
That is a terrific question, and I have no idea. I think it might have been a London Broncos home game, actually, but that one is pushed out into the offside.
Spread the gospel of the northern game.
Yeah, it never works, does it? Never works. It hasn't done so far.
Yeah.
This next delivery from Patel is defended by Dal. Edward's heckling from the back.
Edward's heckling the efforts of the Dragons. Yes, thank you, Edward. Dragons entertain Munster live on BBC television on Sunday afternoon.
Entertain being the crucial word. 88 for 5. As Patel over the wicket, balls to Dal, who lets that one go. It was a sort of bittersweet day for the Aitchison family. I think it was yesterday that the England Rugby Union women's squad was announced, and Holly, who is Ben's sister, plays for Saracens, she's in it, as expected. This next one is pitching outside leg and being defended by Anuj Dal into the ground. It's a maiden over from Patel. 88 for 5. It remains.
In the Women's International, India, well, they're going to pose England a pretty stiff target. They're 296 for 5 with just over 2 overs left. Harmanpreet Kaur, the captain, has got 110 not out. And 300 plus in the women's game is going to be pretty demanding, you would have thought, for England at Canterbury. Welsh-based umpire Anna Harris is involved in that one, so well done to her. 88 for 5. Dal has 5. Kame has 10. The rot has been, well, halted, delayed anyway, as Salter bowls and Kame pushes forward and defends.
The rot has been delayed, that well-known phrase.
Well, it would be presumptuous to say the rot has been stopped by this partnership.
It certainly hasn't been stopped. They've only added 13 runs.
But they have occupied rather more than some of their predecessors, as Kame turns one down to square leg and they go through for a single.
I might use that in my next sports bulletin, which is coming up fairly shortly. Anuj Dal and Harry Kame have delayed the rot.
Yes. Derbyshire, in the words of the Manic Street Preachers, will be hoping it's been forever delayed.
Yes, indeed.
As Salter comes in, bowls, Dal drives gently to mid-wicket, and there's no run. Leicestershire's score seems hardly to be moving. They won't move while you watch it against Middlesex. 89 for 5 Derbyshire. 401 needed to avoid the possibility of the follow-on. As Salter bowls and Dal flicks it away to mid-wicket and goes through for a single. 20 overs remain tonight. Were Derbyshire to be bowled out, would Glamorgan have a bat for a while?
No, goodness me, no.
To avoid batting last on this?
But they're not going to bat last, are they?
Okay. Salter bowls, came down the pitch, drives back to the bowler.
The heat's getting to you, Nick. They might have a bat. I mean, that's a stupid thing that teams do nowadays, isn't it? But if it was me...
Have a bat for a session and a bit.
I wouldn't.
Okay. 90 for 5. Salter, who shared a partnership of 151 with Lloyd today, is back bowling and is defending to short leg, and there is no run. 90 for 5. Brief production meeting concluded. Your broadcast team can continue with the presence of Edward Bevan at 90 for 5, who will be able to describe the operations of Ajaz Patel.
Yes, bowled unchanged, not surprisingly, and is about to start another over with 2 short legs and a slip. Bowls the first ball and it's nudged away. Let's have a look. 11 of 43, down 6 of 25. I think you've got to try and find some runs somehow. As Patel bowls on the line of leg stump, pushed away, turned that ball. Because every ball, and these two bowling, might just have your name in it, but nobody's tried to attack them except for Lewis Rees, who played a splendid innings of 56. But it's just been probing, and one of them's going to bounce, and all of a sudden, he could be caught at short leg. And this time he does come down pitch. It's well fielded by the bowler, who wrings his hand. Dal, who's had an excellent season, is fighting here to try and, well, not keep them in the game, but just stay there. Overs rushing by as in comes the next ball, and this time forward comes 5 or 6 more overs like this, Nick. I think the speedies will be called back into action, don't you? Hogan, Van der Gooten, Harris, just a change off this pitch. You'll get something out of it as the next ball. What on earth was that?
Bizarre appeal from short leg.
Yes.
Thinking maybe that it was boot ahead of bat.
That was Carlson. Well, he likes to shout now and again, doesn't he?
Getting overexcited.
Yeah, he's everywhere. Short leg, slip, he's been.
Yeah, he's sub-fielder for Sam North East today.
Yes, personal reasons, so we shan't delve into that at all. Last ball of the over from Patel. He's over the wicket to Dal, who comes down the pitch. Doesn't quite get to the pitch of it. Excuse the pun. And that is the end of the over. Plenty of overs left this evening. What have we got there? Fading 19.
Yeah.
Fading light over the scoreboard, which is rather difficult.
Should be finished by 5:45, depending on how much is
we might have
bowled by spin and how much by seam. And whether indeed the umpires might instruct Glamorgan to keep to spin at some point if they want to stay on. But
I think it's last night. I think it's lovely, isn't it?
If it's the same as last night, it's fine. Finished at 6. And blue skies over central Cardiff at the moment as Patel wheels through another maiden over, and Salter will continue from the River Taff end, and Kame pushes forward, defends
look at mid-on.
Onside. Yes. Van der Hoogten limbering up for a blast. Salter's only bowled 7 overs, Patel 13 on the bounce. Maybe just to vary things, as Salter does not deliver on that occasion.
The reason I think that Salter's far more effective than Thompson was is because he's bowling that much slower. Gets turn and bounce and not the same pace all the time.
Kane drives into the offside, fielded at wide mid-off by Patel, and there's no run. In the women's regional game, Southern Vipers beat South East Stars today by 6 wickets to reach the Rachel Hayhoe Flint final. As Salter is in to bowl, and Kane defends off the back foot, carefully watching it onto the bat. So Southern Vipers will play Northern Diamonds in the final of that 50 over competition, which is on Sunday At Lords, it was the only other pitch being prepared when we were there last week. Commentary of that on BBC Sport on Sunday. As forward stretches came defending, Byram moves from short leg to do the fielding. 18 overs for Derbyshire to try to battle through tonight.
They're not looking for runs, are they?
Not much moving at the moment in the middle as Came stretches forward to defend. Will certainly be a good effort if they manage to block their way through this last hour and a bit.
Yeah, Glamorgan pick up 1 wicket. That'll be their job done, I think.
67 for 4 it was at tea. As Came is back on his stumps defending. Rees, the only man to go since then, caught Cook, bowled Salter for 56. End of Salter's over, possibly his spell. Whom is Van der Hoogten going to replace? Could be the end of Patel's. Twirling 13 overs, 6 maidens, 2 for 26.
Perfectly acceptable there from the left-arm spinner. And it'll be Van der Hoogten changing ends. We might have a change at the far end and see a bit of Hogan again. He was the better of the opening pair. And I think this is a wise move. Tim Van der Hoogten then makes his mark, and he will be bowling at the other batsman, Aaron Dull. Bright sunshine coming between the little fluffy clouds, and they trail by 460 runs.
Yeah, Van der Hoogten 5 overs, 1 for 13 in his first spell. The wicket of Deploy caught behind for 1, having been dropped at slip earlier in the over.
2 slips under the close fielders. Here is Van der Hoogten. Bowls the first ball and is played gently by Dahl. There's no run. So we would probably have just over an hour's play. That's a little bit after 5:45 now.
Back to the wall stuff for the visitors as they try and get the close just 5 down and regroup to fight another day.
Van der Hoogten over the wicket, comes in, bowls to Dahl, and Dahl watches that outside the off stump going through.
16 wickets only this season for Van der Hoogten, who missed that middle chunk of the season, but he hasn't always been rewarded. There have been spells like at Lords last week where he repeatedly beat the bat, but without much luck. Not the most lucky bowler.
Here he is now then from this end. Bowls to Dahl. Dahl is nearly out, caught at slip there, but I think it might have died on David Lloyd.
Yeah, it didn't carry.
It was short of him. We have been saying throughout this game, haven't we, that slip fielders are feeling a bit deep. You see the replay.
Yeah, it's bounced a good metre or so short of him, and Lloyd just got a
And Dahl immediately goes up the
finger
pitch to tell his young partner, be careful. He's coming in and he's bowling the away swinger. So Came 11 of 49 balls at the moment. Waits as in comes Van der Hoogten, bowls to him. And that passes outside the off stump. And no attempt at scoring here from Came. He knows he's got to try and stay there, but I don't suppose he thinks, look, we're 460 behind, it doesn't many get runs. His time is of the essence now to try and stop our side losing more wickets, because there's a lot of cricket left in this game. 2 days rather, 2 full days. Here's the next ball. This is defended away on the offside. Everyone seems to have done his job in this Glamorgan attack. Opened up by Hogan, getting an early wicket, then Patel coming on and getting a couple of wickets, 2 in succession. Salter getting one in the second over. The pressure has been enormous. Not helped by the captain going for naught. Tim van der Gooten then coming in and bowls, and Kane this time plays it out into the covers. It's the end of an over, just a single off it. Derbyshire are 91 for 5, and Tim van der Gooten just yielding that single. 37 overs have been bowled, and the run rate, I suspect, is rather low. They seem to have been there for eternity, these two. They put on 16 only. Run rate of 2.5, basically, 2.46. And it will be Salter to continue.
So he's into his 8th over. Be grateful for the chance to bowl a long spell, which isn't always in Glamorgan's championship side. And I think he's one of those spinners who does bowl better when offered long spells and given a bit of confidence by his captain. Forward comes Dahl to defend the first ball of the over. Patel at mid-off, no run. So these two...
Defiant.
Yes. Easing maybe a few nerves in the dressing room as that one raps Dahl on the pad. A shout rather than...
He's varying it, isn't he? He's bowling the arm ball and getting some spin with 2 short legs there.
Next delivery is
he's not
hitting
is he?
Dahl on the pad, pushing forward.
Good spell this by Salter.
It is indeed, as he's not allowing Derbyshire any respite from the pressure, with Patel having bowled well at the other end. India women finished on 333 for 5 against England at Canterbury, with Kaur on 143 not out, the skipper. That looks like a series win for India coming up, as Dahl plays the next delivery to mid-wicket, and there is no run. Leicestershire have crawled past 200.
Good.
203 for 6 in reply to Middlesex's 297 all out. These two teams and supporters hoping that Middlesex do not win, as Dahl pushes on the offside defensively. No run. End of a Salter maiden, 8 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 14. Derbyshire 91 for 5 in reply to Glamorgan's 550 for 5. These two have added 16, and they've been together at the wicket for about 12 overs.
Yes, painfully slow going, but they've got to try and keep their wickets intact. Kane has almost come strokeless there, hasn't he?
Yeah, where were you? 67 for 4 at tea. We have had best part of an hour since tea, and 24 for 1.
Van der Gooten then is going to continue at the Cathedral Road end, and he is bowling to Kane. Harry Kane bowls the first ball, jams down in it and pushes it out in front of him.
Well, looks like the leaders Nottinghamshire are going to lose at Worcester. They're 44 for 3 following on. They're still 218 behind, so they only got
120 all out, weren't they?
They only got no batting points. They did scrape the 3 bowling points. Looks as though Notts will only take 3 from that match.
Tim van der Gooten then is in and bowls too wide of the off stump, and Kane has nothing to do with it.
So they'd be on 218 if they don't get any further points, but If Glamorgan were to win this one with maximum points, they'd be on 200. So it's hugely unlikely that Notts would be caught unless they lose again rather badly.
And de Gooten getting no response from this pitch now. It is a slow pitch for seamers. As he comes in again and bowls to Kane. Kane just defends. And I wonder what Billy Godalman's thoughts are now as he sits in the pavilion.
Pretty grim, you'd have thought.
No, he just made a huge mistake. Might have played in his mind because he just flicked at one from Hogan straight to third slip. Halfway through this Van de Gooten over. Here he comes and bowls now. It's just defended again.
Yeah, Glamorgan's opponents next week, Sussex, look as though they're going to be on the wrong end of things against Durham. Durham 397 for 6, leading by 235 runs on first innings. So Sussex likely to face a battle to avoid an innings defeat up north.
Kane remains on 11 as he has done for the last 15 minutes or so. In comes the next ball and it's left outside the off stump.
Division 1 leaders Surrey did enforce the follow-on against Yorkshire. Yorkshire 12 for 1 in the second innings, still 142 runs behind.
Still lovely sunshine here in the capital. Last ball of the over coming up and no runs scored. 15 overs left after this as Van de Gooten comes racing in and bowls. That's played away on the onside. Made an over and the score remains on 91 for 5.
So in Division 1, title, if my maths are correct, could be decided this week rather than next week, which is always a bit of a shame from a neutral point of view, and it doesn't go to the last week of the season. But if Surrey do complete what looks likely to be a victory over Yorkshire, Hampshire, it appears, are losing to Kent 31 for 1, chasing 378 to win. It could be the title is decided tomorrow even.
Full marks to Surrey. How many players do they lose to test calls? But Dolly Pope is, of course, getting his customary 100 as he plays in this game. But absolutely full credit to them. Got a marvellous pathway there.
Yeah, they do produce a fair number of their own, as well as being able to recruit from other counties and being able to
overseas,
fly in overseas here and there.
Alex Stewart, you see, is a terrific manager, cricket manager. He has the contacts there around the world.
91 for 5, Salter bowls and played defensively by Anish Dal into the offside for no run. Glamorgan of a forward short leg, a leg slip and a slip. Mid-wicket is quite close in on the drive. Salter bowls and Dal does play it gently to root in that short mid-wicket position.
Patel having a few words for Salter up there.
Spinners Union,
yeah,
just maybe offering a suggestion, and as a result of that, Patel is gesturing to one of the mid-wickets to come in off the boundary as Dal defends, pushing forward. I think that's Bevan out there, who was about 3/4 of the way back, has now come in 10 metres or so. Salter bowls. Forward comes Dal to defend, 91 for 5. And all very serene in terms of the scoring rate, but it is a gritty battle by this Derbyshire pair to try to survive until the end. of today. Dahl defends off the back foot back to Salter, and there's no run.
And the batting to come, I think they know that there's not a lot to come indeed. One of these goes.
Thompson all-rounder.
Yes, Tom.
As Dahl flicks that one into the leg side. Now, was that hit into the ground or was it off
it was, yeah.
An edge? So there's a little bit of temporary excitement, but the ball fell between the fielders anyway. 91 for 5. Another Salter maiden. 14 to go in the day's play.
Yeah, maiden after maiden at the moment. And we're going to have a change up here. Michael Hogan going to have a ball. I think, no. David Lloyd? No.
No, I don't think Lloyd will use himself today, to be honest.
Get round the Houghton, because he took his cap off. I didn't recognise him for a moment.
They're off for bad light in Chester Street, presumably much to Sussex's relief. Durham 398 for 6, 236 runs ahead. Too far north to play cricket, you see.
It's dark in Newcastle. Early. Van de Gooten to try and break this stubborn partnership. It hasn't put on many runs, but it's taken up a lot of time. I think he's only about 16. Here he is then coming in to bowl to Dahl, and bowls the first ball, and Dahl plows forward. Came, sorry, my mistake.
Yeah, it was Dahl who blocked his way through the last over.
So, Mickey Arthur, the Derbyshire coach, has probably said, look, if we can't win it, well, you're not going to win it. Lads,
don't lose it.
Draw.
Yeah, if you can't win it, don't lose it.
And they've got 2 days to try and block out.
Byram is dispatched to the square leg boundary away to our right in front of the grandstand.
You can't see Dahl hooking in the air somehow. In comes the next ball, and that's just chipped away down towards fine leg. It'll only be a single, as Byram feels a beautiful return into the keeper's gloves. At least they've crossed, which makes a change.
Of a different bat as a commentator.
Kane moves on to 12, and now Dahl, 7 from 49 balls, will receive. Dahl waits, Van de Gooten in bowls, and that's left outside the off stump. Perhaps give one more to Salter. He's bowled very well, and bring Hogan back for a blast for that end.
Yeah, might as well mix things up a bit, since they've got in. Batsmen have presumably got into a bit of a rhythm defending Salter. They're still asking questions.
Van de Gooten from this end, bowling steadily. He's in his 8th over. Bowls to Dahl. Dahl cuts, and it goes straight to Salter, feeling a point. Just can't get through this field, can they, the batsmen?
Thought we might get a boundary for a moment there.
I know. Run rate is 2.26. Morgan, you're not desperate for the breakthrough, but they'd like one.
Yeah, if Derbyshire, it's not exactly momentum, but if they go into tonight having blocked out the last hour and a half successfully, then at least that gives them a little bit of heart from somewhere.
Here's Van de Gooten, bowls to Dahl, and Dahl leaves outside the off stump.
The run rate is plummeting by the over.
Yeah, just the one bowling point in the whole game, and that's it for Derby. Morgan picked up the maximum.
Yep. 1 bowling point so far, 1 more wicket for the second bowling point.
In comes Van de Gooten, bowls, and that's nudged away, and they go for a single. If this hits, and it doesn't. If that had hit, he'd have been gone. Not the most sensible run that Dahl has ever called for in his life, and Salter has a throw, side on, but didn't hit. Why he did that, only he will ever know.
That was a crazy call, really.
Yeah.
And it's the last thing Derbyshire need. Van der Hoogten's bowling speeds, by the way, between around 75 and 78 miles an hour in that last over. And news of Derbyshire's second 11, a low-scoring thriller against Notts at Belper Meadow. Derbyshire 150 all outs, Notts 145 all outs, with 5 wickets for Alex Hughes. Derbyshire seconds, 144 for 9 in their second innings. McKiernan made 45, Hughes 34, but they've collapsed to 148 for 9, leading by 153. Salter in to bowl, and Dahl defends to mid-on, and there is no run. So if you're in the area, you might see a thrilling finish tomorrow at Belper Meadows, that second 11 game. Salter bowls, Dahl drives to mid-on, no run.
Glamorgan will be frustrated as James Harris will be bowling, and before long he is running around at backward point, practicing his action again. As
Salter bowls and Dahl checks his drive back to the bowler. Salter thought for a moment he might have tempted him into pushing a return catch as Dahl came forward, but managed to control his defensive prod. Waits again. Dahl drives through the offside. He's found the gap. It is the first 4 for some considerable length of time.
Yeah, got to the pitch with it and sweetly struck it through extra cover for 4.
97 for 5. Dahl moves into double figures after a mere 57 deliveries. And that is the first boundary struck by either of these two batsmen. So Rees was out in the 26th over, having struck 11 fours, but this therefore is the first boundary for the best part of an hour, I think you can say. 42nd over. Dahl back in defensive mode, playing to Hogan at cover point, no run.
I think we want these clouds to move, don't we? Just going perfectly
supporters
all right,
here will, but Derbyshire supporters will certainly want the clouds to thicken and intensify. 97 for 5, in reply to 550 as Dahl defends. To Byram at short leg, there is no run, just the one scoring shot, the boundary in that over. Salter, some of his deliveries in that over in the 30s, so bowling with a good deal of flight, inviting the batsman, trying to tempt the batsman, but he has one for 18. As James Harris will have the next blast from the Cathedral Road end as the sun comes out again.
Yes, Andy Gooden had a few overs, nothing at all in the pitch. The pitch is very slow, and Harris bowled his first 5 overs for 21, and a lot of talk out there as to the field, and having a big say in that is Kieran Carlson, who suggests this, that and the other, and he is on the field as a sub.
Yeah, club vice-captain, I suppose. Yeah, he's used
entitled to it.
Chipping in his pennyworth.
James Harris bowls a few practice balls. That's another little annoyance for me. When you talk about overrated, they just bowl into each other. Everybody's waiting. And the umpire at times turns around and says, "Get on with it." Quite rightly. James Harris then, and he will be bowling to Kame, who is not out 12. Bowls the first ball and he defends. And there's no run. Both batsmen now on 12, the round dozen. .11 overs and 5 balls left. Here comes Harris. Bowles game, clips it away for a single out towards mid-wicket. They might think of a second. They'll think about it, but it's only one they're going to get. No, they're going to get overthrows, which was very poorly defended there, because Harris didn't fancy going for it, and then he went between two fielders for 4 and 5 off that.
Well, yeah, frustration for Glamorgan shouldn't really happen at first class level.
No, that was it wasn't Billy Root's fault. He threw it in as hard as he could, but Harris more or less left it go, thinking there was backup. There wasn't.
Derbyshire's 100 up in the 43rd over.
Gone unnoticed.
And they've taken the score on from 75 to 102. Thanks to that, a partnership of 27 in 16 overs.
Because it was 5 runs, it's... Oh, that's a cutaway. There's 4 more, and Harris is bowling with some wits. He was struck for a couple of boundaries in his first 5 overs, and now he's gone for 2 in succession.
Yeah, Glamorgan won't want to release the pressure that Patel, Salter and Van der Hoogten had built up. Harris had a good game in Lords with a 5 for.
Yep.
But
I wonder if
still just giving now and then the odd wide delivery, although he can't be blamed for the overthrows.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if they might bring Patel at the far end just to mix it up. But it's Harris comes in and bowls again, and that's shorter delivery. A ball bowled in anger by Harris there, having conceded 9 runs in 2 balls. 106 for 5. You would have given this to Glamorgan when they declared around 3 o'clock, wouldn't you? Or before that.
Yeah, Glamorgan will be delighted with the day's progress, even if they don't claim another wicket. But
or one would be.
Darlan came just doing the best to limit the damage and getting through to the close tonight with only 5 down.
In comes Harris. Bowles. That's left by Dahl outside the off stump. He's on 16 and Kame is on 17. That's too wide, much too wide. Keep pressure on the batsman. 2 slips and a ring of 3 on the offside, and 4 on the onside. Here's Harris again running away from us. Bowles at Dahl gets a short delivery, and that's going to be runs. It might well be 4. It's a chase, and it's going over the boundary now, so this is not a good over at all. That drifted down the leg side, and 13 runs, releasing the pressure.
Yeah.
I wonder who's going to have a bowl at that far end when you're on next, Nick. Do you want to go and have a break, or you're going to do something with...
Yeah, I've got a Radio Wales piece to do in around about 15-20 minutes time. Some news of interest to Derbyshire football followers. Liam Rossini has been relieved of his duties as interim manager. It's understood Rossini is still employed by the club, but the Rams are now searching for a permanent successor to Wayne Rooney, who left in the
Bring him
summer.
back. Bring him back. Here's Salter from the river end, and bowls to Dahl. Dahl drives up to mid-off. There's no run. 110 for 5 then. And these two are doing a good job, even though it's slow going. Dahl is young, came with him. Here's the next ball. On the back foot, played out in the covers again. He's not the greatest of runners, Dahl.
He's quick though.
Yeah, the other fellow wasn't. He could have run his partner out, and then it was a scrambling run again.
Paul Warren, apparently from Rotherham. He's the man in the frame at Derby County.
I haven't looked recently what they're like in Division 1. As we wait for Salter, who bowls. This is driven up to mid-on. I came and they get a single. suspect this might be Salter's final over.
That's a question to which I don't want to get the wrong answer, so I will tell you that they're currently 7th. 14 points.
How on earth are they in the Division 1?
Well, there's a very long story. I don't think we've got time. I know we're on for a couple more days, but I'm not sure we've got time.
Salter, as the sun comes out, bowls, and Dahl goes back. And Salter not quite getting the same zip and turn that he was earlier on. Sun on the pitch, that's more of this that they want, Glamorgan. But they've settled for this at the start of the day, I'm sure.
Ball might be going a bit soft now, mightn't it?
Got to watch them, you've got to keep concentrating. Dahl, who's really had a good season, is not out 21. As Salter is in and bowls to him. And he gets the arm ball, which is nudged away gently behind square. The offside, 112 for 5. And this will be the last ball of Salter's over. I wonder if it's the last ball of his spell. And then, will they bring Hogan back, or will they possibly think of bringing Patel to bowl at the other end? He's done all his bowling from this end. And here's Salter bowls, tosses this one up, and it's driven to mid-off. And there's no run. That might be the end of Salter. Perfectly good figures.
Replace him with the spinner, though, because there's 10 overs to go. We might get away by 5:45.
It will be a spinner in the far distance. You see him twirling his arms. Little Ajak Patel. How it cracked this end, the far end. James Harris.
He's going to continue, isn't he, from the Cathedral Road end. He's 0 for 34 from 6. He's bowled better than that.
But better at Lord's the last game when he took a 5-4.
2 slips in play, short leg as well. He's in to bowl to Anuj Dahl, who gets one that keeps a bit low. Actually, it was a full delivery, and he's just about managed to get some bat on it as well. Might have hit him outside the line.
I thought there was a bit of bat.
I thought there was some bat in there. I thought it kept low initially, but it was just a full... No, it did keep a bit low, didn't it?
Close. Very close.
My eyes were deceiving me. I thought initially it kept low, and then I thought perhaps it's a full delivery, but it just... Some very biased commentators from to our left. Fingers going up all over the place. Harris is in again. Bowls to Dahl, who gets bat on this one. Yeah, they thought that was out as well.
Did they? What, the technical boys?
That was the full face of the bat down into the ground, backwards square on the offside. So out, they're going to replay it. Which one's this? Well, it's going down leg.
No. I think they're just having a bit of fun with it.
Yeah, very good. Very good. I hope they are. Here's the next delivery from Harris. It's pulled it around the corner. He wasn't in control of that, Dahl. It actually hit the ground quite quickly and dribbled towards Patel. Picks up a single, but that was not the greatest shot from Anuj Dahl. Moves on to 22, 113 for 5. Both batsmen have faced 67 deliveries, so 11 overs apiece effectively. Dahl has got 22 in those 11 overs, and Harry Kane has got 18.
Is he new into the side, Harry Kane?
Yeah, I think it's his 3rd or 4th match.
New name for us.
From Hampshire.
Did he?
Yeah, his dad played for Hampshire. This one, ducks underneath it. Peter Kane. He played with Kevin James, that kind of era.
Peter Kane?
Yeah. I think he's in the wine trade now. Forgive me, Peter, if you are listening, and none of this is true. I'm sure it is, though. It might not be. Who knows?
You're very welcome to send us a dozen bottles of Sauvignon Blanc if you want to, Peter. If your son gets 100. You're listening? Yeah.
Care of the cricket club here at Glamorgan. Harris bowls and Kane pushes out into the offside.
Certainly not care of my home address.
Yes, can't be too careful. Can't be too careful. Final ball of Harris is over, coming up. Derbyshire still trail by 437. Remarkable. 113 for 5.
9 overs left after this, which we should be done and dusted by 1:45.
Yeah. He's on his way again. Here's Harris to complete the over. Balls to Kame, who drives it into the ground. Looks at the bottom of his bat, because that's where he drove it. What he drove it with. And the ball was fielded by Harris at the end of his follow-through. End of the over. 113 for 5. Dahl has 22. Kame has 18.
Not a bad over there, Harris, but he's been wayward, and his figures reflect that, really. Now, what are we going to see? Yes, as predicted, we're going to see Mr. Patel having a crack at that far end. 2 for 26 from 13 overs, just going at 2. He was given a little bit of stick by Lewis Rees, but he did get the huge wicket of Wayne Madsen first ball. Caught it slip this after getting Brookgast LBW on the front foot. And he will be bowling to Kame.
Hello, yeah, all good.
113 for 5. Glamorgan's today. 550 for 5 declared. Records of every record you could think of from David Lloyd. Made 313 undefeated runs. Billy Root made 79, and Salter was 45 not out. As we see a bat pad going in on the offside and a slip and a short leg. Patel bowling from the River Taff end in beautiful sunshine. No problems with this game going on until the scheduled close, I wouldn't have thought. Here's Patel, bowls the first ball to Kame. Kame is deceived and hit on the pad as it rolls out. I think you've got to at times look to try and attack Patel, yes. Otherwise he is going to tie you down. He's round the wicket to the right-handed Kame and does attack, and he cuts him away for 4 runs. So a young man growing in confidence. He's been there a very long time for his 18, but he's defied the Glamorgan attack, and that was the first shot really in real anger, if you like. He moves now on to 22.
No, it was Dahl.
It was Dahl by
yeah.
Still he had number 4.
Still to get a boundary, Harry Kame. That's Dahl's 4th. Yes, my apologies there. I thought it was Kame number on his back. In comes the next ball, and that's cut away again, but no runs this time as Hogan fields. Dahl. As you pointed out, he spoke to us yesterday and said it was a good pitch, so he's got a chance to prove it, hasn't he? He's got a chance to prove it.
Looks a very good pitch. A little bit of turn, as you'd expect. Next ball is played down towards fine leg. There'll be a couple of runs there. The ball might go for 4. No, it has gone for 4. It was a long chase down here, and 2 boundaries in this over. And Dahl beginning now to show some attacking intent.
Harris was a little unfortunate because as he bent down to push the ball back, he just got the top of the ball and couldn't quite hold it in.
Batsman to come. Connors, Thompson, Hitchison, if he does bat. Good length ball, which is pushed defensively on the offside. Dahl is now moved on to 30, and this will be much appreciated by his colleagues up there on the pavilion balcony. Oh, that's nearly caught a short leg there. I think it was dropped, you know.
That's what they went for LBW initially, then they thought there might be a catch here.
I think that
I'm sure how much bat was in it, really. The boys next door will be giving it out, but I've no idea what that
see
came
Lloyd
off.
going up immediately,
Yeah.
and I think he might have got a touch on
if
that.
you look at Patel's reaction, yeah. Oh, it's in and out, and it's in and
I
out.
was saying yesterday, the great short legs, that would be no problem of yesteryear. But these days, they rarely feel that, don't they? Or do they? Very, very rarely. And he was standing on his heels. I remember a master class, I think it was Peter Walker gave you, stand on your toes always. So that you can
Always
jump forward.
Yeah, always forward. James Harris to continue from the Cathedral Road end, and he's in and bowls to Harry Kane, who gets up on his toes, gets right on top of that ball and guides it down to short third man, and there's no run. 7 overs and 5 balls.
How would you describe the next few batsmen? Are they capable?
No.
Well, there's a straight answer if you want it.
Thompson's all right. Sam Connors less so. Never seen Sylvester, obviously, and Aitchison can hold a bat, but obviously he's injured. That's a very strange shot from Harry Kane to the James Harris delivery. He just sort of basically held his bat parallel to the ground and fiddled at the ball, hit the bottom edge and went into the ground. Yeah, these two are the last hopes, you would suggest, without being disrespectful to the 4 bowlers to come.
And the Glamorgan bowlers face a long couple of days in the field. If this is the way that Derbyshire will defend.
He waits now, does Harry Kane. There is a short leg and he's driven but not timed. And a good sliding stop there ensures that the ball doesn't get away. Michael Hogan with the slide at mid-on. He's fielding on the bit of the field where you can see the drains due to the dryness that we've had.
Yes, a lot of grounds have been like that.
Yeah, it is quite green. It's a lot greener than some grounds we've been to. I know there has been some rain in recent times, but
Lord's last week was very, very lush.
Yeah, it's looking well here. Kane waits. Couple of slips, crouching down. Harris bowls and he fiddles that one out into the offside. Does Harry Kane? There's no run.
Look a pretty player, does he? No fluent drives or cuts.
No, there hasn't been today, has there?
He's a bottom-handed character, isn't he? Really?
Yeah.
Just pushes it along.
He's got a couple of half centuries this season in the Championship.
But he knows, of course, here that he mustn't try and play too many attacking shots, or he might be fatal.
Yeah. He signed a contract on the back of, I think it was on the back of a century in a T20 game for the seconds. So he can clearly bat. And he does look a decent bat. He just ducks out of the way of that one as it goes through to the keeper. He comes in high up the order in T20 and white ball cricket.
Right. 7 overs left after this. And they go on like this, they will come out with renewed confidence tomorrow morning. Everything changes in the morning for the batsmen, bowlers, everything, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It's different state of mind, and
going like this, like another 14 runs before the close of play. it's Harris bowls a full delivery and it's driven out into the offside. It's fielded by Bevan, and there's not Bevan at all. Billy Root. It's the end of the over. 121 for 5. Dahl has 30. Kame has 18. Derbyshire trail by 429.
Glamorgan need 15 wickets in the last 2 days. Exactly the same number that have fallen in the first 2 days. 15 wickets. I think it's 15, isn't it? Yes.
Yeah. No.
It's been a long
10. Because Glamorgan declared, didn't they?
Of course.
Yeah.
So it's a long haul for Derbyshire here.
There was a terrific tweet before, Edward, that if they'd have just held off declaring, did you hear that one? David Lloyd's innings would have been longer than the match at Chelmsford.
No more, please. That's a beauty.
That's an absolute belter. If they'd just hung on for another quarter of an hour.
Patel starts another over and is clipped away by Dahl, but hits Byram, who's at short leg, full on the legs, but no hurt at all because he's got pads on, these little wicket-keeper pads. In comes the next ball, and that's the one that goes with the arm, and it's defended.
Okay.
Man on the 45 for this sweep, and then there's this short leg and a slip, and a man on the drive, so coping for all eventualities here as Patel comes in, bowls, and that's clipped away, and it's fielded. It's backward of square, and it's fielded there by James Harris. Came 76 balls for his 18, Dahl 30 of 76. Patel bowls, and it's left outside the off stump. Run rate just 2.5.
Cook's just thrown the ball to Patel. It's gone over his head and halfway to the boundary.
2 balls left of this over, and no runs so far. In comes the next ball, and this is going to be run. It could be 2 runs, it could be 4 runs. It's a long chase up to the boundary, and is it going to be overtaken? No, it isn't. Does infuriate Billy Root when he gets there, and just within a yard or so beats him to the boundary. It's a well-timed shot, and Dahl now beginning to attack a bit more, and is he the man to save
50 partnership
Derbyshire as the 50 partnership does come up, which is quite an achievement after the early failures. Patel in again and bowls to Dahl, and Dahl is forward. No run, end of the over. There are just half a dozen overs left today. 125 for 5, and the deficit a mere 425.
Yeah, I'll soon have that knocked off.
They know, these two, that runs don't really matter, because they're not going to get anywhere near Glamorgan's 550. They might do, of course.
Take time out of the game.
Take time out of the game is the main thing.
Absolutely.
Hogan's got a ball.
Got the first wicket to fall. Michael Hogan, that of Billy Godleman, who, well, he's in wretched form, guided the ball.
Yeah, just
third slip.
Poked at it, didn't he?
Not a feather, it was a full-blooded, yeah. It's like catching practice first thing in the morning that you see when the slip cordon gets down.
That's right.
And he's been dismissed so many times like that this season. I hadn't seen, and I must see if I can find it. Apparently there was a tweet sent out yesterday by the Derbyshire coach, who does tweet on a regular basis, Mickey Arthur. And he described yesterday, there's his Twitter account, it should be fairly easy to find now. Yesterday, so 21 hours ago, so 3 hours after it is now, so 25 past 7 last night, as Hogan begins a new over or his first over in this spell, bowls, and that is driven out into the onside by Harry Kane for a single. Derbyshire move on to 126 for 5, came on to 19. That was the worst day of our championship season.
Full stop? Oh.
Yes, full stop. Tomorrow we come back strong, he said.
Well,
yeah, so.
Not quite.
Here is Hogan again. He's in at bowls. That one is just tapped into the ground by Hanno's Dahl. There is no run. I've just ignored a call from my sports editor. That's a bit naughty, but there we go.
You should know better than to phone you in the middle of commentary.
Yeah, I think it was into the group chat that I'm in with a couple of other lads on the sports desk, and I think they're trying to sort out what they're going to do for this programme this evening now that Liam Rossini has been relieved of his duties as interim manager, which is a bit of a surprise, I think. Hogan is in and bowls. That one is well kept out by Dahl. Got everything behind it, pushed out into the offside.
We've seen Hogan come back many, many times, even this season at this stage of the night, and picks up a vital wicket, because he is the most accomplished, certainly, of the seamers. And he's a clever...
41 now?
41, yeah.
Yeah, remarkable, isn't it?
It really is. I think he could play another year comfortably the way that he's bowling. But his wife and family have gone back. They went back in May, and he'd be glad to reach them again.
Yeah, balls, that is driven one-handed in the end by Anuj Dal. A good half stop out in the covers, that route with the dive. And
no,
is it not route? Keeps him down to a single. Whoever, come on, turn around, do me a favour.
Yeah, let's have your number. So the route,
It is.
yes, it is. Well spotted.
No, I just that was.
He's taller than you think, actually.
Yes, but he'd been in that kind of area most of the day, hasn't he? To whether a right-handed or left-handed batsman. 1-2-7 for 5 as Hogan is in again, and that one is defended by Harry Kane this time up towards.
There's nothing in the pitches for the seamers, not a lot. And for the spinners, you've just got to be patient, toil away, and hope that the batsmen make a mistake. And Hogan now can hardly see his figures. 1 ball short of 7 overs, and that's the one I can pick out. As the next ball is driven. He looks an awkward. He doesn't. There's nothing flowing about him, is there?
No, there isn't today. He has looked more fluent.
Yeah.
At times.
So that's the end of another over. Just 5 overs left this evening. It's been another good day's cricket, Mr. Strauss, if you're listening.
I'm not sure. He might be tuned in. You never know. He could be tuning in.
I don't think he'd listen to Glamorgan, Derbyshire.
I don't think he'd listen to county cricket, would he? Because he wants to see the end of it.
Are you leaving us?
I'm sorry, Edward. I've got to go.
That's all right. Don't be sorry at all. Musical chairs. I think I'm here for the end because various reports have to be done, and I shall be talking to my Radio Cymru, which is the Welsh language, in just a moment. Patel starts another. Oh, it's too short, that, but it hits straight at cover. Tom Bevan fields, and there's no run.
Well, I missed out there, didn't he, Dal?
Oh, this pitch is slow now, isn't it? There's nothing biting or anything. Might weigh overnight. It tosses this one up, and it's nearly caught a slip from one that turned. Dal has had his moments, and you'll have a look at that, I am sure.
Just wide of David Lloyd's right hand dive. Couldn't quite get down in time. He's a shortish fellow, David Lloyd.
I think this is what he should try and do, bowl the orthodox left arm spin and get a bit of rip there as he bowls now to Kame. Kame comes right forward. 19 of 80 balls. Survival mode.
Yeah, the asterisk is the key, isn't it, for not out overnight?
Absolutely. Whoever is the night watchman will have the leggings on. It goes a little bit darker. I don't think that's going to bother us. 2 slips now is. It's another. It's whether the batsman know it's coming towards the end of the day, but there were 2 very iffy shots played by either batsman then.
Oh, that one's bounced just short of Carlson a second. Slip.
He's getting a bit of bite now, is Patel. Around the wicket he comes and bowls, and this time is covered by the batsman, who is not. He's not playing Patel with a lot of confidence. He's hanging about, but he's a little bit jumpy. Probably playing for tomorrow. For the morrow. Last ball, Patel bowls. This time it's that went with the arm and pushed a short leg. That's the end of the over. Pretty good over that from Patel. Got a bit of movement from his left arm spin. He has now bowled 16 overs and 2 for 39 as Hogan comes up to bowl. And I think we'll comfortably, Nick, have these final overs in.
Yeah, just 4 overs left here on BBC Sport Online, and a reminder that we start at 10:30 in the mornings in September, right through the match.
Too early.
Well, trouble is, without the lights, Glamorgan
Yes.
are particularly susceptible to cloudy evenings, aren't they? As Michael Hogan will bowl from the Cathedral Road end with the shadow of the floodlight pylon stretching nearly right across Sophia Gardens, and Hogan is in to bowl to Darlan, 36 not out, outside off stump and allowed to go through. Half-century partnership then between these two. Came together at 75 for 5 in the 26th over, and we're now in the 51st. And you thought that Derbyshire would summon some resistance from somewhere at some point, and it has been for this 6th wicket with their last pair of recognised batsmen. Dahl in fine form this season as this is driven on the offside by Dahl, just a single as Billy Root makes ground close to the umpire, who is at point rather than a square leg there. 129 for 5, Dahl to 37. Glamorgan searching for the breakthrough, which
it's frustrating for them because they could easily hurt them all out.
Been a few balls flying close to fielders as that almost found the outside edge of Kame's bat. Lost concentration there, groping for one outside off stump that was
not a good shot at all, was it, in the circumstances?
Probably slightly too wide to drive with any confidence, and beat the outside edge, luckily for Harry Kame. But he remains there. 19 of 84 deliveries in the evening sunshine. Hogan is in to bowl, turned on the leg side. Carlson fields at short mid-wicket, and there's no run.
Yeah, 71 miles an hour, that shows how the slowness of the pitch.
Yeah, Hogan, who was up at 78 earlier in the day, needs to summon a final bit of zip for the day as he runs away from us and bowls to Kame, who defends to Carlson at short mid-wicket, no run. 129 for 5. So the good news for Derbyshire listeners is that they have found some resistance in the last hour and a half of the day's play, having slumped to 75 for 5 when Rees was out for 56, having really dominated the early stages on the scoreboard of the Derbyshire innings as he lost partners regularly. Hogan in, that's down leg side, flicked away down towards backwards square. Oh, there's a slight misunderstanding. There's also a no ball, or is it? No, it's just the umpire.
The cap up.
Umpire was holding his arm out straight, apparently to signal a no ball, but no, it was had Hogan's hat cap in the end of his paw, and it was just the single. Derbyshire 130 for 5, Dahl 37, Kame has 20, and there are 3 overs remaining of the day's play.
Derbyshire would like this to go on tonight because they're more or less in control. There have been a couple of half chances, whilst Glamorgan will be glad to see the end, to have a good rest tonight, have a hot bath or whatever they have, and then get up refreshed tomorrow morning. It won't be a new ball, it'll be a ball that will be 53 overs left, and they will have another crack in the morning as Patel will start another over with the cloud cover coming across on this very attacking field. Carlson's on his knees as in comes a ploy that was started with in the Somerset camp really by Marcus Trescothick, who took it into the test side. That is, when you're fielding and the pitch is slow and not quite carrying, he's on his knees at second slip waiting for the catch. Perfectly legal. As Patel bowls, and down the pitch comes Kame and nudges it away on the offside.
Does it ever work though? Not sure I've ever seen. I'm not sure I've ever seen anyone take a catch on their knees.
It looks as if he's praying, doesn't he, for a wicket? Patel round, bowls, down comes the bat, and 20 off 90. Not his most memorable innings, but effective. Patel from the far end again, bowls. And lots of oohs and ahs. When was it? Not many more weeks ago since Glamorgan got a wicket of the last ball of the day. Do you remember that? I forget who it was.
Oof. Yeah, there was one, yeah, but I can't remember for the life of me who it was.
Patel again. Bowls to Came drives on the onside. Think of a run, but don't. There's a fielder there, comes in very quickly. Very good. One ball to go. We have 2 hours after this, and it's been a good day's cricket yet again. This has gone down the leg side, the arm ball, and he's a little bit jumpy there, Came, and he's going to keep the bowling. Just push forward, and they went down the leg side. End of the over then, 131 for 5. 2 overs to go, and Nick will do the first one. No, do you mind if I do the first one, Nick? Because the language of heaven awaits.
All right. I think the language of heaven will have to await the report of Derbyshire.
Right.
So
it is, I hope, 10-2, so
there we are. Fire away.
Hogan, yeah. To bowl, to Hurricane 21. And these 2 overs left will be bowled because it's perfectly playable at the moment. In comes Hogan and bowls to Came. And Came is forward into the defensive prod that he's got and pushes it back down. Yeah, well played for these two for sticking it out for a long time. Lots of shouting out there, giving Hogan big support as he turns at the end of his run from this end. We watch him run away from us and bowled. Oh, and my word, I heard the word catch and it nearly was.
Nearly caught the glove, didn't it?
Yeah, one that bounced a little bit more, and it was a terrific delivery. But he was a couple of, he's shaking a bit, I think, Came now, because he was
just about overcame his natural reflexes, didn't he, to play at the ball. Just managed to get his gloves out of the way.
Yeah. 4 balls from Hogan left for this evening. And he comes again and bowls. This time is pushed into the covers. No run. Hogan turns now and coming in, bowls. Didn't play that very, very confidently, did Came, and just gets a bat and plays it into the covers. Testing over from the experienced Hogan, 41 years of age and departing this season after yeoman service for Glamorgan over the last 10 years.
He's still there on 37. Harry Came have 21. They've added 56 so far for the 6th wicket. The 50 partnership came up in 22 hours. It's been very,
Hogan again.
watchful from these two, but they're doing a very good job from their
Comes in again and bowls to Came. Came leaves outside the off stump.
131 for 5. Derbyshire trained by 490.
And he'd be glad to see the end of this over. Well, young Came. Just 1 ball left. I'll just describe this 1 ball as Dave Fletcher comes back. Here comes Hogan to finish the over. Balls to Came drives. Maiden over. Negotiated by the batsman. 1 over to go. 1-3-1 for 5.
Yeah, they've been negotiating hard of Derbyshire. Just 6 more balls to face. As Dahl and Came look to fulfil their part. Battling away in the evening sunshine and doing pretty well. Showing my iPad isn't in the same battling mood. Right, it will be Ajaz Patel to bowl the last over of the day. Unless he takes a wicket, in which case play will cease immediately. 131 for 5. Good effort from these two, Dave Fletcher.
Yeah, absolutely a good effort from them. Yeah, no question about it. 22 overs it took them to get to the 50 partnership, which sort of tells you all you need to know about how they've been going about it. Patel is in and bowls to Dahl, who turns that one into the leg side, and he's going to get off strike. I think that's probably the best place to play Ajaz Patel from the other end at this stage of the day, certainly. Dahl moves on to 38 from 87 deliveries. 38 from 87, yeah. 6 fours in there. No fours at all for Harry Kame yet. He's been surrounded by fielders as Patel bowls to him and he defends out into the offside. I can see these next 4 deliveries being dots as well. If I'm entirely honest with you, Patel 17 overs and 2 balls, 6 maidens, 2 for 41. Bowled nicely, got those 2 wickets in 2 balls a little earlier. He bowls now, that's left alone by Kame to go through to the keeper. I must admit, I wasn't sure that there'd only be 5 down at the close. It's been a good effort by these two. When the ball goes a bit softer, it's tricky, and that one is thrown a long way wide of the off stump, but it's not taken cleanly by the wicket keeper, Chris Cook, and they pick up a bye as Derbyshire move on to 133 for 5 with 2 deliveries to go. They trail by 417. Crowd starting to thin out as they realise that they're actually going to get home in the daylight despite it being September. Remarkable effort. There's now a short extra cover in there as Dahl is hit on the pad and there's a big appeal. Not out, says umpire Blackwell. Patel thinks that's a good shout.
I thought there was a little twitch from umpire Blackwell for a moment. Fooled us.
Look at the replay. That one's not going to tell us an awful lot. But certainly Patel thought he was out. So we got the final delivery of the day. 133 for 5. Patel in the shadow of umpire Blackwell, which is a fairly substantial shadow. And he bowls around the wicket to Dahl, who whips this into the leg side, so runs from the final delivery of the day's play. 2 of them I fancy. Dahl wants a 3rd, but they're going to stick with 2, and Derbyshire will end the day on 135 for 5, which means they trail by 415 runs. Anuj Dahl is on 40 and Harry Kame on 21. Definitely Glamorgan on top, but at least some spirit shown by the 6th wicket partnership between Kame and Dahl at the end there. Day clearly belongs to David Lloyd. A magnificent 313 from 398 balls in Glamorgan's 550 for 5 declared. That innings lasting 135 overs and 2 balls before they eventually declared. The 2nd highest individual score by a Glamorgan player. So he's 2nd best. Behind Sam Northeast, of course, and his incredible quadruple century up at Grace Road against Leicestershire. Andrew Salter was there with him at the end. Derbyshire's bowlers, well, I'm not going to go through any bowling figures because they were hopeless. And the batting to start with wasn't much better either. Godalming, Nor, Guest 11, Madsen first ball, Deploy 1. And at one point, Lewis Rees had scored 56 out of 75 runs in the Derbyshire first innings by the time he was out. Anuj Dal dropped on 30. Should have been taken, really. He ends on 40 not out, and Harry came on 21 not out. That's why they're 135 for 5, trailing by 415.
History made in that the first time in the county game a side has produced a quadruple and a triple centurion in the same season. Our thanks to David Griffin for that particular nugget. David Lloyd is the man of the day, 313 not out. There'll be words from him on the BBC Sport website later on, and an interview with him on our Twitter feed, hopefully, and if he's not too tired after his 2 days exertions. Dave Fletcher, Edward Bevan and myself, Nick Webb, will be back tomorrow at 10:30. Derbyshire 135 for 5 in reply to Glamorgan's 550 for 5 declared, a triple century for David Lloyd. North Star, good night.